The world's a complex seed. Companies have used technology to supercharge their business. More apps, more data, more systems, none of which talk to each other. That's right, more silos. And as technology becomes even more specialized, those silos only get deeper and the gaps between them wider. That's where we come in. ServiceNow is a platform that goes in a different direction. A platform for digital business that drives growth and reduces cost by connecting people, processes, and systems, both legacy and new, to deliver simplified experiences, purposeful automation, and organizational agility to any company. Fragmented and complex processes become hyper-automated ones. Data silos become mother lodes of insights, full of eureka moments. We make the entire business work better for everyone. Customers, employees, developers, IT, operations. You name it, we simplify it, automate it, accelerate it, agilify it. Yep, we made that a word. Now, let's look at how we do all this. Let's say you're an enterprise with all the tech fixins: email, call centers, CRM, ERP, HCM, DevOps, SRE, and more alphabet soup than this video has time for. You've also got great talented employees who work way too hard. Why? Because in order to accomplish any one thing, about 84 things need to happen first, or the same thing needs to happen in 84 different places. We built our platform to do one thing: make the world work better for everyone. One secure, customizable, extensible, low-code platform that delivers the outcomes you want faster. Employee productivity and efficiency? Check. Customer growth? Check. Scale business critical operations? Check. Technology and operational excellence? Check. Digitize unique business processes? Check. Realizing value faster? Would you like that in days or weeks? Either way, definitely a check. That's why ours is the unifying platform that says yes. Invest in tech or invest in talent? Yes. Optimize for today or innovate for tomorrow? Yes. Grow the top line or protect the bottom line? Yes. Let's put yes to work. The world works with ServiceNow.
Okay, hello everybody. Can you hear me okay out in Zoom land? Just put your thumbs up or say something on chat. It's all good. I heard Jack join, so Jack, nice to see you. Awesome.
Morning, Alex.
Hey, hey.
Welcome to Montreal.
Thank you, thank you. Hello, Canada, as Homer Simpson once said. No, it's been very kind to me. I arrived on Monday, so I haven't got too much jet lag. Flight was lovely. Air Canada is awesome, so no complaints there.
Hope you're
Well,
gonna
it's
enjoy it.
yeah, it's the room said it's nice to hear that, but it's the I've had worse. Let's put it that way, a lot worse. So okay, so one thing I need to ask from Zoomland: if I'm too loud or if I'm too quiet, please can you just put a comment in chat? I have to hand hold a mic. You probably can't see my camera, but if you can, I'm waving. There's two feeds going. There's one for the room, and there's obviously my screen being shared. Feel free to use whatever you want. I have got chat open, so if someone's shy, don't be afraid to ask questions. We'll go through all of that and the general rules in a minute, but just letting you guys know how I've set up Zoom so we can have this as a conversation. And I want to stress, this is a conversation. This isn't me trying to teach anyone. This isn't me trying to have ego or anything like that. This is a conversation. This is about everybody having a fair opportunity to do whatever they want to do and learn on this topic, all right? Okay, so usual stuff. If we have third parties in the room or if we have third parties on Zoomland, if any of you are related to a customer, I have to safe harbor this, which means if you have the ability to make any purchasing decisions, please don't make them on anything I'm about to say because they may or may not make it into the future of the product. So a little intro about myself in case you don't know. My name's Alex Coop. I'm the Director of Globalization Deployment, and I head up our customer and partner enablement aspect to do with multilingual implementations. Once upon a time, I was an implementer. My first release was all the way back in 2011, 2012, winter 2011 release. My baptism of fire was to upgrade one of the world's first domain separated customers to the Aspen release. And I can assure you that was not fun, but it was worth it. And in that time since, I took the crazy idea of trying to specialize in multilingual implementations. So very shortly after that, I had to do one of the first ITSM implementations that was in Japanese, Thai, and English. That got me interested, put it that way. So now I head up our team. I sit in the internationalization group. Some of you know me already in the room. Some of you on Zoom land already know me, and that's great. Our internationalization group, we own the UI capability to show non-English across the entire platform. We also produce the various language packs. Quick question for anyone who's curious. Do you know how many languages we make the platform in today? 28? No, that was in the room. Any on Zoom land? 27? No, also in the room. I'll give you the answer in a few slides' time, but no, it's not 30 plus. I wish it was. Anybody on Zoom? Put a wild number out there. Go for it. Be brave. This is a safe room. It's okay, people. Sorry, say again? 21. 22. Okay, this is interesting. The slide says 30 plus. Does it? Are you sure about that? But it's okay. We'll find out in just a moment. If there's a slide that says 30, I can assure you it's wrong. So yeah, that's my project, right? That's not saying that the platform is in 30 languages. That's my project. All right, so let's go to the next bit then. So my team's focus is to make the world work with ServiceNow, right? We're not looking at just one thing. Yes, if any of you have picked up my accent, I come from the UK. I've flown in from London this past week, and I have a bigger challenge in that all of my neighbors speak another language. To the left of me, they speak Gaelic. To the north of me, they speak a different version of Gaelic. To the right of me, they might speak French, Norwegian, Dutch, German, Flemish, Swiss German, Austrian German. South of me, they might speak Spanish or Portuguese. That's interesting, right? So we have to think about things really differently. So what we're going to do today, your brains are going to hurt. I'm sorry about this, but we have to do a lot of theory crafting, a lot. And we have to go through considerations, as in terms and phrases and concepts and lots of different ways of thinking of things. And then I have to go through with you guys how you can do those things. And some things will be easy, sure. Some things might be obvious, sure. Some things will be less obvious. And that's partly because maybe Docs isn't as granular detailed as it could be. That could be there isn't enough training courses, and that's fair. I'll put my hand up to that, even though I'm not responsible for it. I will put my hand up for it. But it means that we have to be aware of more things. And some of the things I'm going to go through with you have been around for a very, very long time, but they're just not particularly well documented, okay? So we are going to get very technical at times, okay? We are going to have to pick apart some code because I have to teach you concepts to be aware of. Whether you're a coder or not, doesn't matter. It's just more about being aware of what the implications are when such a situation happens. So if you get a question asked, this has happened, immediately you could start thinking to yourselves, well, is it because of this, right? And then they can get a technical person to go and look at it. That's where I want to get to. And we are going to be going through a lot. So what I was saying to the room before, when I put the message in chat, this slide deck is 163 slides. I've broken it up into 6 parts. We are going to have breaks, don't worry. There'll be plenty of time for coffee because you're going to need it, and that's okay. But most importantly, I want you guys to have fun. So these are the rules of the session. Everybody here, and again, there are people here that's only been in the company 4 weeks. There are people like myself who've been around for years. Everybody's in a different stage in their ServiceNow journey, meaning that everybody knows different amount. That's okay. Nothing wrong with that. This topic is massive. It covers every single product line. It covers every single UI. It covers every single area and facet of the platform. That's okay. Please do not be afraid to ask any questions. There is no such thing as a silly question except for the one that was never asked. If you have a question, it's valid. Ask it. Don't be afraid. Don't be shy. You can put it in the chat if you want to. You can ask it out loud. I don't mind. You can interrupt me mid-sentence. That's absolutely okay. Ask away if you're confused. I'd much rather cover a question while it's fresh in your mind than wait till later and we've lost context. So please do not be afraid to ask questions. And this might challenge what you think you know about the platform. And that's also okay. And the reason it's okay is because people may have taught you things not necessarily in the best practice way, or maybe when you were reading up on it, or maybe when someone was showing you something, they didn't have all the details that I'm going to give you today, okay? have fun, ask questions, and we're going to try stuff out later. If you've got an instance, that's fine. You can try these things. You can play around. If you've got a PDI or if you've got an employee instance, if you're an internal folk, that's also okay. If you want to spin one up tonight and have it ready for tomorrow and play around, that's also okay. Okay, good. Everybody happy? Awesome. That's okay. Chat and Zoom, you okay? I'll take silence as golden otherwise. Jack, you're my man. I'm going to have to follow your guidance. All right. So here's a question. Does anybody know the difference between a developer and an architect? This is one of those moments where you need to be brave. You need to ask a question, and there's no judgment.
The architect is the one who puts the design, the developer who implements as per the design.
Okay. Can you summarize that in less words?
Design versus implementation when you talk about architect versus developer. I don't know.
And is there a concept that you can apply to the design?
The design definitely has to be based on the requirements of the customer or the requirements that you want to achieve or the objective that you have in mind.
Okay.
I don't know. Questions are becoming more difficult.
Yeah, sure. And that's kind of the point. So what I'm trying to challenge is that concept is a very blinkered approach. Blinkered is in the horse's blinkers, right? Meaning it's a very narrow approach. What I need you guys to think about is actually the bigger picture. The job of the architect, yeah, is to take those requirements, sure, but they have to think what's the implication across the platform. They have to think about, okay, you've had ITSM last year. If I do HR and I want to change this, what's that going to break, or what's that going to change, or is there an opportunity for business, improvements, efficiencies in that bigger scale? Hence the bigger picture. The developer doesn't always have to think about the bigger picture. They literally follow the instruction of the requirements to say, this is what the architect's given me. This is what I need to build. This is what I need to focus on. But the architect always needs to think, what about integrations? What about where data is coming from? Has it been sanitized? Is it coming from SAP? Is it coming from Workday? Is it coming from AD? Is the data standardized? Is it in a manner that we can actually map and correlate? The bigger picture, right? Does that make sense? I think we've got some shy people in Zoom land, but that's okay.
Absolutely.
The warm up, yeah, the warm up. Okay. So where do we begin? Right? How does this all kick off? Well, always have to ask ourselves, why are we going to do this? In the context of languages, why? A lot of companies will make a lot of assumptions to say, we just want to do it. Okay, fair enough. But if you want to do another language, and this isn't just a ServiceNow thing, this is just general software in concept. So you could apply the same logic to a computer game, you could apply the same logic to any other platform or any other piece of software. What's the purpose? Are you doing it because you have a legal requirement? Well, here in Canada, yeah, we think we do have a legal requirement, right? Bill 96 and 101, that's pretty darn important. So we may have a very good business case to do that. But in other parts of the world, it could be because they want to have a better user experience, right? Or it could be because they want to improve their engagement. So we can't just think the immediate need in front of us here in Canada. There could very well be some customers here in Canada who operate all over the world. So yeah, you might be doing Canada today. Tomorrow, you might be adding Japanese. You might be adding Arabic. You might be adding, any other language you can think of. So we need to think, who is it for, right? Is it for the end users, or is it for the fulfillers, or is it for both? Is it for one area of the product, or is it for a different area of the product? So let's take CSM, for example. If it's in CSM and it's our customers' customers, what about the engagement with their customers? That's not our customers, that's their customers. So does that mean we have to think about all of the user journeys that end user is going to touch? Suddenly things start getting really big, that big picture that I was talking about earlier, right? And then if we are doing it because it's going to cost us money as Mr. or Mrs. Customer, how do we prove that it worked? How do we prove that we went out and did it for the right reasons? How do we prove it's made a difference? Not because we want it to, because that would be nirvana, but can we prove it's improved SLAs? Are we reacting better, faster, and more efficient and lean because of it? Or are we getting better engagement metrics? Or are we getting happier customers, CSATs, ESATs, whatever context you need to apply? But is there a measurable outcome that you can quantify and say, yes, this is better? That's the why. That's where we need to begin. We need to define all of those because otherwise it's pointless. Simply put, you're just chucking money away for no perceivable benefit, okay? So let's look at Nirvana. I'm going to use Japanese here purely because it's easier to show over Zoom because it's a non-Latin based language. So you can see the characters are actually translated. It comes out a little bit blurry at the resolution on Zoom, so that's why I'm using Japanese. So this is an ESC portal, it's EC Pro, and we'll use the same instance that I did this, we'll use it later in a couple of demos, but this is Nirvana. So what we're seeing here is we've got virtual agent translated. I'm going to draw on the screen if I can get my mouse up. It's not showing, unfortunately, but for those who can't see, I'm circling my hand around virtual agent on the right-hand side of the screenshot. We've got some knowledge articles, so I can just do this and it will highlight them. And we have menus in the UI. We have the taxonomy in the UI. Everyone's going to think, well, hold on a minute, that's a lot. How do we do that? Right? There's two things we're going to have to be thinking about. One, consistency. What is the point in translating something that's not fully translated? That's going to hurt us. That's going to be really negative for our outcome, right? So we need to think, do we have everything that we require? And this is what we're going to go through, all that theory crafting that I was implying earlier. So to do that, we need to define our personas, right? If we know the user journeys, who's going to use it? Well, if it's a portal, we know it's the end user. Let's take EC Pro. We know it's employees. So that's our persona. We can make a fictitious one if we had to. What I used to do when I used to do the transformation projects was we would define a persona type representing multiple people within that user group set. We used to call them super users, okay? And for example, when I did ones for food manufacturing customers, we would make one called Fictitious Mark. We'd go and interview a bunch of people doing the role that Fictitious Mark would do, and we'd correlate their needs and desires. Right? So could it be that they literally cannot do their day-to-day requirements and tasks because it's not in their language and maybe their English understanding is low? Fair enough. So we need to prioritize that persona. The fulfiller, they might have a different level of English comprehension, and that depends on where you are in the world. Some countries, right, have what's called an English intolerance. Oh, we've got an echo. Or is it the room outside? Apologies, people on Zoom. Oh, okay. Sorry, we thought we had echo for a second. So different parts of the world have different levels of English tolerance, okay? You might find that in Germany, you might find that in Japan, you might find that in other Asian countries as well. And the idea there is, if it's not perfect, they don't feel connected to it. So we need to be thinking, what are the needs of those personas to do what it is that they want to do? Is it a preference or is it a requirement, right? So that's all part of defining personas. Then we need to define the journeys. And I'm not saying you need to work out and map every single catalog item. You can bundle all the catalog items. The user journeys here are to say, well, if we've got an employee and they're on the EC portal, they're going to be touching virtual agent. So we need to consider all the virtual agent topics. If they're going to be interacting with the taxonomy along the top, we need to think about all of the connected content related to that. We need to think of the knowledge articles because they might get served that in a search result. We need to think about all of the touch points, right? And then if we've got workflows running off of those catalog services, what about the email notifications? Everyone forgets about the email notifications and the text message notifications. When was the last time you saw an email notification and text message actually properly translated in multiple languages? It's literally one of the most forgotten ones. Everyone's like, oh yeah, I'll translate the catalog, sure. And then they get an English email and you're like, damn, right? We can do that. So we need to map it out. But somebody's going to have to own this. There has to be some governance. We'll get to that too. Then we need to work out, is there anything we've built, right? If we're doing an implementation, or if the customer's doing an implementation, or if you guys partners are doing implementations, what have you built? Does that also need to be factored in? If you built a custom app, have you built new things? Have you built new portal pages? Have you built new widgets? Have you built new catalog record producers? You know, we've got to think of all these different things. And it's not to say we need to track the tables that they're in. It's more the fact that you have built them so you don't forget them. So you can say, yep, we can do this, we can do this, we can do this. It becomes a checklist almost. And then we need to test it. Now, I'll get more into the testing in a minute, but the idea here is you want to make sure that the verbiage you want to use makes sense. But the idea is get native speakers involved from the beginning, right? You don't want to use the wrong word after the fact and then find you're stuck, right? That's really, really common. because everybody thinks that translations just sit on top at the end, and that's always a mistake. So we'll cover that in great detail later. And then we need to confirm the scope. And what I mean by this is what is it that you're prepared to go live with first? There's a lot of customers out there who think that they'll just do knowledge articles and they'll leave the portal till later. Well, here in Canada, that's possibly not going to work with Bill 96, right? And the reason they do that is because maybe a different BU, if they're using the EC portal, because it's shared, right? You might have IT, you might have HR, you might have legal, you might have workplace services. Maybe they need to fund the work differently through different BUs, right? And that becomes a really big challenge. Who's going to pay for it? Which goes back to my comment a minute ago of governance. There needs to be a central governance, okay? Because then it becomes a repeatable process, and we'll get to that. But the idea here is, I'm going to challenge your notion of if you just translate the catalog items, or if you just translate knowledge articles and not the UI and not virtual agent and not emails, how's that non-English speaker going to find what they're looking for? They won't understand where the search box is. If they can, that's a miracle. They won't be able to find and filter what they're looking for, right? Bad user experience, not cool. So you can challenge me, go on one of your instances one day, spin up Japanese and go and try and find stuff. You'll struggle. Mm-hmm. Sure. Sure. I'll read out the question for the Zoom chat in a sec.
Who's going to own everything regarding translation, like the project team or?
Good question. Good question. So the question for everyone on Zoom was, who's going to own the governance of all of this going forward? We are actually going to cover that. So that's good. That's awesome. But it's a very good question to ask, because I've also seen it a lot where I have to be honest to the partners, and I don't mean to badmouth you or trash anyone who is a partner here, and I don't want it to come across that way. You guys typically only focus what's in your immediate scope, okay? Not necessarily what's happening after that. So what I want to challenge is it's about empowering the customer. So whatever you guys do within that first project scope, you need to teach them. You need to say, hey guys, you need to own this going forward. Who does that doesn't really matter, right? We'll cover the personas of who later. But when you've done your first part of that project, you need to then say to them, right, this is what you need to do to maintain it going forward, right? There's a lot of that as a gap. So I really want to help with that today. So we're going to go through all these different areas in a lot more detail. But so far, is everything making sense? Has anyone got any other questions on Zoom land? I don't see any either. Okay, I'll take silence as golden. But like I said, you can ask whenever you want. Right, we've got. Yep. Yep. If you need to ask your questions in French, if you're not confident in English, feel free. It's fine. Rodney will look into that for you. Okay, so let's go through some terms. Now, I said to you earlier that we make the platform in many languages. You're going to find out how many in a few minutes' time. But what I need to teach you guys first is nothing to do with ServiceNow. This is to do with software development. This is to do with application development. It applies to computer games. It applies to TV shows, Netflix, subtitles. The whole concept is exactly the same, okay? So these terms and phrases are industry standing. If you Google them, you can find a lot more. If you're curious on the topic, you can read up on them. There are people who do degrees in this topic, and some of our team have specialized in this as well. So the first one we need to think about, internationalization. It's the idea of building something that is agnostic to a locational requirement, but it could work in its form, okay? Simply put, this means that the text is written in a way that we call externalized, which means that it could be translated, but its behavior doesn't say if this country do that or it's that country do that. Okay, so this is a UI level requirement. Now, question, does anybody know, and I'm pointing just next to the word internationalization, does anybody know what I-18N means? Valerie, you're banned from answering that question, and Jack, because I know you've seen my webinars before. Sorry, say that again, Ella. Correct, correct. Yeah, so for those who don't know, it's the number of letters from the N in internationalization to the O. And the reason for that, ironically enough, is for people who don't speak English. So if you Google I-18N, you'll be able to find the subject. So that's an industry standard thing. Next one is localization, or L10N for short. This is the idea of building out a process to enable translation. We haven't got to translation yet, that's another one. But this is where you're saying, okay, I need my language to be in that style. So for example, in a Latin-based language, it could be we need to have our style guides come across in a particular manner, or our glossaries might need to define masculine ending words, feminine ending words, neutral ending words, depending on the context, depending on the scenario. It might be that we also want to enforce the currency of that given region if we want to, right? There's all these different specificities that we can do, but it all falls under the localization umbrella, okay? It gets very, very complicated, but the point is it's the designing of those processes, and then it's also the outputs of those processes, okay? Then we have translation, T9N. Doesn't matter if it's human, doesn't matter if it's machine, okay? It's still translation. So this is the act of converting text from your source language to your target language, okay? And then we have globalization, that's where I sit, which is a strategy piece. How would we bring all this together, right? What does the umbrella of it all look like? Do we have a strategy of a roadmap of languages? Do we have the tools and capabilities? Do we know how we're going to do things? Do we have testers? You know, all of that kind of stuff. And we have all of this in-house. We do all of our stuff. So let's prove it out. I like to try and use English as an example, just because it connects with the most amount of people, but you can apply this to French and French Canadian if you want to. It doesn't really matter. But let's remember that we do multiple languages. So I'm going to compare British English to American English, partly because I am British English. You could have a scenario where you have two words with the same meaning between your target and your source language. Okay, so in the UK, we wouldn't say sidewalk. We would say pavement. They mean the same thing. And if I was a British person reading something that said sidewalk, if I wasn't familiar with that, that could be confusing. That's where the localization piece comes in, because then they can define what is an equivalent meaning, right? Very important. And we do it with our Quebec language pack, or Quebecois language pack, I should say. Same with elevator and lift. I took the lift in the hotel. No, I took the elevator in the hotel, right? Same thing. Then you could have a scenario of the same word having different meanings. So in the US, a chip is like a Dorito, but to me, a chip is a really thick French fry. So it's like the size of my finger. They are very different things. In some parts of the world, a couple could mean more than two, right? It could mean a few, right? And that's just how colloquialisms happen. But the idea for us in the UK is a couple always strictly means two, because it originally came from a couple of marriage, right? So there's things like that to consider. And then obviously you've got pronunciations, which are kind of irrelevant for us, router, router, tomato, tomato, but you know, it's a funny thing nonetheless. And that happens with multiple different areas. And I've been suffering from that very concept since I came to Montreal yesterday. Yes, I can speak a bit of French, but I'm trying to listen in, and some of the words are very different, and we were having a bit of a joke about it earlier. So I'm having to really work hard at that. So still interesting. So we can go further than that. Spellings, right? In American English, a paycheck is spelled C-H-E-C-K, not in English. In English, it's Q-U-E. It's based on the French word, right? And we don't want to confuse that with Czech persons either, because, well, you know, they're their own thing. So fair enough. And then obviously we've got words that end in ISE and IZE. And as an English person, and I turn on ServiceNow by default, a lot of it is in American English, I can tell. And I get asked nearly daily, can we add British English? So we have a mechanism of doing that, but the point is they suffer just the same way as French, Canadian do, but in a different language. So we might also have scenarios where the same word may have many different meanings, whether it's a verb or not. We might have different sentence structure, and this is going to be very important when we look at hard-coded strings and concatenated strings, probably terms you guys don't know right now, but that's okay. But what I'm saying here is I'm comparing English with German and English with Japanese. And the actual word parts themselves are color-coded. And in Japanese, it is completely different. Completely different. Think of the sentence the other way around. And that's close enough to how it works in Japanese. I can't get my head around how Japanese works, but I guess I'm not intelligent enough. And then what is also very often overlooked is pictures, photos. If I had tattooed sleeves, right, and I was in a multinational company and that banner was all over the front, if I was in Japan, that might imply I was a member of the Yakuza. No joke. Very bad idea. If I had a picture of an owl, right? You probably can't see this in the room because it's quite small. If I had a picture of an owl in the US, that might imply wisdom and, you know, gracefulness. But in Finland and India, it actually implies foolishness. Okay. And if my name was in bright red in the US, you might be thinking that you're highlighting my name. Sadly, in South Korea, that would probably mean I'm dead. And I wish I wasn't. So, you know, we have to think of these things. So here's the last one on this particular part. We're going to have a bit of fun. I want to translate this. This is a ship, shipping ship, shipping ships. Okay, we have a ship, yeah, I can see that. It's shipping ships. Yeah, I can see that. That makes sense, right? We get that? Yeah, okay. Google, what do you give me? Something in Japanese. I can't read Japanese. It must be good, right? It must be good. If I reverse it back into English, this is a ship that carries ships, a ship that carries ships. That's good enough, right? Anyone got any objections? Okay, you're wrong. Microsoft, we see Japanese. We're good, right? This is a ship, shipping ship, I think so. Shipping ships. Yeah, that's what we call a literal translation. Bad. So I decided to go and have a chat with our Japanese language lead, lovely lady, based in Dublin, but she's a Japanese native. And she told me they're both garbage. So I'm going to read to you for the room because it's very, very small text. So as you can see, the text is very different, right? Very, very different. So her Google comment was, for a ship shipping ship, it's technically correct. However, something in Japanese doesn't convey present participle meaning for shipping ships. There's a lack of precise meaning in that translation. Now, one thing you'll know, or maybe not, don't know, in Japan, as a cultural preference, which is extremely important, it has to be perfect. There are other countries as well that have to have the same consideration. But if it's not perfect, to them as a native reader, it won't make sense. And that's not okay. So this is all part of that bigger piece. It has to be perfect. Also, something else in Japanese is better to be used as neutrally formal in general than using something else in Japanese. Right? So this is part of that localization piece. If it's not good enough, is it useful? I don't know. And I'm going to say this multiple times today. Nirvana is it usable? This is not usable. Okay. Now I'm not trashing Google Translate here. I'm just saying for this scenario, it's not good enough. Fair enough. Yeah. Yeah. Exactly. Yeah, Rodney was saying on chat that they see that a lot here as well for the context reasons. So let's look at the Microsoft side. Something else means a ship that transports cargo only, emphasis on only. It doesn't include transport ship details, hence the need for perfection. It's a bit like the Borg in Star Trek, right? Chasing perfection, Unity Matrix Zero and all that. Also repeating the same translation twice and presents the particle part is not remarked. Very poor translation. And she's a translator by trade. So I have to take her word for it. So why is that important for us? We're going to get a bit nerdy. Before we get into the really nerdy stuff, I have to highlight this. So that this example is where a developer, non-ServiceNow, can introduce fresh text into the UI. The situation doesn't really matter where. It could be in a business rule, it could be in a client script, even though GS is server-side. I'm going to get to that later, but just think of a message being presented somewhere in the UI, okay? Could be after you've submitted something on a catalog item, it doesn't really matter. What we're highlighting here is the top example. You have something, items in your shopping cart. From a translation perspective, this is horrific. Does anybody know why? Without going too much into the reading of the scenario, do you actually understand why? Correct. Yeah, no choice of where you put the number. So that means the translator would only see you have, and they would only see items in your shopping cart. And when I showed you the word scenarios in German and Japanese, that ain't gonna work. right? So some of the issues you guys had here a few years ago were caused by situations like this, right? And that's why the mistranslations were happening all over the place, because scenario one, very common, very easy mistake to make, but very avoidable. So the second scenario is we're parameterizing the object. And then the translation can have that parameter anywhere in the sentence, right? I'm not going to go into how get message works now. We're going to do that later. But the idea is you can put that as a separated object later. What's even better is to not even put the number at all. The simpler you make the source text, the better it is for translation every single time. Short and sweet, every time. Because then it's easier to translate in any language. Sometimes it's very easy to get the idea of saying, oh, we need to be really detailed. But do you? Is that actually introducing a better user experience, or is it just making it look cool? I would always challenge it's the latter. Make it simpler. Do you really need to have an absolute waffle of paragraph of text in an email notification, or can you just redirect them to the portal and just say, your case has been updated, click here, go to the portal, read what you want? I would always go with that. Make it simple. So I'm now going to answer how many languages we have to build the platform in. None of you were right. It's a shame. So let's have a look. It's 24. As of the Washington, D.C. release, it's 24. And that includes English. So a lot of these are old. We've been doing these for a long time. I'll read them out, don't worry. So for those in the room, there are 2 extra columns, right? The first column here in the middle is the ID. Okay, that's a standard ISO code, except for French Canadian is FQ. And I'm going to get into why that's important in a minute. And one of the Chinese, traditional Chinese is ZT, and Brazilian Portuguese is PB. Now, technically speaking, they're locales, and they shouldn't be using a 2-digit code, but that's a legacy challenge from days gone, many, many years ago. But realistically, they should be a locale, which is when you factor in a language plus a country. I'll get into that when we go through the language table later. But just bear in mind, Nirvana for us would be we convert them, but we can't, because we have to think about existing customers, and we don't want to break things for existing customers. That would be bad. And then Pat and CJ will be very unhappy. We don't want Pat and CJ unhappy. So we do Arabic as of the Washington, D.C. release. I'm very pleased about that one. It's a big deal for us because there was a lot of engineering work for that. We do simplified and traditional Chinese. They are different. They're for different parts of that area. And there are different countries that speak it. Written Mandarin versus Cantonese, for example, very important to know. We do Czech, Dutch, Finnish, French, and French Canadian. We've always done French Canadian. Go back 10 years or so, you'll still see French Canadian. And the reason I highlight that is one of my biggest challenges that I've come across, one of the reasons I'm here today, is because a lot of partners are installing French and not French Canadian, and then telling us the translations are wrong because you installed the wrong one. Just scroll down a little bit more, you'll see French Canadian. Top tip. German, Hebrew, Hungarian, Italian, Japanese, Korean, Norwegian, Polish, Portuguese and Brazilian Portuguese, Russian, Spanish, Swedish, Thai, and Turkish. Now, this other column that has some blue and yellow, LTR stands for left to right. RTL stands for right to left. Does anybody know the implications of what that means? Valerie, you're banned. It's not just the text direction, it's also the interface direction, okay? So a true right to left implementation, the entire UI is flipped. And you're going to see that in a bit. The entire UI, okay? So where you would have virtual agent in a left to right language in the bottom right corner, they'd have it on the bottom left corner rather than bottom right. Where your taxonomy starts top left, it would start top right to them. Your avatar will be top left. Correct, correct. Yeah, the logo will be on the right is what Valerie asked. Yes. Yeah, yeah. No. No, that's how their language works. Oh no, it's not. I wish it was. I really wish it was. Yeah. Correct. Hebrew, yeah. Yeah, there are two languages that are right to left. Yeah, that's correct. So I'll show you what it looks like when we go through the methods of how we translate. So the platform has to understand and honor how right to left and left to right works, okay? It was always there for the full filler UIs. So UI 16 and below, all the way down to UI 11, we now call that core UI, okay? And it always worked. And you're not wrong in that it kind of cheated and just mirrored the interface. That's how it worked. But it shouldn't. There was a lot other things it needed to do. And you'll find in the really old parts of the platform, there were some old UI pages that didn't honor it correctly when you extended certain menus. But for everything that's in the new UI framework, we call it seismic. So all the components that you use in UI Builder, it's all part of a framework we call seismic. It's been there from the design. So if you go to the developer portal and you start looking up the UI library, every component, you'll see that it has your WCAG requirements for accessibility, and it has all the right to left internationalization requirements as part of our needs as well. So if you were to build a custom interface, brand new app with a brand new workspace using UI Builder, it would honor it straight away. So you just have to plug in whatever it is that you want, data, numbers, text, whatever, and it's all there. But yeah, it's really important that it honors it. The bit that we had a challenge with was service portals. And the reason is because unlike the seismic UI builder, you have your building block. So let's say a list collector of some description. When you're using that in a workspace, it's not a copy. It's calling the same building block all over the platform, and you're just feeding it different things. Whereas with a service portal, you're cloning or instancing that widget. So you can't just fix it in one place and expect it to be fixed everywhere. It's a different copy or an instance of that widget. So there was a massive endeavor in preparation in the Vancouver release, I think it was, when we talked about it last, to get all of that fixed. So we wanted it all organized and sorted before we launched the Arabic language pack. So now you can do it for the ESE, and you're going to see that. So, yeah, sure. Yep.
So when you have it in Arabic,
Mhm.
you add the right to left.
Yep.
and to switch to English automatically.
Yes,
everything
yes,
you did.
yes,
So when you do the design of the portal, like the logo, the colors,
yes.
you have to enter it like once or twice. So every
That
time.
you have to test it. That's a very good question. You have to test it. The alignments might not be quite right. The image themselves will not be flipped, but that raises a good point, right? So Valerie, for everyone on chat, Valerie was asking, when you're building out in Arabic and English, do you have to think about the images twice, right? The answer is no, you have to test it. And the reason you test it is if you've got text in that image and it's not going to render it, that's a bad problem to have, right? Best practice, you do not put text in an image, because if you do, you can't translate it. You'd essentially have to call two separate images, right? Super bad. The better way to do it is to actually have a vector of text on top of the image. So if you go to any of the big marketing websites, right, your favorite product, if they operate all over the world, a certain fruity company, for example, you'll find that the images are the same, and they vectorize text on top as the very last step in their process. Or you'll find if it has a tagline on it, it's actually HTML text on top of the image, because then you don't have to worry about that problem. As long as it aligns in the place and the location you care about, the text is the text. So it's a very, very good question. Okay, so I'm going to show you one of the big topic items for you guys, release between release, but I'm going to use Japanese as an example again because it's easier for you to see on a screen share. So I get asked all the time, do we make changes out of the box, release to release? Yes, we do, based on feedback, such as you guys. You tell us something is bad, we review it, we validate it, and then it might be a phrase that's changed per release. Now I'm using Japanese, as I said, but just because it's easier to show on a screen share. But what we can see here is the application navigator between Vancouver and Washington, DC with the Japanese language pack. Now, a lot of people would say, oh, you didn't translate service catalog. We weren't allowed to. And the reason we weren't allowed to is it might be a trademark in that country, or it might be an ITIL phrase. And that's been a hot topic in Canada for a long time, is we had to follow the established ITIL phrases, which has been painful because customers said they don't want it, right? It could be marketing have pushed out a particular product feature and they were protected from us. We weren't allowed to translate them because they didn't want to alienate the end user base. So then it was always up to the customer and our partners, you guys, to decide whether you wanted to change that or not. You always could. There's nothing technical that's changed here. It's just whether we've included that phrase in a translated form or not, okay? So it wasn't until the Vancouver release that we got permission from marketing and legal and all the other aspects to say, yes, you can now translate certain stuff. So post Vancouver, you might find that there are things that were left as English before that are now translated, or you might find certain terms have a better phrase. So for example, in Japanese, again, if we were to translate using the ITIL phrase for problem in ITSM, it's a bit of a funny faux pas going on here, because in Japan, if you use that phrase, that word problem literally means the building's on fire. No, not a good thing to say. So they're not a big fan in Japan as a market of the ITIL terminologies. They don't like to work in that way. Fair enough. That all goes into the localization aspect. So what do we do? Do we re-engineer part of the product? Maybe. Do we have to factor in different ways of working? For sure. Do we have to potentially even look at a different offering? Quite possibly, right? But it means that we certainly need to look at the verbiage, okay? Is this making sense so far? Cool. Yeah, go for it. Go.
That's what we said?
Yep.
Like, you have the ROI and then the one after.
Yeah. So,
Yeah, this one.
yeah.
It's not the same character.
Correct. Yeah. We improved the translation.
Okay, so if a partner, let's say they made a change.
Yeah.
On the right.
Yeah.
And you improved it.
Yeah.
So when you're going to do the update.
We're going to cover that. Yeah. That's a good question. So Valerie's asking about when the customer upgrades after a change, what's going to happen? Saving that till later. But it's good, Valerie. I like your questions. All right.
It does bring up a notion now that we have the new law here in Quebec.
Yep.
And there is some conflict going on between how Canada is using ITSM terminology versus how a customer wants to use CMDB.
Yep.
They don't want to use the JS customers are freaking out that the French translation just doesn't make any sense to them.
Yep.
Is there, if we're being forced to follow the Canadian organization to translate, can a customer roll back?
Yes. Yes. So Rodney's asking about the challenges of Bill 96 with regards to some customers not wanting to use the verbiage enacted on them. Yeah. Yeah. So our language pack right now will leverage the established ITSM terminology. But if a customer wanted to change it, they can. They can. It will cause other challenges, as in consistency, or if they install another plugin or store app in the future that extends that. So take the CI class manager app, for example, right? And it adds a whole bunch of new classes with the original terminology because they're in different tables. They'd need to change those as well. Yeah. So it's a good question though. And that goes into one of the next parts. So as far as I'm concerned, let's try and simplify things, right? The UI translations are just data. For anyone talking technical, the UI translations are just data, right? Remember I was talking about developer versus architect earlier? We can get complicated with things, but the actual place where those translations reside, whether it's our language pack, whether it's what you add, whether it's what you need to do, they're just data as far as the platform itself is concerned. The first place we need to think about are 5 very specific tables, and we're going to go through them. How they work, why they work, are they captured in update sets, to answer Valerie's question for upgrades. And we need to think about what their pros and cons are, and we need to think about what they bring, why, and the how. This is where it starts to get complicated, okay? So the first thing we need to think about, which doesn't really apply to Canada, is the language table. This isn't one of the 5, but this is the first part. You need to have a language defined in the first place. So we're talking about left to right, right to left. We were talking about those IDs, and I mentioned that realistically, Quebecois should be a locale, right? This is that table, sys_language. Think of it a bit like the tip of a pyramid, right? And the tip is this, and then we're going to branch off to the various translation tables. It's not actually related yet. It will be one day in the future. But right now, it's a very simple table, okay? It has the name, whatever display label you want. There's an extra field on the right-hand side. I didn't have enough room to put it on this slide. Then you have to define an ID. That has to be one of 2 types. It has to be either an ISO 639-1 code. Shorthand of that, it's a 2-digit prefix, okay? And that just means language. That's a standard, an industry standard set, okay? So if you were going to use an integration with a machine translation, or if you're going to use an integration with something else that provided services, you need to make sure it supports the language you want, and then you have to make sure you're using the right code that is standardized for it. So for example, FQ is not an industry standard code, right? So if you wanted to integrate, we do have capabilities, I'll cover that later, but let's say you wanted to do Mexican Spanish. Well, Spanish is a yes. So that's the problem with the 2-digit code. You can't say MX because that's MX in capitals is actually the code for the country, Mexico. So there is another standard called BCP 47, okay? And that's where you're taking the language and the country. So realistically, French Canadian should be FR-CA in capitals, and that means French, Canada. Okay, so Spanish Mexican or Mexican Spanish should be ES-MX in capitals, and that's called a locale. So Spanish Spanish would be ES, lowercase, dash, ES, capital. That's proper Spanish, okay? So we support both. We support the 2-digit codes and we support the full up to 5-digit BCP 47 codes. So if you're doing an integration with a TMS, a translation management system, we'll cover that later, you may need to have language records that correlate to those codes. It all depends on the nature of what you need to do, but you can. The point here as well is to make sure that those IDs are real because we have a validator. If it's a completely fictitious code, it won't allow it to work. Okay, it will actually say, no, this is wrong. And then for that right to left piece, you have to define the text direction. That's how we know, is it a left to right language or a right to left language, and it can go and do the necessary UI behavior when that language is in use. So let's say we've defined our language, whatever it might be. It could be Klingon, doesn't matter, okay? We now need to get really nerdy. So remember I showed you that scripted message and it had the parameter in the wrong place. This is where those translations reside, sysui message, okay? This is every time you're calling the message API. We'll go into the examples of how you call the message API in a few seconds, but the idea here is this table is very simple. Key, that's what you're passing into the message API, the language, and then the message. So the idea is for every language, you're having a duplicate record in that table. So if I need it in French, German, Spanish, Italian, that's one record per language for that same key, and then the message is the translation, okay? You're probably thinking, oh, well, I need to write a transform map for this. No, you don't. We'll cover that later. You're not going to be touching spreadsheets if I've got anything to do with it, okay? So this particular record will be captured in an update set if you capture it in an update set. Because when you do an upgrade, we're looking at things to see if they are included in an update set, and that's how we know they're customized. So let's say you want to change something out of the box. Try not to change it on prod. Change it on dev in an update set, bring that update set upstream. That will then preserve during an upgrade. So that hopefully answers your first question, Valerie. And we're going to go through the same concept for the other tables as well. So if there are changes that you need to make, please do them in an update set, please, pretty please. If they're done on prod, it's not necessarily going to be tracked properly because it'll be in the default update set. And yes, it can be very, very tempting to do it on prod because it's got to be quick. Trust me, it will be less of a challenge, less pain if you don't do it on prod. If you do it properly as a development cycle, it's easier. Okay, so that's a scripted message, right? And there are different areas. It could be a widget title. It could be the message that you're seeing at the top of your form from a add info message in a business rule. Fair enough, we'll get into all of those. Another table that we need to think, well, actually, no, hold on. Yeah. Yep.
You think like, let's say you change it.
Yep.
And then after ServiceNow change it again.
We won't touch it. Yours will be honored. Yeah, so Valerie's asking, after it's been changed and it's recorded in an update set and they do an upgrade, yes, we will look for that change. We'll say, okay, it's been customized, therefore your change takes precedence.
But can you propose it to the customer, say like, you change it like last year for this one, and now we're proposing this one.
Sure.
We have this option.
That's a good question. So
Like the one in Japanese.
yeah. You can revert it back to out of the box by deleting your custom record and repairing the language pack, and then it would rerun it. So, and technically speaking, they do get treated as transforms, but that's getting quite complicated. But the short answer is yes, you can revert it back to out of the box. Yeah. So if there was a new one that you liked, and that actually raises a good point. Oh, we've got a question as well. Yeah, go for it, David.
I've put it in the chat, but there's often issue with context for words.
Sure.
The example I've put in the chat is second, as it could mean you're the second in place or around time, so a second. And in French, it's two different words. And currently, there's no context around this translation. So when only this word is getting translated, because, for example, there's a widget that says that you're the second in line or whatever, sometimes it doesn't translate or translate wrongly to the other one because it's just words for words. Is there any plan to have keys not being the exact word in English, but being context key instead?
That is a very good question. And yes, we are trying to figure out how you can parameterize various parts of that sentence structure. So we have the same problem in English. So when you're trying to imply more than one, you can get away with saying something brackets S, right? And more often than not, that's considered okay, but it's not ideal. The short answer is yes, we're trying to figure out how you can imply a singular versus a few versus many versus very many, because in some languages like Czech, for example, you'll get 1, 2, 3, 5, 10, 20s, 40s, 100s. It gets very, very complicated. So yeah, short answer, we're trying to think about that.
Thank you.
But it's a good question, David. Means there's no third. If there's more than two, then it's does he only? Yeah, it's true. That's very true. And that's more of an issue when you've got a sentence. So when you're trying to translate with a message. But yeah, it's fair. And that's a very tricky challenge in any piece of software, to be completely honest. But it's definitely something we're thinking of.
But even for my question, it's not even in a sentence. Like if you're displaying time and it's second, like it would be the same word. But if you're just displaying that you are second, like in the UI, it's still the same word in English. So that's why I think we would need kind of a context key instead of just being the word as the key.
Yes. So there is a code field on the message table for exactly that reason. So you could have the same key with different codes. It was originally intended for different BUs if they wanted to say something similar source-wise, but in a different context. You could leverage the code. It's an additional identifier. If you check the developer portal, there's a i18n.get message. We'll get into that later for that kind of scenario. But if you're trying to display time, there might be better ways to do it rather than a scripted message. So we'll get to that as well, but that's a very good question.
Okay, because my question is mostly around the out-of-the-box UI that currently display wrong context words.
Yeah, and I suspect that's probably around HR. If it is, I think I'm aware of it.
Okay.
Okay, so why is this important, right? Why do we care? Let's look at some coding examples. Can anyone online and anyone in the room tell me what's wrong with this? First question I ask is it translatable? I see lots of blank faces. And that's okay. If you don't know, you don't know. No, no. This is what we call a hard-coded string. It's hard-coded and not quote unquote externalized because it's not calling get message. So this is saying GS means server-side for glide system, dot add info message, which means it's going to be a blue message at the top of the form or the next page I go to, and it's going to say test message. And that is not translatable. We need to change that to this. gs.addInfo message in the parameter gs.get message, go and check that sysui message table for a record in my language. If there is a French-Canadian record with the key of test message, it will present it. That is what you call externalized. Okay, so when I was saying earlier, it's really easy to fall into this trap. It's really, really easy. We're trying very hard to get the linter to prompt the developer to have get message added. That's a long-term conversation. That's where I'd like it to be. So every time a developer is typing a script and maybe they've typed in add info message, error message, show field message, you know, whatever, it should prompt them, are you sure you want to carry on? Or they can just do tab and it automatically add it. That's what I would really like. But in reality, that's going to be a little ways away because there needs to be a lot of agreements for the different teams that own the linter because it's going to add a lot of info. But that's how you need to do it, okay? That's just one example. What about this, client side? Have an alert, this is my text, or gform, show field message on the description field, this is my text. It's not translatable. This is also hard-coded. The fix is alert, get message, this is my text, right? Or gform, show field, MSG, the description field, get message, this is my text. This is translatable, the left side is not. One other example. Let's say we have something in HTML. Maybe it's a UI page, maybe it's a portal widget, it doesn't really matter. We've got some sort of div tag of some kind, and this is my text. This is one of the worst and most difficult hard codings to find and to fix. It's hard because it is literally like trying to find a needle in a haystack. Quite literally, right? And it's very common because it's so easy. This is how we fix it. If it's a UI page, it's $brace, in English we say brace, and then the quote of this is my text, it will go and call get message, and it will go and check the message table for it. If it's a UI page server side, it will be $brace GS for GS server side dot get message and your key. And if it's a widget, like a portal widget, it needs to be $brace wrapped and then the key object, and then it will go and process it. And there are ways that you can test this. Valerie, don't worry about this. I've got slides, you can have them. It's fine, yeah. You're feverishly writing away. Yeah.
The question I have on this is.
Sure. Hold on, I'm going to put Rodney on mic.
Anything within what we're seeing here that could help a coder like just run a script against it to validate that they are not putting those extra parameters in? Like, are they?
Yes, there are. Yes, I like your thinking, sir. We have tools for that. There's an amazing tool called the Instant Scan, and we have definitions that you can run. You can scan your update sets. You can scan your entire instance. I ran it on a customer instance the other week. It found 1 million infractions. It took 3 days to run. That's how many infractions it found. So yes. The link for that is actually the blog post at the bottom of this green box. If you go there or go to community, want to find a hard-coded string, check this. There's a zip file in there with some instant scan definitions. Go and scan your code. Make me happy, fix them. That's less problems I have to deal with. But anyway, the point is this UI message table works like this. So you have your key column. In this case, we've got test message because that's the first one that we were calling, right? I've got a record in English and I've got a record in French, and I'll explain why in a second. And then you have your message. Your message is the translation, okay? So the API is a very simple API. It's saying, if I'm calling get message in these particular manners, go and look up the key, test message. It's case insensitive, by the way. So it's not going to care about the capital T. And it's going to say in my session language, so imagine I'm in French Canadian, or in this case it's French, and I'm executing whatever that code is to show me that message, find me this record, present me that text. That's how it works, okay? Now, out of the box, we typically don't provide English records in that table for database efficiency reasons. When you are making your stuff, please add your English ones, because think of it like this. Remember I said big picture, architect versus developer? It's very easy to just say, oh, it's fine. What if you have to go back a year later? What if you have to go back sometime in the future and a requirement is we need to change what it says? If you don't add that English record, you have to change the code. If you do add the English record, you just have to change this one record. Because otherwise you're going to have to find which script it came from. You're going to have to go and do a search and say, oh, was it that business rule? Was it that flow step? Was it something else? If you just had the one record in that table, go in there, find it. Oh, this is not a test message. Done. Super simple. A lot less stress, much quicker to value, shall we say. And there are many script APIs that honor this. This isn't all of them. This is just some of them. So the blue ones are client side, the yellow ones are server side. Just to give you an example for those who can't read it, alert client side, confirm client side, add info messages both client and server side, add error messages client and server side, warning message client and server side. There's even a get escaped one. I actually learned that a little while ago, tucked away in there. Okay, I'll have a look at that comment in a second. And there's even set label of. Please don't use set label of. It's very painful. What you're actually doing with that method is changing a field label, which is not good. It's very, very hard to debug that, right? So imagine, I saw one the other day where a customer had used set label of to change the description field label under a certain scenario, and it was a bad translation, right? They wanted to change it. We couldn't find it because it wasn't on the sys documentation table, which we're going to go through in a minute. So we were trying to figure out how was this happening, and it was only happening under a certain scenario is because the translation in that record was wrong. It's very painful. So I really would recommend you don't use set label of. Instead, just actually have the field label as you need it, when you need it. All right. So can anyone tell me what's wrong with this? And as French speakers, which is a huge clue, you should see this. And if anyone is brave with code, have at it. Nope. Nope. That's actually okay. You'll see why later. All right. Okay.
There is no then. There is an if clause without then.
Nope. I'll give you a clue. Translate the money in French. Valerie, say that out loud so everyone can hear.
Argent.
L'argent, right? Ah, we're getting somewhere. What's flanking the key? Anyone want to say out loud?
Single quote.
Single quote, right? Do you know what we call this? We're gonna have a bit of a laugh.
Apostrophe?
We
Apostrophe?
call this, almost, we call this the apostrophe catastrophe. Apostrophe catastrophe. And the reason being is when it executes this, it will break your script because it's going to see the L and that's it. Yeah, we've seen that so many times. We had a defect raised about 6 months ago with a particular workspace, one that Rodney and I were talking about a little while ago for our customers we're going to see tomorrow. And their workspace completely broke in French. We couldn't figure out what it was. As soon as they went into this particular menu, it turned out the translation had a single quote and the wrapping was single quotes. So my tip to you guys, double quote every time. Won't happen. Every time, without fail. Don't get in the habit of single quotes because you've got to think of the translation. D apostrophe, L apostrophe, etc. It will see it up to that sentence string and then it will stop. Yeah, it will break. You'll need to use an escaped message API call for that, for exactly that reason. Yes, and that's a very, very good question. So the question was, if you've got a quote in your string, what do you do? That's where you'd use the escape message. So yes, there's a documentation that you can use for that. It's the wrapping. It's specifically the wrapping. Yeah. You're not wrong. So the question is, should get message do that by default? You're not wrong, but it's old. And the problem is if we were to change the API, we could impact customers from say 10, 15 years ago. So from our perspective, we never want to touch an older API. So we have to append it or work around it. So there is another one, as I say, called get escape message. The other thing you could do is you could escape the characters with a line break, and then that should be fine. So, but it's a very good question. Yeah. Yes. No, they honor that. Yeah, we've got some for that. Sure, sure, yeah. And that comes down to what I said earlier about simplifying your strings. Do you really need to have that quote? Right? There's so many factors that you've got to think about. And that's why I was saying earlier, that bigger picture, right? That's down to the architect. The architect needs to be thinking about things like that. What's the implications? Is there a simpler way that I can do this? But yeah, very good question. So here's another one. What is wrong? Bear me 2 seconds. Is it showing the right one? It is showing the same one. Yeah. So, yeah. Oh, actually, no. It's not showing the same one. There's a difference here. I'm highlighting it so you can see. You might have to come up to the screen. You might have to pixel peep. Can anyone see the difference? Okay, yeah. Everyone on chat, can you see what's going on here?
Yep.
This is also part of the apostrophe catastrophe. This happens when text is copied from one app to another app. So I copied this on purpose from Visual Studio Code to here. And I copied it from the script editor on our instance to Visual Studio Code to here. And what happened was it converted some of those apostrophes or single quotes. This will break your script. Happens a lot. And it's completely like no one's fault. It just happens. If you are using something like Visual Studio Code, this would highlight an error. I deleted the error so you can't see it. But you would actually see a block around one of them to show you that it's not a consistent. As long as they're the same, it doesn't matter. But it's when they're different that it's a problem, okay? So again, you need to really think about it. As I say, it comes more often than not from copying, like a copy and paste kind of scenario. Where the instance probably wouldn't tell you that it's an error because the tiny MCE interface isn't that advanced in that sense. But if you were to actually run the code, you would find it would error for sure. And it would just catch the script at that point. Correct. Yeah. The key is only going to be the money, right? That's never going to have anything to do with the quotes. So yeah. No, it wouldn't. Yeah, it wouldn't. But it's unlikely you would have that scenario. But yeah, and it also wouldn't be translatable. So, okay. So the platform is built in English. Okay, it is therefore better and easier to develop whatever it is that you're going to do in English and then add what you need from a language perspective afterwards. And I'm going to show you another scenario to bear in mind as well. This is a real screenshot you're going to see from a defect that had logged to us, but it wasn't on our side. It was introduced by a customer, but it's a very good example. Now, this is going to be small, so I'm going to have to zoom up. Hopefully this is going to work. So bear with me 2 seconds. So this is a widget on a portal, and that is hard-coded, okay? Completely hard-coded. There's no wrapping. It's just text in between a div. That's not translatable. The system will never know that that could be translated. It just will present what it sees. And then if we go across, there's 2 problems here. On top of the fact that it is hard-coded and it's not a particularly well manageable piece of JavaScript. I know it's super efficient, but it's not easy for a newcomer to come along and look at how to support that, right? It'd be better to have it differently, but that's a different discussion. What we've actually got here is what we call a concatenated string. For those who don't know, a concatenated string is when you're making a sentence out of multiple objects, usually signified by the plus symbol. So we're saying hello, space, plus something, followed by an exclamation mark. This would not translate well in German, in Chinese, in Korean, or Japanese, right, as an example. And then we're adding the word world separately. So the sentence is completely broken up in multiple different areas. That breaks so many good ideas. I lose my trail of thought just thinking about it, right? Imagine what a translator is going to see. They're going to see 3 or 4 different things that mean nothing in context. This goes to some of the issues that we've had from customers in region, right? Because that's how it's been done. Not cool. You want to keep it one sentence structure wherever you can, okay? So what do we do? If I just zoom out for a second. This is better, but still not fixed. So they're calling an object called message. And then you are calling get message, sure, but you still got a concatenated string because you've got the exclamation mark. So yeah, that would technically be translatable, but then you're adding a punctuation. Now, the reason that's bad is because some languages do not use punctuation at all. Thai doesn't, Vietnamese doesn't, Japanese doesn't. It means nothing. And that was a real example. So what I'm trying to say here is, like we were talking and suggesting earlier, there has to be a governance layer. It doesn't matter if it's one area of the platform with one BU, IT versus HR versus something else. That doesn't matter, right? It is a platform at the business level. This needs to have a governance layer at that business level to make sure things are done consistently, to make sure the same words are translated consistently across the platform. If you try and translate, Valerie knows this and Jack knows this, if you try and translate HR case into Polish through one of the MT providers, it will come back suitcase because it doesn't know an equivalent word in context. So that wouldn't be particularly good if one area of the platform team had translated it with ticket and then another said, I will just MT it and it comes back suitcase and you go, I want to raise a suitcase. That would be pretty bad, right? Not cool. So we need to think about that. So coding standards, super important. Super important. Here's another example. What's wrong with this? I'll give top marks to anyone who can tell me exactly what would happen. Hold on, I'm going to bring the mic to you.
Check if the word yes is there and then it returns true if it's there, but if it's in French or if it's in another language, that won't work.
Elaborate.
I'm not sure exactly what that code does, but just the get display value looks for it has to be yes. If it's not yes, it won't display true.
Okay.
So meaning that if it's not in English, it won't work.
You should be a developer. So you're not wrong. The problem here is the get display value, right? In French, that will always be wrong. That will always be false every single time. This is another one of those really common traps that people get themselves into. So you do not want to look for get display value in an if argument. So if you're, pardon the pun, this is a limitation in English, if you have an if, see what I did there? You never want to use get display value because that is not going to work in another language. It's not that it's untranslatable because it's not in the UI, it's the fact that it is non-functional, right? Remember we said bigger picture. This is what the architect is supposed to be looking after. This is what the architect is supposed to be thinking about, not the developer. The developer follows the instructions of the architect. The architect says, actually, I need you to do it like this. So we're going to go through those coding standards. So the challenge here is actually, we shouldn't be using get value. And then it's the server side value, right? Because it could be a choice, it could be something else, it could be a record in a table, it doesn't matter. And it's the difference between the server value and the display value, okay? Talking of choices, this is one of the other translation tables. So we've done sysui message. Now we're onto syschoice. The same place that you make your English choices holds your translated choices. The choice might be the status, right? Work in progress, closed incomplete, sure. Could be a custom field, doesn't really matter. These are actually tracked in an update set in a slightly different way than you might think. All the choices are actually children to what we call a choice list, right? So every time you contribute one, it's actually going to add it to the choice list associated to that field on that given table, and it's that's tracked in the update set in a parent-child relationship. Very often overlooked. The assumption is often that it's just the choices that are logged in the update set, but no, the choice list is there. So then the challenge becomes, you need to make sure that if you have 5 choices in English in a particular sequence, you need to have 5 choices in French, you need to have 5 choices in Japanese, you need to have 5 choices in another language. Up until recently, the behavior was it would only show in the language that the choices values existed in. So if you had 10 in English and 5 in French, it would only show you the 5. Now it will show you all of them So if you've only translated 5 into French, the other 5 would be the English ones. And that's something we introduced, I think it was in the Vancouver release, because we had so much feedback, right? There was a lot of questions of, well, we don't want to translate it because the word is the same. Fair enough. So that's why we changed that. Does that make sense to people? Cool. Okay, so another table. Sys documentation. This holds your field labels. Same place you make your English field labels, same place you add your translated field labels. Can't really say much more than that. It's tracked in an update set, as you can see down the bottom. It's a field label. It has its own category, sure. It has its target name, so that's telling you the table and the field that it's for, and it has a name, right? So we're saying sys documentation, incident table, field, language, EN. That's all how it is out of the box, is tracked. So every time you add a field label, do it in an update set. If you need to change it, make the change in an update set, and then we can track it, okay? And this is where we get to some of the tricky ones. Sys translated, oh, this table. So this is defined by a field type. It's called a translated field. I'll show you that information in a minute. It's not everywhere, but it's in some places. And the idea here is, whilst it can't hold the English translations unless the system default language has been changed. So if you changed for your customer the system default language to French Canadian, then the English values would sit in here, okay? So if I wanted to translate a catalog item and it had a TRF prefix, we'll get into that in a second, then I'd need to put the English in this table, okay? So bear that in mind. So the way that it works, and that was tracked in an update set as well, the way that it works is if you have a field of this type, so this is saying the question, that's a variable, for those who don't know, on a catalog item or record producer, and its field type is translated field, then that straight away tells me the translations for that are going to reside in sys translated. Simple as that. That's all I need to know. Okay, fair enough. So here's an example variable called optional label. It's on, we want a catalog item called developer laptop Mac. We'll translate that in a demo in a bit. And this is where the translations are, right? So we have, again, one per language. Czech, German, Spanish, Finnish, French, Canadian. And that's only French Canadian there because in my instance, the default language is English. If you set it to French Canadian as a default, it'd be the other way around. Pretty simple, okay? And you can see the translations on the right. So we're defining it by the table that the field is on, the translated label we want, the field, so element is field, so we can see it's question text, the language, the English value, and the translation. There's no word correlation here. That's actually more for you guys, just so you can track it, but that's how it works. No, the performance is exactly the same. Yeah, because the tables are indexed. So for those in chat, the question was, would it mean that default language is always faster? No, they're always indexed, so that's not a problem. And then sys translated text. Oh, I love this table. It's so complicated. This one works in a similar way, but it has an additional field called document, which is a document key, right? The difference here is it holds the sys ID of your source record. So let's say we have a translated text field for the name on a catalog item or the short description on a catalog item. It would have the translated records in that table would have to have the sys ID of the catalog item, because otherwise you'd be translating the same thing for every single catalog item. That wouldn't be granular enough. So we'd need to have the sys ID as well. Apart from that, it works the same way. It's tracked in an update set, as you can see, but the difference is they're tracked in the source records XML payload. And you think, well, what does that mean? Well, if you go to a catalog item today on a translated instance, and if you have that catalog item translated multiple times, when you go below the SE cat item record entry in the XML, look below. You'll see sys translated text in bundles for every language that you got it translated in. That's how translated text works. That feature specifically is what we call the serializer. So if I go to how the field define works, see this attribute here? Serializer equals blah, 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 translated text XML serializer. That correlates through that document field, the translations to the source record. Okay, if that serializer isn't there, the functionality of the field doesn't work properly. And I've seen it a lot recently where some custom versions of the field have been added, but somehow the serializer has not been attributed. there is a business rule that's supposed to automatically add it for net new fields. So just be mindful of that. If you find that it's not working properly, you need to add that. You can quickly change the field type from translated text to string back to translated text, and then it'll add it. Something to bear in mind. So let's say we've got our catalog items, this top one up here, and we want to translate the name of it, right? The translations work in that table by saying document. So these values where you see catalog item, developer, laptop, Mac, that's a document field type that will hold the sys of the record from SC cat item. Then you'll have your field name. Fair enough, we want to translate the name. We have our languages. It also won't have English because they're your catalog items, not ours. The table name, in this case, we're instantiating is the SC cat item because that's where the name comes from, okay? And then we have our translations. Simple enough. So that means for one catalog item, just the one, we're touching at least all of these are the translation tables. There are only 5 translation tables, right? Parking the language table aside, there's only 5. For the UI, it's just 5. And we've just gone through them. So the title is in sys translated, the name is in sys translated text, and so on and so forth, right? And a lot of times you're probably thinking, oh, I've got to build a transform map, I've got to build a spreadsheet, I've got to find all the text, I've got to do some exports. You don't need to. And we'll cover the tools that you can use. We're nearly at the end of this first part, so don't worry, it'll be coffee break soon enough. All right, so sys UI message for scripted messages, sys choice for drop-down choices, sys documentation for field labels, sys translated for translated fields, and sys translated text for translated text and translated HTML. You can screenshot that, that's fine. We've got it on our blog post. It's not a problem. Go for it. I wish there was.
In one workspace, the remediation task.
Yeah.
It was translated in dash blend view, but it's not actually a translation. There was no translation, so it just picks one translation that is not, rather than putting just the English.
That's a good question. I'd need some more context though on the where. We can talk about that later if you want, but that's a good question. So the question was around, is there any hierarchy to how this works? And at a very high level, no, there isn't. We don't want to look at it from a word basis. We don't want to look at it from a strictly speaking string basis because of the context issues we talked about earlier. But the idea here at the moment is it's just data, right? So as long as it's called correctly, you're probably noticing that we don't translate string fields, right? So if you've built something, or if the customer has built something and you need that something to be translatable, if it's using a string field today, you need to change it to translated text. It won't break anything, it's just allowing it to be translatable. So that could have been a side effect of that. It could be that with it being a new type of translated text field, it would have a different document source key from where the English was originally from. But we can talk about that in more detail if you want. Sure.
Is there a reason why sometimes the choice lists are not translated?
Yeah, it could. That's a good question. So before the COVID emergency apps came out, all of the translations were included in the language pack. So we would basically unpack all the plugins and the store apps that we were translating at that time. Now, the language pack is everything in the core platform plus the plugins, but not the store apps. We separate the store apps into their own store apps. So it could be down to the installation sequence. So the question was, are there why some choices not translated? They actually are translated, but if the app was installed before the language pack was installed, it wouldn't know to unpack the translations. Yes, install the language pack first. We'll go, there's actually a slide on that, but it's a good question. Yeah, always install the language pack first. Yeah. And you can just repair the store app and it would unpack those translations for you. Very good question. So this is one of those moments where I need to change something you guys might know. This is not for the debugger. The debugger is not for this. The debugger is for letting you know if it's translatable. Remember we talked about hard-coded strings? right? There's a massive misconception out there that says, oh, I'll just turn the debugger on and I'll build a bunch of spreadsheets. No, that is not the way to do it. All you're looking for with the debugger is a prefix. If you see a prefix in capitalized letters, it means that you know that it is a targeted translation. So remember that test message we talked about earlier? If it's not externalized, you'll see nothing, blank. If you see blank, it's bad, you can't translate it. So you need to go and find it. So if this is a widget title, we can go straight to the widget. Do we have the dollar brace? If we do, MSG is going to show. If we don't, we need to go and add it. And then you can translate it, okay? This IT is going to be an object. So that key is probably going to be dollar brace browse parameter. And that parameter will be fed from like a script that says object dot something or other, which goes and loops to the topic table, I'd imagine, right? I'm getting a bit nerdy, but that's probably how it is. Strictly speaking, is that a concatenated string? Yes. But is it going to be a problem? No, because it's within context. So fair enough. You should see a prefix for each of those 5 tables. I won't go into exceptional detail. The point here is to say there is a prefix for each of the same 5 tables we talked about earlier today. That's it. That's all you're looking for. So as part of your testing cycle, before you go off to translate stuff, do you see a prefix everywhere in the UI for everything that you've done? If you do, happy days. You can translate it, okay? Now, Rodney, how are we for time? Do you want to break now or do you want to break it? Yeah, okay, all right. So we'll pause it there then. I'm going to put pause on the timer. And
Testing.
all right, we are back. Oh, look at me. The camera's on me. Oh, my word. Oh, no. Do I look fat, people? No, it's all good. Hopefully it's my good side. All right, so we're going to get back. The room's nearly back, but we're just going to allow people to come back gently as well. Sorry, I'm just keeping an eye on chat and everything, so apologies. Right. Before we get into anything, because I had some interesting questions about upgrades and stuff. Is there anybody on the chat got questions that they want me to quickly cover before we get back into things? And again, don't be shy. You can just direct message them to me if you don't want others to see them. No judgment. All right. Okay. So just before the break, I was saying the debugger is not supposed to be used for building out spreadsheets, right? We don't want it to do that. We don't want it to be used for saying, this is where the source of my text comes from. That was never its intention. The intention is for it to be used to say, is my text externalized? Meaning, is it translatable? That's what we want to look for. So just a quick recap, on the right-hand side, we've got the different colors. So we've got MSG, that means it's going to the SysUI message table. Happy, that works, right? I know that if I add an entry in SysUI message by any means, as long as it meets the formatting conditions of that table and the call is correct for the key, it will behave. Good. CHC means it's for the sys choice table. As long as we do the right type of choice record in that table, then it should work. GMLD means it is a field label, so it's going to sys documentation. TRF means it's for translated field. TRT means it's translated text, so that would obviously go to sys translated text, okay? The tricky bit, and the reason you can't use this to build out a source checker, is because for translated text, remember, we need the sys ID of the original record for that document field. There is nowhere in this debugger it will tell you that, right? So the point here is if you've built something, maybe a new widget on a portal, or maybe you've changed something out of the box for whatever reason, right? Good or bad, doesn't matter. Or maybe you've added a new custom app in the workspace or whatever, and it hasn't necessarily been externalized correctly. You can turn on this debugger. There are 2 ways to do it, and it will tell you if it's externalized. The first way to do it is a property, as mentioned at the bottom, right? You can go to System Localization, the Application Navigator, and there is a Properties page at the bottom. It's the 3rd or 4th property down, depending on how many plugins you got turned on. And it says Display Translatable Prefixes on Translatable Strings. If you do that, everybody logged in to the instance will see these prefixes, okay? Weigh that up, pros and cons. It could corrupt certain entries that you're putting into tables because it could add the prefix in the fields of themselves, something to bear in mind. But the other thing as well is there is a ability per user. to turn it on if they've got admin rights. So if you type in i18n in your application navigator, you'll see enable i18n debugger. And since the Washington release, it will take you to a page and it will ask you to confirm if you want to turn it on. You turn it on, it is for you, just you, okay? And then you might have to wait for the page to refresh a couple of times, depending on where you are. I'll explain another browser issue in a minute, but to see the prefixes everywhere, you might have to do a cache.do, you might have to do log out or log back in, it depends. And the reason for that, unfortunately, has nothing to do with us. It's to do with browsers. And this is another challenge we see a lot, where sometimes you've added translations. So I had a question earlier about why is Audit Workspace still showing in English, right? And I said to you I was going to answer that question, right? It could be that you've browsed to that area in the UI before the translation record existed whilst in that language. So the browser tries to be clever. This applies to all browsers. And it tries to be clever and say, I'm going to cache what I've seen. Okay, well, that's a problem. Because if I've now known for a fact I've added that translation and it's no longer serving it to me, what do? Well, you have to do a cache.do. So for those who don't know, there is a functionality in the navigator. You can type in chce cache.do. And what it does is it purges all of the browser caches for that particular set of users who have logged in to the instance, forcing them to re-pull all the UI back again. Okay, so it's actually the same process that happens. I'll cover the chat in a second. It's actually the same process that happens when you apply an update set. It's how the users can see a new field added to a form, right? So what we're saying here with translations, if they're not seeing a translation that you know for 100% fact shows for fictitious Bob, but it's not showing for fictitious Jane, I'm willing to bet it's a cache issue, okay? And they've probably viewed in French Canadian before the translation record existed and the browser's trying to be too clever. It's very annoying, but it does happen, okay? So I can't promise it's going to happen for your Audit Workspace issue, but it's worth trying. Yeah, cool, brilliant. I'm trying to keep it the same distance, but thank you, chat, I appreciate it. All right, so I would really like it if people try their best not to use spreadsheets. It sounds like a big ask, I know, but I promise you, with some of the stuff I'm going to show today, there are ways to do the majority of what you need without spreadsheets. But there are two exceptions that I can't yet cover: field labels and drop-down choices. When I can solve that problem, I will share with everybody, but right now they're the only two I can't do with some tools that I want to show you, okay? But you can translate everything else without a spreadsheet. You can translate VA, you can translate NLU, you can translate portals, catalog items, reports, dashboards, everything else. And for those who've seen any of my previous webinars, you might have an idea of what I'm going to talk about. But the point here is, one thing you never want to do, because it goes back to the problem of upgrades, do not import an update set of transformed data on dev and then rerun another Excel import on test and then rerun another spreadsheet import on prod. Whatever you do, if you do that, you will cause the ability to overwrite to happen during an upgrade. They won't be seen as customizations. If for whatever reason you have to use a spreadsheet, do it on dev, wrap it in an update set, bring the update set upstream, it'll be seen as a customization, okay? The reason it will not be seen as a customization more often than not is because on the transform map, it says do not run business rules. So therefore it will not be tagged in an update set on prod, and therefore it'll be overwritten in an upgrade. Does that make sense? Okay, chat, you okay with that? Give me a thumbs up or thumbs down.
All good.
Brilliant. Yes, it worked. Okay, so that's cool. So I diagnosed your problem and we did it. Fantastic. Okay, so we just fixed the audit workspace not showing in French just by doing a cache.do. Brilliant. So that proves the installation order, and that also proves the other thing as well. So happy days. My day is made. All right. Yes, for sure. It's actually on a slide, so we're okay. Now, the other thing is everyone's going to ask me, but we can just use dynamic translation to do a lot of stuff, right? Wrong. Dynamic translation has some very specific use cases. You can see an animation on the left. This is one of the use cases where we're translating the short description of something. So this specific scenario is when the full filler of any process, it doesn't matter, does not necessarily speak in the language for the task that they're fulfilling. So we're enabling them the ability to read and action whatever it is that they need to do. Now, does anybody actually know on its own what dynamic translation does? If you were to just install dynamic translation, what does it do? Sorry? Correct. Nothing. It does nothing. All it is doing is collecting source text under very specific scenarios. And if you have a spoke and a subscription to an MT provider, think Microsoft, think Google, think DeepL, whoever, it would send it to whoever you configure it to. That's all it does. It doesn't do anything else. It will not translate the UI. It will not magically translate knowledge articles. It will not do anything on the fly. You can configure it to do things, but it still has to send that source text to the MT provider. And there has to be a subscription to that MT provider. Okay, we're not a machine translation capability. We don't want to be, right? That's not in our remit. And that's what I was saying earlier about the language packs. Technically, they're just data, populating the same 5 tables that you guys would populate with French Canadian for your customers, right? How you do that, that's a different discussion, which we're going to cover later. But right now, the important thing to understand is if you want to use dynamic translation, it has specific scenarios and use cases. Could you use it to translate emails? Yes, I'll show you in a minute. Could you use it to translate a knowledge article? Yes, with some extra stuff. Sure, you could. Could you use it to translate the activity history of a case, for example, for the fulfiller? Yes, you can, right? There are scenarios for that. But on its own, it will not do anything. And if you install a language pack on its own, it will not do anything. It will never translate the customer's content because it's just the data that sits in those 5 tables. All we're doing is unpacking those UI translations. That also means that if you've added a custom field label, we would not translate that into French Canadian because it's not out of the box. The language packs is just what we have made translated into those languages. So let's take the incident table, or let's take a HR core case table. You add a new field as part of a project. We're not going to translate that because that's not out of the box, right? That's not our translation. That will be your translation to think about, okay? So what we're going to cover later is how we enable you to do that, right? And that's where all these different parts come into it. So it's really important to understand what you can and can't do with something like dynamic translation. Remember that bigger picture. Think of the different building blocks across the platform and how we can leverage them to solve certain scenarios and problems. Now, we've talked a lot about verbiage. There are other things we need to think about. Number and date formats. That's also part of localization. So prices, currencies, right? I'm GBP, British pounds. You guys are Canadian dollars. South of the border is US dollars, right? Got to think about that. And maybe number separators, right? For me in the UK, we use commas for our 1,000 separator and we use a decimal point for the decimal separator. But in parts of Europe, it might not be. It might be a space for the 1,000 separator. It might be a comma for the decimal. Fair enough. And there are preferences for this. What about date formats? I might be day, month, year, or month, day, year, or slashes instead of dashes. Sure, right? Really important. Do you know how many times I have to deal with day, month, year versus month, day, year? And people have business rules or workflow logic that doesn't take that into account, and then something happens at the wrong time. It'd be too funny to mention how many times, but that's okay. That's why we're here, and that's why I'm going to teach you guys where it's set and what you need to do. Before we go into the next bit, do any of you know how to set any of this? If you don't, it's okay. Like I said, no judgment. Fair enough. Silence is golden. I'll take that as no, but that's okay. So, yeah. No. So Rodney's asking, is it not associated to the language? Yeah, no, it's not. And that's the big thing. So I put some links on this slide. So when we distribute the slides, I highly recommend you look these up. The important thing here is we have coding APIs around number formatting, and we have coding APIs around date formatting. Some of them you might already know, glide date time and glide date time formats and get by format. I'm going to show you a problem that you guys need to bear in mind. Good old best practice. What is wrong with this? Oh, let me bring them up. It's hard coded. Say it in chat.
it is hard coded.
Okay, why is it hard coded?
Specify the date, the month, the year, and the date format. So you won't look up in a table to see if, what type of date format.
Love it. Love it. Thank you. Yes. Why specifically is it bad is because it's a return. The reason it's bad is, yes, it is a get by format in a hard-coded, correct terminology, by the way, for this particular format, yes, but it's bad because the return could be used to show that hard-coded format in UI. You can do your calculations in whatever format you want. That doesn't matter, right? But it's the return. So that could be shown as a message on a widget, or that could be shown somewhere. Bad. And the reason it's bad is because it could override whatever the user's preference is. So then, yeah, great for me, not so great for someone in the US, as an example. So yes, you're absolutely right. It is wrong. It is hard-coded. Goes back to what we said earlier, coding standards, governance, and that architectural principle. We need to look at the bigger picture, right? And we can actually look for things like that in the instant scan definitions that I talked about before. You can make your own, and you can actually edit it. So it will look for anything that says get by format with a specific format in it, okay? So in the Washington release, actually I should officially say Washington DC release, because there is a difference. We have added a user preference panel, right? It's very subtle, very subtle. Before, these three preferences that you see on the right-hand side, the date, time format, the time zones, and language, they used to be like in display, and they used to be, I think it was an accessibility or thing. It was before the accessibility, but it was in that section on the left. And they were all jumbled up, and they were all in a non-cohesive way. Look at what we've called it, language and region. So going to Rodney's question a few minutes ago, we have plans, Rodney, big plans, right? We want to bring in more stuff in the future. I can't give any clues away, but it might be to do with currencies, it might be to do with numbers, it might be to do with prefixed preferences, default values, maybe, maybe not. Maybe we did safe harbor this. But the idea is we've got a massive canvas that we can add some stuff, right? Yes, it's only taken us 15 years. Yes. But the idea here is you can see some stuff here, right? These are actually preferences that get stored on the sysuser preference table. They've always been there, always. Just hardly anybody uses them, which is painful. So the three that you've got here, date and time format, fair enough. So that applies to glide date time fields. Okay, if you go to a workspace and you see an empty one, you'll always see that there. Okay. Time zone, sure, in Europe, London. Okay. Language is English. Right? So if you're changing to French, Canadian today, you go to language and region, you go to language, and you change your session language. And as soon as you click the X, it will refresh the page and you're in that language. Okay. What if I said to you, there is stuff on the user table? So this is from my demo instance, which I'll show you guys later. And I've created a whole bunch of demo users in different languages. This is just so it's easier for me when I do impersonations. So you can see first name is demo, last name is the language. They got a name, fair enough. Look at this first one. Language, okay, fair enough. Demo Brazilian, Brazilian Portuguese, demo Chinese, Chinese, demo Chinese traditional Chinese, Czech, Danish, Dutch, Finnish. We don't do Danish. That's a self-localized language. That's why I've bracketed it in self-lock. You can add any language you want, right? There's no technical limitation. Just because we only do 24 languages in our language pack doesn't mean you can't add any others. For those who weren't at the Fed Forum last year, we live demoed a translation into Inuktitut. I might even, if you're really lucky, Rodney, might do that on Thursday again, but we'll see. Yeah. So the point here is you can translate the interface into any language you need to. That's why I was so keen on getting Arabic sorted, because that was a limitation for right to left in the portals that we had before. That's now almost resolved, about 95, 98% resolved. So if you have a customer say, hey, we need to add, think of language of whatever you want, Klingon, for example, technically speaking, you could. There is a way. As long as you know how to get the translations, you can. So this is the technical piece. So look, we've got language, sure. Guess what? We've got country code. It's not on the form by default, but I can assure you the field is there on the table. Does anybody know what country code does? Oh, let's put this on the mic in.
For the regional preferences, like the dates and the dollar sign and stuff like that, right?
Almost, almost. It will do your default currency and it will do your number separators. Close. So Brazil, it will do its currency, China, Czech Republic, etc. This is driven mainly from the Java layer behind the scenes. That's why we have to check that the language codes are valid, because it has to match the country codes. We've got another table called core country, for those who don't know, and it's got all the ISO codes in there for the countries, and it does some clever logic in the background, so you don't have to. Now, when I was going, that's a good question. You can add it to whichever one. Saudi, you can add it to Dubai, UAE, whatever you need. Qatar, it's fine. So the challenge here is there are scenarios where, specifically in Europe, if you're in, say, a country like Switzerland, and depending on which bordering nation you're against, they may have a different preference within the same country, right? And you get that a little bit here as well, depending on the provincial border, right? And that's okay. There's nothing wrong with that. So remember that panel that I said I couldn't talk too much about? That's what we're going to try and solve. But you didn't hear that from me. So that's country code. Sure. Yeah, absolutely you can. You'll find by default it's empty, or it might just say system, right? And that just means it's the system country. Fair enough. Then you've got date format. Okay, so if the user needs a particular preference, pick your format. DD / capital M / YY. This is an industry standard format type you can look up, and you can add ones if you need to. It's just an option list, no problem. Dots, dashes, dots, slashes, hyphens, the list goes on. More dots, 4 Ys, 2 Ys, it depends, Y, month, day, whatever preference you need. Sure. You can add to it, it's a choice. Yeah. And if you really wanted to, I have seen some customers have a business rule that has a lookup table that says if it's whatever country, apply this to the user and then apply other things as well. You could do that. That wouldn't strictly be a bad customization because you can turn off a business rule. So for example, on a project we did many years ago, I did something like that where we were pulling in user data from SAP, for example, and we knew what they needed to be. So we just created a lookup table and said, as we're entering new users on the user table and the employee table, if we either knew the country or the language, we could automatically set one or the other and then apply the preferences that way. So the user's first interaction with the platform was already preset as far as they were concerned. And we could just say, do you want to keep these? And that worked quite nicely. So that's okay. You could do that. I'd like to have that more automated, but sure. That's actually really hard. So the question was, could it look up the browser preferences? That's actually very, very difficult because browsers can hold things in a slightly different way, and they would typically hold it in the locale format. So my browser would show, it's on navigation.location.window or something to that effect, and it will say en-gb. Right? So unless you have a data point somewhere that says ENGB means something, you could do that. There are customers who have added an invisible widget on the portal, for example, to go and check for that. But then you'd have to start getting into running code on the user side, and that starts getting into gray territory of securities and things like that. But technically it is doable. You could have a widget that says, okay, read it, present it, and allow them to choose if they want to continue. So if you were to go to a public website and it says, we've detected XYZ, that's exactly how they do it. So it is doable, yeah. You just need to have a data model behind the scenes. So we've obviously got time format, right? And we've also got time zones. Now, here's the challenge. The time zone is only really for fields. So if you have a widget that shows text, let's say WSD, right? When you're booking a meeting room or something, the time zone shown will be honored by this. But if you've built your own one that does something similar, remember the bad practice with the return get by format? That's where it would be overwritten. So you have to bear that in mind. It would be better to call either the system property or to call the user preference with the API associated to call in that preference. I can't remember the name off the top of my head of the time zone preference. There is one. I think it's something like user.timezone or something like that. You can call the preference and then read it that way, and then it will be okay every time. So just something to bear in mind. So that's all well and good. And I did say there were scenarios for dynamic translation earlier. Let's see what's possible. And I said earlier that email notifications are very often forgotten about, right? It was until very recently that you would have to make duplicate email notifications per language. And you would have to have, I even wrote a blog post about it myself years ago, where you would have to have in the condition a check for the user's language, right? And that was painful because if you wanted to have 10 languages, that's a lot of email notifications. That's not cool. But in the Tokyo release, we introduced this. This is the ability to either have an email template as normal, you make it once, and then you can translate it for a feature we call the localization framework. We'll cover that into a lot more detail in a bit. But the point here is you could have that machine translated once, or you can manually translate it. That's entirely your choice. So it's reading the notification, the body, and the template, right? So you can see how it looks. There's one challenge with this approach, and that's if you're pulling in data from the record, it won't translate that because in the actual notification template, it doesn't know what that content is. So if you're doing $brace and you're saying short description, that'll always be in the language it's written in, right? So that comes down to that bigger picture. If it was me, I would have certain emails that go to users very lightweight in terms of text and say, thank you, maybe it's a case created, right? Thank you for creating your case. Here's your number, click here to see more, take them to the portal. Keeps it really nice and lean, less to manage, less to maintain, less to work with, more scalable. So if you need it in 20 languages, that's really easy, right? The other option is you can actually enable dynamic translation on the notification itself when you've got the plugin installed. And if you have that spoke and a subscription to an MT provider, it will translate everything. So the way that it works is the email is rendered in English, sent to the MT provider. When that comes back, it then gets sent as that translation, as an intercepted message to the user. Both of these methods are per user. And we wanted that because there are real world scenarios where you might have a group of say 10 people and they might in that group have different languages, right? You might have 2 people one language, 3 people another, and so on and so forth. So this will evaluate every single intended recipient of that notification and send as appropriate if it has a translated template in their language or if the dynamic translation is turned on for that language, right? Fair enough. But there are cons to this approach as well. You have zero control over the quality of the content, right? Context is everything. So that's why we have a message up here. You can't read it, it's very blurry, but at the top it says, note, this email is dynamically translated into your language. There's a bit of irony. That's a string property, which is untranslatable. So, so it will be translatable soon, but you can change the content of it. That's just a default message, right? So it's just something to bear in mind. Here's another scenario. So we had a question from a New Zealand customer a few years ago, and they said, we've got some fulfillers that are receiving requests, and it's in a language they don't understand. We're using variables. So they are having these requests coming in where the questions are being asked, what can we do? So my team prototyped a client script, calling a script include for a glide Ajax for those who are nerdy, like myself. And we can translate through dynamic translation, the values and the variables. This is not out of the box, but it's to show you, you can do stuff. If you want the code, we've got a blog post. It's mentioned at the bottom of the post on this slide. It's 2 scripts, but the point is, could you do it? Yes, you absolutely can, right? We get asked this all the time. I've got an idea on the idea portal. If you've come across it, upvote it, please. It'll make me very happy. I want it out of the box. But right now, it's not a big priority. This method would not work in a workspace currently. I'm still trying to figure out how to do that. But for the scenarios where you're using forms, sure, right? So what we're doing here is we're adding an icon label above the variable title. We're grabbing the text, we're sending it to the MT. When we receive it, we're populating it. And it just does it. It loops through all of the variable types that have text, okay? This particular design would run every single time you view this form. So from an efficiency standpoint, it's not great. Now, the question then is, we know we can do dynamic translation for short description field, et cetera, activity stream. And in this case, we can even do it on variables. Why don't we store it, right? Everyone asks me that all the time. We don't want to store it for 2 reasons. One, it wouldn't scale. If you've got scenarios with multiple languages, that's a lot of text to store somewhere, right? That adds up. And then the other problem is performance, right? So if you have, and this is true, there are customers out there who operate in over 100 languages for like a CSM scenario. If you've got one case that's been open for 6 months, how do you store that in 10 languages whilst also being performant? Which is a huge challenge when you think about it. Is it doable? Yes, it's doable. Is it advisable? Depends. It's questionable from a DB perspective. Is it good from a process standpoint? It might be. But the point I want to give you guys is if you needed to, could you store this if you had a requirement? The answer is yes, right? This is just to prove that we can call dynamic translation whenever we want. It's just an API. So if you had a scenario like I did many years ago, where when the agent in HR needed to see the text, for their GDPR implication, they wanted to store the text to show what the agent had done and based on the interpretation that they had in that moment. So we built a UI action at that time and it stored it. This is the translation received, and we stored that in the work notes. It's very easy, right? You can do that. But we're not going to force funnel everybody into the same way of working, right? Because every customer is different. Going back to that bigger picture architect scenario, could you do it? Yes. You have to weigh up what's right for your needs. You have to weigh up what's right for the requirements. You have to weigh up what's right for the customer. Okay. So then we've got other scenarios that we need to think about. So we have AI search. Okay. Does anybody know what's so special about AI search and why it doesn't support every single language? If you don't, it's fine. Behind the scenes, it's actually part of this office. Behind the scenes, we have very specific linguistic models that run for AI search, okay? And you can see that English is obviously the base language, sure. Then we have French, French Canada, Quebecois, Japanese, German, and Spanish. And then we have traditional and simplified Chinese and some other languages. And what we're trying to do is understand the intent of those questions that are asked in search. It's a very complicated science. You think localization is complicated. This is beyond, right? This is actual linguistical science. And different languages have different types of delimiters, if you will, called tokenization, when you understand where one word starts and one word ends. Some languages like Japanese don't use punctuation. They don't even use spaces, right? And they have up to 4 alphabets. So they use it interchangeably, right? It gets very complicated. So this is one of the reasons why AI search doesn't support every language we offer, because there aren't the models behind the scenes yet. And then the LLM concept came out and everyone's like, oh, wow, LLMs, could it be used? Might be, right? We're looking into it. It might be used. So then we have to think, well, how do we use those models, right? And that's part of NLU, natural language understanding. That's when we're talking to VA and saying, I need help with my laptop, right? So we're connecting multiple features together in this mindset. So I'm in VA, I say, what is spam? NLU tries to understand what that question is. And then based on the answer of that question, it might trigger AI search to go and find, is there a catalog item that answers that? Or is there a knowledge article that answers that, right? And then we might have an LLM scenario that summarizes something, okay? 3 different things. So here, the NLU is supported in multiple languages, and it has different functionalities based on the maturity of that behind the scenes magic. It might understand synonyms, it might understand homonyms, it might have a very specific vocabulary, fair enough. But if you've ever wondered why not every language is fully supported, this is why. It's a very complicated science. And it does mean that it's so complicated that not everything can do it. So we had a question of why can't we just add Danish to it? You can't, unfortunately. So there's a different scenario that we can think about. Let's say we had a customer where they needed a language that isn't supported by AI search out of the box, and it isn't supported in NLU out of the box. What can we do? Still leveraging dynamic translation, if you go to conversational interfaces, you can configure a DT per language, okay? So this is a screenshot from my instance, and I've enabled it on some and I've not enabled it on others. You might think, well, why would I want to do that? Well, you could have a scenario a bit like this. So let's say French has fully localized conversation and a fully localized NLU model. So I might have all the topics translated. I might have all the utterances mapped to those topics in VA. Sure, fair enough. And we might even have a fallback of French for Swiss French customers in that scenario, right? You could do it for French Canadian as well. If you haven't translated everything into French Canadian, you might want to fall back on out of the box French. Sure, you could do that if you needed to. German, we've got a scenario that worked. Spanish, we've got a scenario that worked. But hold on, look at Polish. We've got dynamically translated and supported on the platform. So that means that the UI can be translated, the VA topics can be translated, that works. AI search has light support for Polish, if at all, and NLU doesn't have support. So we need to use dynamic translation to translate back into English as the bridge, which means it's going to be imperfect. We have to accept that, right? Context is a big issue in translation. And look at Czech. Everything has to be dynamically translated and manually enabled. The UI, easy, right? We do a Czech pack, we do a Polish pack, but the topics, no. The utterances, no. So we'd have to translate that into English to then go and do its thing. But it can work. It's never going to be perfect. I said earlier, it's a bit like the Borg in Star Trek, right? Chasing perfection. We have to accept there's going to be compromises somewhere. And unfortunately, that's just the nature of the beast. That's nothing to do with the platform. That's just how languages work. There's always a cost and a compromise we have to accept somewhere. Everything will be imperfect. You might do everything as best as you think it can possibly be. You might think you've got 100% coverage, and then there'll be something else that comes back and it'll say, what if we change that word? And it's like Michelangelo, right? You're always trying to make it better and better and better, and it just will never happen. There's always going to be something.
The reason why is
in this case, it's because we don't have a model in that language. Sure. Yeah, it's not so much the AI piece. That's slightly different. It's more to do with there's no linguistical model for it. And I'll be brutally honest, now that LLMs have got so advanced, we're actually wondering if we even need to. So watch this space. So here's another scenario. This is more to do with CSM, and I'm using Japanese again just because it's easier to show on a Zoom. We have the ability, using that same conversational interface setting, where if somebody goes to VA and they start typing in text in a language that's not in the topic, you can use the language detection spoke to say, well, hold on a minute. Do you really want to continue that conversation in that language without them having to change their session language? So if I was to say yes, it would refresh the chat, start it again, and put it into English, even though my preference language is still Japanese, right? Which is extremely powerful. Beginning. No, it will start again from the beginning. Yeah, that's a good question. It wouldn't retranslate what's happened. So the idea is it's the very first interaction. Yeah. No. So correct. Yeah, that's correct. But this is really good for CSM, right? HR, not so much, because you're probably going to know the language of the person. Internal use cases, it's there, it's doable, but it's less of a need, right? But for CSM, if you're doing it, I think this could be quite powerful. And it's been there for years. It's just nobody's used it. So, got some more? This came out Tokyo release. So on that language table, we talked about language, and I said to you there were some fields that I didn't include in that screenshot on purpose. Name of the language, Mexican Spanish. We said ID, right? Locale or language ID, right? We support full locales as of the Tokyo release. Text direction has always been there. And display label, that's new, right? This is what's used to make the label for the choices, because it goes and updates what's in sys user preferred language. There's a business rule that runs and it will create you a default choice. So you can actually select it for a knowledge article, for example, because that's how it's driven. And then the fallback, what's fallback, right? I haven't covered that. What could that be? So the idea here is in the scenario, you're adding a locale of a language, in this case, Mexican Spanish. Maybe you don't want to translate everything into Mexican Spanish, right? You could argue that for French Canadian, but as we already give you a language pack for that, it doesn't really apply here. Maybe we only want to focus on the very specific scenarios that we want to add that locale variance, right? So to give you an idea, the entire platform, all of the core platform, the plugins, the store apps, we're now well over 6 million words per language, right? It's huge. Now imagine that times 24, that's a lot, right? That's why we do what we do, because it's so big and so important. So if I was to say I'm a customer and I want to add Mexican Spanish, I don't want to go and translate all of HR specifically where, say, 80% thereabouts is the same as normal Spanish. Right? What's the point? So this fallback feature says, if I don't have a translation in the UI for that language, if I have a Spanish one, show me that before showing English.
It's like an intermediary, if you will. The behavior beforehand was always to show English or the system default, because you never want to leave blank space in the UI. Super bad. And there's always going to be something that we can show, so we'll show it. But this is very specifically as if you've got a bridge point, use that. You could, yeah, you could, but there'll be a business rule that blocks you from updating the French-Canadian record. So I didn't tell you to deactivate that momentarily. That's up to you. And then you can reactivate it. But that the idea is the language pack records in this table are protected for various reasons. I personally would do that. I would. Yeah. I'm not saying I recommend it. I'm just saying I would do it.
But what did you say? I don't think I understand. You block what you said?
There's a business rule that runs only on the language records for our language packs that stop you from editing the values on it because they're part of the language packs themselves. So the idea is we don't want you turning on or off the language before you've installed the language pack.
I'm sorry, just what's the name of this capability?
It's called the fallback language. Yeah.
Do we have a way to know where is the difference between two languages like French and English?
They're exactly the same. Out of the box, the coverage is the same. Every language pack we offer, everything that ServiceNow makes is translated. So in this scenario for French Canadian, it would be no benefit. No.
So that would be, words that you would like to create a self-localized.
You could. Yeah. Yeah. So it's mainly for things like variants of French within Europe, so Swiss French, etc., or French Guianan French, which is obviously not Europe, or German, right? Austrian German, Hungarian German, Italian German, Swiss German, etc. That's where you would use this. So then you could say the fallback is German. So you just change the translation. Then just change the translation. Yeah, you can do that. You're well within your rights to change any of the translations that we provided, right? Don't ever think you can't. You can. No one's going to tell you off. No one's going to go, oh my God, that's terrible. No. You can change any of the translations we provide. The question is whether it's suitable. The question is whether it works, from that perspective. But this is when you're adding another language. And if it's a variant, then you can save a lot of effort by, if we've got a pack for it already, then you can have a fallback for it. No, it's empty by default. Yeah, it's empty by default. All right, so did you know that we have a language selector for portals? I know you've seen this, Valerie, because I showed it to you before. Back in the Tokyo release for CSM, we added a new language switcher. We had one, but it was words, right? And it was a widget that was quite large. You'd have to put it on the landing zone on the page, right? A bit awkward, a bit clumsy. The reason this is good is because from a user experience perspective, they don't have to click the avatar arrow, scroll down to profile, and then go all the way down the bottom to change their language. Oh, got a question from David about fallback. Go for it, David.
Yeah, does fallback of fallback work? So for example, I don't know. Yeah, is it like working if Spanish would have a fallback of another language before English?
Yeah.
Would it work?
Absolutely. Yeah,
Okay.
it would. Yeah, it's a good question. Yeah, you could chain it as much as you want. I wouldn't recommend it, but you could.
Perfect.
Yeah, no, that's a good question. So this widget here, it's not outside of CSM today. I'm trying to petition for it to be in the base platform because my scenario is I think it's far more powerful in the ESC portal. So if you're pulling in users from Workday or SAP, and if the customer wants to be as light touch as possible, it makes a lot more sense to allow a language switcher really prominent on that portal, right? To do it today, I have a blog post about it. If anybody's curious, ask me, I'll give you the link to it. It's 2 lines of code, and it's the property, the sysid of the portal for the ESC record. Okay, it's very easy to implement, but it technically would be a customization to the mega menu widget in the theme. Not a big bad customization, just something to bear in mind. But what this will do is it will leverage there's a country and region table that we also introduced at the same time. So what I've done here is I've grouped languages into regions. So Asia Pacific, we've got Thai, Japanese, and variants of Chinese and Korean. Then we've got Europe, we've got Bulgarian, Danish, Deutsch, I should say, French, Italiano, etc. And North American, we've got English and French, Canada, right? You can do whatever you want, right? Whatever works for you. If you don't fill that country to region table, it will just list the languages. Okay, so it will show you the display name and the code next to it, and then the user can just click it. And the idea is, from their perspective, it sets their user preference. Okay, and we're trying to make it as easy for them as possible. Some customers like to drive users to do that. Some customers would like to preset it. So like we we're talking earlier about the user table, right? If you've got enough data points, you could, in the transform map, when you're pulling in users, infer their default language by populating that field. Maybe no country, maybe no from some other tool. Fair enough. Nothing wrong with that. But for the scenario where you want to allow users to change their language, I'd very much prefer this personally. So well worth it. Sure. Yeah. Yeah. So the question is, can we take the language from the browser? One day. One day. Is it possible? Technically today, yes. You would have, so like I said earlier, the browser would hold it as a locale code. If you created a lookup table to say this locale correlates to this language record, and then you did some logic to change the user preference that way, could you do that? Yes, you could. You absolutely could. But you might find that it's problematic. Like, I actually need to check. I haven't checked if my laptop has changed to ENCA since I've been in Canada, right? It asked me earlier when I connected to our corporate network, you're in a different time zone. And I said no, because it gives us the Outlook and Active Directory tries to be very, very clever. I selected no. So my time zone's wrong right now, which is fine. But I need to double check whether it applies to my user preferences as well, because there is an element of that. The other problem as well is if people are using VPNs, that can cause another issue because it can change the endpoint. So it gets very, very complicated. And that also fits within the localization side of things because it's a very complicated industry-wide, forget ServiceNow for a second, industry-wide challenge. And that's why a lot of assumptions are made. Some people think, oh, but you can look at the IP address. You can't rely on IP addresses. Because if I'm going on a VPN, it's the point of presence where the end of that VPN is connected to. So that's unreliable. I can't necessarily look up the location on my laptop because it doesn't have GPS access. And even if I did, that would be illegal in a lot of places. So we can't rely on that. And the locale on the laptop itself, the language and the country that it thinks it's in is only when it's enrolled. Or what if I've had a corporate laptop sent to me from the US, brought over to the UK? Does that mean that it's an English laptop or an American laptop? So there's a big challenge that one day. Sure. Let me bring the mic over.
Another field in the user preference.
Yeah.
One, two. Okay. So they have they add a new field in the user preference that says, has it been manually set by the user once?
Yeah.
So if it has been set once by the user, you don't bother the user. Let's say you change country.
Sure.
It has set it to English. Let's keep it to English. But if he hasn't set it manually itself, if I'm an English speaking person and I move into France and it detects that the language of that region is French, it will tell me, okay, you're set in English by default. Your browser is English, but your region says that it should be in French. Would you like to change it? And then just have a pop-up, and then I set it to yes or no, and then it set it manually, and then it never bothers me anymore. So that's typically what I do with Shopify. That's my experience.
Yeah.
That's exactly what they do, and it's really easy to. It looks like it's easy to implement, but yeah,
that's a really good question. Chat, did you hear that question? Just make sure the microphone's working. Just put a thumbs up or something. You did. Okay, perfect. Okay, so that happens a lot in the HR space with expats. Imagine I'm having a secondment in Japan for 6 months, right? I'm ENGB today, and I essentially need to become ENJA, right? Or JP, actually, technically speaking. And that's where you get into the locales side of things, which is actually one of the topics we're going to get to for knowledge bases. And Could you go about your scenario without causing too much customization pain? Sure, right? A business rule is fine. As long as it's not an out-of-box one, you can always turn it off if we bring out that functionality. A Boolean field on a table, fair enough, right? That's not going to break anything because it's a net new field. You're not going to change anything. So I don't see any issue with that. Detecting whether something's changed, you could do that in many different ways. So typically for an expat scenario, that could come from Workday or SAP SuccessFactors. They've got a new employee number, potentially, depends how the company's implemented their HRM. Or it could be another attribute that you know is going to change, and then you could trigger that to say, we've detected such and such, right? Fair enough, 100%. I've done the same thing myself. I don't see any issue with that at all. The question then becomes, has the company got content and services suitable for that locale? So if I go to Tokyo, I can't read or speak Japanese. So I have to have Japan-specific services and content written in English, which means I need an entry in the Sys language table that says ENJA or JP. And then I need to have everything that was written in Japanese translated into English, right? And that starts adding a complete opposite effect. So then we start going into the multitudes. That's why I said there are customers out there that have over 100 languages, right? Because that's the scenarios that they have to think about. So that's where the maturity curve of localization really comes into it. And that's why I need to show you later on this afternoon some of the tools that you can do to simplify that. Because if you have the right processes, you can do that. 100% yes. I would love it if there was a solution out of the box that catered for your scenario, right? Because I've been there and I know exactly the pain that you're trying to solve. But doing it your way is fine. There's nothing wrong with that. Even if we did bring it out of the box, because you've got new fields, our stuff would still be there. You could deactivate your business rule and it wouldn't break, or you could potentially turn off whatever we come out with in the future. I can't promise you that we have anything in the pipeline today because we don't. Maybe it does come in a few years. I don't know, but your way, it's fine. It's absolutely fine. As long as you're not touching something that's out of the box, then that, as far as customizations go, that's okay. So very good question. I love that one. You're more of an architect than you think. Okay. So the other thing we also brought out was, and this is why it's in CSM, how many times have you guys, if you've ever done a CSM implementation, been asked, the user needs to be able to change their language, right? And everyone's first guess is, oh, we'll just change guest. No, please don't change guest. If you change guest, that affects every not logged in user all the time, right? There are so many posts on community that talk about changing guest. They're wrong. They always have been. They are wrong. If I change guest and then you come along, which causes a change in guest to a different language, my next page refresh will be in their language. How many times have you seen that? I see some nodding heads. It's bad. So we've basically created this. So the same widget, when applied to the CSM portal, can also, you can see login on the top right, this user is not logged in and they can change their language. Providing the language pack is installed or the UI translations are installed, it will allow a non-logged in user to change their language. Then that gets written to a cookie on their machine in their browser. Okay, so that if they do in CSM go and create an account, it will use that as the first preferred language, providing it exists. Okay, doesn't matter if it's an out-of-the-box language or not, it's irrelevant. It will use that, providing it exists. And providing they go back in the same browser as well. If they don't go in the same browser, then it won't know because the cookie doesn't exist. So something to bear in mind. That's turn on and offable by a property. You can do that. There's documentation about it. But this is super, super cool. Another thing is languages by URL. How many of you know about this? So in the Tokyo release, you can put a prefix of the language in the URL to a non-logged in user, leveraging the same functionality that we built in that widget. So if I say I need to share the URL in French Canadian to you and knowing that you've never logged in, sure, I could put FQ on the end. So CSM portal page and lang equals the language code. You will then hit that page, providing it exists and translated, you will hit that page and see it in the translated version. And you can do that when you're logged in as well, doesn't matter. Correct. Yeah, you don't even need to log out. Yeah, you just go to it, it'll do it. Did you also know that you can do the same thing for knowledge articles? Oh. So there's a syspalm query for knowledge articles where you can have the language prefixed in it. Right now, it's not dynamic. I'd love it to be, but there are good reasons why it can't be. One of them is to do with security. But you can say, if I've got the English article, I add a syspalm query to say, I want it to be the translated article, you can share that link. That will work. And there's a nice knowledge article about it on the docs page. It's really detailed. It's very, very good. Fair enough. So is any of that new to anybody? Put your hand up if it is, don't be ashamed, it's okay. Has anybody seen this before? Ooh, one hand up. Anybody in chat, is any of that new? Did you know about any of this? Oh, some said you did. Okay, fair play. Awesome. Good, good, good. Okay. So here's one of those obscure properties. This one is about currencies. Did you know that the Japanese yen visually does not break down into a decimal? Because the yen is so, shall we say, valued in a particular way, it's meaningless, right? 1 yen is not a thing. That's like the literal smallest amount that you can have. But there is a property that says glide currency price, use all fraction digits, right? This is wrong for someone in Japan when that's set to true. But there could be scenarios where you need to use it for an integration for like levels of accuracy. Fair enough. But you need to bear in mind who the users are going to be. Remember at the very beginning, we talked about personas, right? We need to think about all these things. Now, this might not be an issue here in Canada, but you might have a situation where your customer could be dealing with other countries, right? They might be dealing with people in different places of the world that we do need to think about. So this is how it should be when it's set to false. So for me, with British pounds or Canadian dollars, it would just be 2 decimal places, right? But here in Japanese yen, that's correct. There are no decimal places. Fair enough. And there are many properties that are like this. This is not an exhaustive list. This is just some, okay? There are ones for the format of a phone number. It's called an E164 format. Do you need it to be international or not? There are ones for default time and date formats. There's your default system language format. Do you need to have the login page show the language for the user? How many times have you guys had requirements from customers where when they log in on the mobile app, it always defaults to English? That's because you've probably got the language selector on the login page. When they're going through the SSO, it's defaulting to the first choice, which is English. Turn it off, and then it will keep the user's preferred language. Back in the day, we would have put the language selector on that login page all the time. But if they've got SSO, there's no need for it because you're not going to see that page, right? But something to bear in mind. Email formats for community, date and time formats for community. Do you need to have the content in the portal have language switching capabilities? The news content that came out a little while ago? There's tons. Like this list, if I added them all, it would be pages and pages long, right? Now, I'll be fair, Docs makes it a bit of a spaghetti to try and find all of these. That's outside of my control, unfortunately, because all of the product teams write their own, or they propose their own pages in Docs. But we are trying to amalgamate as much as we can into the system localization section on Docs per release. And then one day, all of this will be in one place. So that blog post that I talked about earlier, called the In-Platform Language Support Guide, we're going to be keeping that updated. It's on community. It is monstrous. But every release, as new stuff comes out, we're trying to add more. If there's stuff anybody wants me to add to that post, just ping me. You can email me. It's direct. It's absolutely fine. We'll add the notes in there if you need it. And it's a reference point for you guys. Okay. So by all means, I have no issue adding more and more and more. That portal selector, you can see it's the second property from the bottom. Well worth it. Okay. So some of the defaults are here. If you go to system localization in the application navigator, this properties page is super old, super old, but it's very important. And you can see, remember I said the debugger displays translation prefix on translatable strings, yes or no. That's one way of turning it on. But just bear in mind, it will be on for everybody who's logging in at that time. So bear that in mind. All right. So we have 23 non-English language packs. I said the platform's in 24. It is. English is a language, right? And the actual UI translation sit in 5 tables? Sure. You can add any number of languages you want? Sure. And we have to think it's more than just one language. To do this properly, we've got to think of currency, we've got to think of time formats, date formats, we've got to think of all sorts of other things, right? It's not just saying, I want Quebecois, I want more than that, right? I can't remember off the top of my head what your preferred date format is here, or your preferred time format is, but you have to think about that bigger aspect. What time is it? What time is it now? Because we could do a break now if you want.
5 to 12.
Oh, we could do now. Yeah, yeah.
You wanna do
It's a
that?
good
The
spot.
lunch is here.
Perfect. All right, let's do that. All right, so let's have a break. How long, Rodney?
What do you guys need for lunch? Half hour? Is that good? Half hour, isn't it?
Yeah.
Half an hour's time?
Okay. All right, we'll come back at 12:30. All right. And feel free to ask anything in chat. I will keep an eye on it as lunch. Yeah. Everybody get coffee, tanked up on caffeine. Do we have everybody back on Zoom land? You can just put your thumbs up. Recording is on. Awesome. All right, you'll have to forgive me. I need some caffeine and I might need a drink as we go through this. But the good news is we've gone through most of the theory. Woohoo! We can get to the fun stuff. All right. Oh, we still got people coming in. Ah, here's Valerie. The best bit for these guys. We're now going to cover the best bit. Okay, can you guys still see the screen on Zoomland? Is it showing the intro slide here? Cool, awesome. All right. We need to keep thinking big picture again. I've got more big picture to think. Big picture, that's the theme of the day, big picture. All right. Whenever we do an implementation in our world, ServiceNow's world, we need to break it down into something like this. This looks like a marketing slide, right? But it's not. It's actually pretty useful for us. So what we have in the bottom half stands for ITSM. That's one of our marketing icons, fair enough. But what I want to highlight is everything that we're going to do, because the platform is built up in building blocks, right? Think of it a bit like Lego building blocks. A field is a field, a form is a form, table is a table, widget is a widget, right? It doesn't really matter if it's for ITSM. It doesn't really matter if it's for HR. It doesn't really matter if it's CSM. It doesn't really matter if it's a custom app, right? They're still following the same principles. A field is a field, a widget is a widget, a table is a table, et cetera, et cetera. We need to think about, remember those personas? Depending on the persona, we need to think about content. Could be knowledge articles. Might not be, but it might be. We need to think potentially about fulfiller UIs, which could be a workspace, right? Doesn't really matter which workspace it is, but they're still going to be in a workspace and they are built in the same way. We need to think about potentially, is there a portal involved? So if it's for end users in the company, it could be the ESC portal, or if it's for CSM, it could be the CSM portal. It doesn't matter. Maybe we need to think about the mobile app, and maybe we must not forget about email notifications, like we talked about earlier, the different ways you could do that, right? So whenever we're thinking about this, whatever we're going to implement, doesn't matter if it's just for Quebecois, it doesn't matter if it's for Japanese, it doesn't matter if it's for 100 locales. We always need to think about the touch points for the end user for whatever scenario that we're covering. Nirvana is to cover everything that they interact with. That's Nirvana. And like I said earlier, it's a bit like the Borg. You're chasing perfection, right? They're always trying to assimilate that next species for perfection in their eyes. Well, we're always trying to translate or localize that next bit, right? And there are always a bit more that we need to think about. So, big picture, just because we can do something doesn't mean we should. We talked about hard-coded strings earlier. We talked about concatenated strings earlier. We talked about ideas behind how we do something, right? We had some very good conversations over lunch about how some scenarios got caught into getting stuck with customizations. Just because we can customize something, just because we can write some code, doesn't mean we should. For those who haven't been around as long as I have in this space, I remember back in the Dublin days when UI policies came out, or when script includes came out back in the Berlin days, right? Script includes didn't exist. The equivalent functionality we had back in those days was a global table business rule, believe it or not, the worst offender of them all. Because if you wrote a business rule on a global table, it executes on every single transaction. Super bad. Ouch, yeah, it was a big performance hit. That's why script includes exist. So you can then call that function wherever you need to. That's why Glide Ajax exists, because then you can call that function from a client side to the server to do some heavy logic and bring it back. But back then that didn't exist, believe it or not. Just because we can, should we? So just because we can write a client script to make some fields mandatory, should we, when we've got a UI policy? Now, I'm not going to tell you one way is right and one way is wrong, except for global business tables. You don't ever want to do a business rule on a global table. That's never. But for everything else, as that big picture concept, you need to weigh up, is this right for that big picture? If I'm going to come back to manage or maintain that thing 1 year from now, 5 years from now, is it going to be scalable? Is it going to be easy to update? Is it going to be easy to change and modify? Just because it's obvious today does not mean it's obvious tomorrow, right? That's the difference that we need to think about. There will always be a fine line, and it's up to you guys to figure out what works, okay? No one's going to turn around and say that's awful unless it genuinely is awful. But you have to find the balance and you have to weigh it up. So, like I said, the platform is built up of building blocks, like Lego bricks, but I'm going to change it. Yes, a 4x2 is that, and a 4x1 is that, and a red versus a blue, sure. Let's make it like Tetris. In your mind, the way that you think about it is when you're trying to complete that line in Tetris, and you don't want it to go all the way to the top of the screen. When you get it right, you completed the horizontal line, and it's managed, and it's maintained. Speed is okay, it's tolerable, it's acceptable. So like I said, a field is a field, a form is a form, right? On the left, here's an example, it's not exhaustive, it's just an example of some entries to a process. It might be in the core UI. Yeah, this slide is 1.5 years old, that's why it says UI 16. But if you think about it, let's say the agent is not using a workspace and they're on a form, or the fulfiller is on a form. They're going to raise that case or other task type record using a form, right? And that form will have fields, or they might be going through Connect Chat if they're an older customer, right? We don't use Connect Chat now, but it was. If they're in a workspace, they might be raising it through a catalog because they might be doing it on behalf of an end user, fair enough. They might be doing it through agent chat, fair enough. They might be doing it through virtual agent, fair enough. Or they might be looking at something like a KB on behalf of their end user. That's true in service operations workspace, that's true in HR agent workspace, that's true in CSM workspace, okay? And you can apply that to any others. It's the exact same principle. You've got the mobile app, well, you've got self-service. You might have agent chat, you might have a few other things. That's still true, they're still the same things. And you've got it for portals as well. That's still true, it's the same things, right? They might be shown in different areas of the UI, but that catalog item, it's still the same catalog item, right? It's just shown in different places. And these are examples on the right-hand side of those building blocks. A field is a field, a table is a table, a form is a form, a report is a report, a record producer is a record producer, an approval is an approval, a dashboard is a dashboard. The list goes on, right? There are thousands of these things. And the trick that we have to think as architects, that bigger picture, is where do we use the right one for the right scenario in the right way, okay? So just because we can add 100 workflows, should we? No. I've seen it too many times where a situation of requirements come in that says we need to have this service in English and then we need to go and re-implement that same service in another language. Wrong. You don't need a different workflow just because of the language. That is wrong. So let's play a scenario out. A process, a good, valid, viable business process. Apply it to any business unit area you want. Has to have a beginning, has to have a middle, has to have an end. If it doesn't meet those 3 criteria, it is not a functional process. It is not fit for purpose, as ITIL will tell you, okay? It doesn't serve anything. So what do we mean by a beginning? That process has to be started by certain scenarios. It could be through agent chat. Fair, that's a good start. It could be from an email, and we use an inbound email action to log it. Fair. It could be for a catalog item. Fair. It could be over the phone. Fair. They're examples of a good start to a process. All right. The middle could be fully automated. It could be fully manual. Doesn't matter. Could be one step. It could be 100. Doesn't matter. It could even have an approval, this diamond that you see here. And then there has to be an end, right? If this was an approval, it has to have a negative outcome. Sorry, Bob, you can't have that thing. Or it could be a positive. Yes, Bob, you can have that thing. And it could even have subsequent activities after that. That doesn't matter, but it has to go somewhere. It's very easy to get stuck on not completing all the branches to the process. And that causes process exceptions. Process exceptions are bad, okay? If any of you are BPCs, business process consultants, or business process analysts, I'm sure you understand what I'm saying. The point here is you have to make sure that your process has a closed loop. If it needs to restart somewhere, that's fair enough, right? But it has to have a beginning, a middle, and an end. Doesn't matter how complicated it is or how simple it is. Beginning, middle, end. And this is strictly important. Because if we have a beginning, a middle, and an end, we can make some assumptions, right? I'm going to massively simplify something here. But again, apply this to any business area you care about or that you're working in, or whatever's relevant for your need. Bob wants something. And at that point, he's going to need an email to say, thank you, Bob. You've logged this thing with us. We appreciate your custom, whatever's relevant, okay? And during that process, it could be, Bob, you've got an update. However you want to tell him that, that's up to you. Or maybe something has happened. Sure, fair enough. Later on, he might get a resolution email. Bob, your thing's been resolved, or it's on the way to resolution, or it's going to be dispatched, or whatever's relevant. And then those outcomes, the negative one is, sorry, Bob, we can't help you. Or the positive one is, Bob, we're really great to tell you X, Y, Z. Fair enough. At no point have I included the notifications to not Bob in this diagram. So going back to that bigger picture scenario and the use cases and the personas, you would likely have to have notifications that are separate to these to go to the assignment group and say, hey, assignment group, this new task has been assigned to you, right? Or approver, you need to approve this, right? Already we're starting to think, well, which ones do we need to translate? Well, that comes back to the personas, right? That comes back to those user journeys that we were thinking about. This then correlates to our scope. This is one of the biggest reasons people get into scope creep, because they're not documenting where and what needs to be tracked, right? So all of a sudden you're now told everything needs to be translated. To what? To what end? What's the content in those emails, right? Does it have to be a paragraph of text every single time? Can it be templated? Can it be rationalized into a really simple thing? So one of the things I like to do is keep these emails to Bob really simple. Bob, your case has been logged. Here's your number. Click here for more information. That's it. Keep it simple. Right? I would always challenge the customer and say, do you really need to have more than that? Because you're going to drive his behavior to go to the portal, which is the intention you're trying to do anyway, right? And then every time he gets an update, you can just repeat it and say, Bob, your case has been updated. To check the latest information, click here, drive him to the portal. And then the onus is on him, right? There are pros and cons, but if you think about it, the least amount of content in the email means it's easier to manage. It's easier to maintain, right? Because if they turn around and say, we need to change something, well, that could have knock-on effects. If you've got an email for every single COE in HR, that's a lot, right? That's going to be a big headache. But if you've got high-level content emails, it should be simpler. Same with these end emails at the end, right? So let's complicate things. Yuka in Japan also wants something. I can tell you right now, if this process is exactly the same, even if it goes to a different approver, there is no need to make another flow. None. Right? The logic in the process is the same. It's just who gets what. This is what you call a globalized process. It's not always possible, but it's nirvana. Right? A lot of companies, a lot of process owners, a lot of stakeholders will say, oh, but we need to have this specific nuance in our process. Fair enough. I'm not going to argue that. I'm not going to challenge that. But what I would say is, can you rationalize the core process as much as possible? And then you can have if logic as and where necessary. So what I would used to do is I create a lookup table and say, for this country, these are the step sequences, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, sure, and it does those activities. And then maybe in that country, it's 2, 4, 6, 7, and then it runs those activities, right? It's called a data-driven workflow. Much more simple. Then the actual process itself is super simple. It goes and looks at a table, checks what it needs to do, and then comes back, right? But the concept of notifications, well, that's really easy then, because it's the exact same ones Bob get, but we just need to translate them for Yuka, right? And if the assignments to the assignment team is in Japan, we just translate the same one that we give to the English team. Fair enough. In terms of development effort, we haven't changed anything here, right? We might have added a logic about who gets the approver. That could be Yuka's manager if it was a request for a laptop over $1,000. That's a demo workflow, by the way. And Bob's manager for Bob, right? Makes it a lot easier. So that's why we need to think of these bigger pictures. Because if we just implement whatever there is, that's not going to help us. We have to really think, what is that bigger picture? I know I keep drilling that point, but it does make more sense as you'll think more about it. So we're going to get on the subject of knowledge bases. Oh, I see some eyes. I'm going to let that sink in for a second. We'll have a sip of coffee. People are getting scared. This is one of the biggest topics I deal with. How many is too many? Right? Do I have more than one, or do I have one? It depends. So now there's people really thinking, what does that mean? Whenever you do global customers, ask yourself these three questions. Who's the audience? Is the content globally relevant? And does there need to be any specifics? Okay. This immediately rationalizes your scope. Because at this point, depending on the answers to these three questions, will determine the future of how many knowledge bases you need. Okay. Let's go through the first scenario. Scenario one. We have content for everybody. Could be all customers, all employees, end users, doesn't matter. It's available for everyone. Same for agents, same for fulfillers, but they operate in English. Fair enough. It's not, we can go into it and say the content is relevant for the entirety of that organization if we wanted to, or the entirety of the user base, doesn't matter the scenario, no matter of where they are. Okay. And because the content would technically be the same, doesn't matter where they are, there are no locale variation needs. Straight away, 1 KB is needed. Don't need any more. And we could do that in a couple of different ways. We could have just knowledge articles translated. So for those who don't know, translated articles work in a parent-child relationship. So you'd have your English as a source article, and then your translated articles are actually other articles in the KB, but they're related by the parent field, okay? And that's fair enough. They live their own life cycle, they'll have their own KB number, they'll run their own versions. Could you build logic to automate some of that? You could. I had a good conversation with a customer last week about every time they want their English KB article to change version, they want to unpublish the translated ones, rerun a translation task, which we'll get to later, and then re-relate them to the latest English source article. We don't do that out the box for good reason. We don't want to funnel every customer into one way of working, because these types of requirements are actually knowledge management governance requirements. They're not translation governance requirements. So it all depends on how the KM managers want to run this. The point that you guys need to know is, can you have translated articles? Yes. Can you automate that in a process? Yes. And I will show you how to do that later. If they want to get into the granularity of using content blocks, just know any and all content blocks related to that knowledge article today would all need to be translated before the knowledge article is translatable. So you just have to bear that in mind. Is that painful? I won't lie, sounds it, but it's something that you can do. Why would you use a content block? Maybe you need to have a different phone number or a different address or a different reference for something in a country. I would not put the majority of the content in a block. I would keep that in the article level, okay? Bigger picture. Pros and cons. If you have one knowledge base, it's fairly easy because it's 1 KB. But if you need to grow, it will not scale. Are you stuck in this way? No, you're not. You can always change it. The reason that this is painful is because you can't adapt to other locational needs. So for example, if I suddenly needed to restrict things, I have to put user criteria at the article level. That is going to add a lot of pressure on the publication process very, very quickly. But you're not stuck. Let's go into scenario 2. all customers and employees or end users need to consume all available content that is relevant, okay? Some content is relevant for the entirety of the organization's global entity, sure. Some content is only relevant to a given locale. That sounds suspiciously like Canada. There are layers of locality, regions, or countries and specific needs. That definitely sounds like Canada. No judging. This is actually based on one of my previous projects. So what we did, we categorized all the content and we created one global KB that everybody had access to because that content was suitable for everybody. So Christmas Day off policy goes in there. Fair enough. Then I'm not saying you have to do this. Think of it from the architectural perspective. This is an example. You don't have to do it like this. We needed, because of this particular customer and their industry, to have a regional KB. So we created a North American KB and we created a European KB and we created an APJ KB that had stuff that was only relevant to those regions, okay? It's not a copy of the global content. It is a unique KB that only contains stuff specifically relevant at the regional level. Again, I'm not saying you have to do this. This is just an example of how you can rationalize the KBs, okay? And then, because this particular customer needed to have union-specific scenarios, we created a Canadian with their union requirements KB that only had content relevant to that Canadian union, which meant if I was an English person, I would only have access to the global KB in this scenario. I would never know that the North American KB existed. I would never know that the Canadian KB existed. Why? Because the user criteria are at the KB level. So all the articles in it inherit the permissions from the KB level. From an architectural perspective, that's good because it's quicker for search, because you're shutting the door so it doesn't have to go and look in all the other places that are relevant. And it also means the publication process is super simple because if you put it in the right KB, it automatically inherits all the permissions for you, right? It scales so much better. Now, I'm not going out there and saying you need to create KBs per country. No. The point I am trying to say is where you have edge cases for content that has a very specific nuanced need at the business level, you challenge, should we put this into a new KB? That's what I'm proposing, okay? So if in the scenario you had content that only a particular user subset need to see and no one else sees, it doesn't matter. I'm just using location as an example, but it doesn't need to be location. It could be something else. It could be a department. It could be like legal or whatever. That doesn't matter. But if there is stuff that only they need to see, I would challenge they should probably have their own KB and put criteria against the KB, right? So then you can see we've got translated articles for each one of them. Parent-child relationship, that's okay. So then if I'm in North America, I'd have access to both these KBs, fair. But if I was in Canada, I'd have access to all three. Now, pros and cons. Pro, separate KBs based on location or whatever you can imagine as your need. It will mean that the criteria is automatically applied if you design it that way at the KB level. It will be easier to manage. You will need to have more people own the content, sure. You will need to have people actually be part of that, sure. But it will be easier in the long run to manage. The publication process will be significantly simpler. I had a situation with a very big tech company who had one KB and they were putting 100 criteria per article. And then they wondered why somebody was not supposed to be able to see a particular article was actually seeing an article. Now, to give you a bit of a techie question here, every time you run a search, and if you have a lot of criteria on your articles, every single article will be evaluated and every single criteria will be evaluated. So if you're running search and it's taking more than a few seconds, that's almost certainly why. Every single permission is being checked on every single article before it generates you the results. So if you're dealing at scale, you need to think about these things, pros and cons. So having many KBs can mean additional admin overhead because people need to be responsible and own it, right? That's always a challenge with customers. Hey, Mr. or Mrs. Customer, you need to own your process or you need to have the governance of your area. Does that mean I've got more work to do? Maybe, but you need to own it. And there needs to be defined levels in the governorship, okay? Because if that person was to leave tomorrow or if there was something that were to happen, who's going to take over, right? It's super important. So There are other options, right? You're not stuck in one. I've said that a couple of times. You don't have to go down one route from day one and not adapt. You can. It's entirely up to you. The point is the platform is extensible. So you could start down one path and then adapt into another. That's perfectly okay. Nothing wrong with that. But you'll find more often than not that the best approach is a happy hybrid, right? Maybe some things are in global because that's fine, and maybe some things have edge case KBs. You can see that with IT and HR quite a lot, right? IT might only have 1 KB, HR might have a few KBs, and it depends on the reasons, but you know that's fair and justified. There is also a third option. So let's say we have all customers and employees, end users need to consume stuff, sure. Let's say that some of it is globally relevant and some of it is only locale relevant. It could be a happy middle ground. And there are layers of some locality, but it's not everywhere. What could you do? Well, since Vancouver, we have had the ability, there's a new table that was introduced called AIS country to language. Okay, I don't know if any of you have heard of this, but the idea is you can restrict certain results based on the country and language permission, right? Bypassing the user criteria. They'd still need to have user criteria to allow them to see it. But if you had 1 KB, the idea here is you can configure an entry. So in this screenshot, I've got United Kingdom as the country, and I've got English, Japanese, and Italian. So if I was correlated in my country code or my user record to the UK, then I would be able to see results in English, Japanese, and Italian. This is not going to solve the situation of, in my example of the Canada Union people needing to have their own KB, right, with their own agreements and things like that that another union couldn't see. But if I had a scenario where I just needed to filter the translated articles based on the country that the person resides in, I could do it with this. Because there's a big challenge of I need to search for it and I always need to have as many languages come back as the results. Well, it's an all or nothing if you don't do this. If I search for something and if it makes a match in 20 languages, it will give me all the results in 20 languages, right? So it's like spaghetti trying to get around it. You could filter it with this if you wanted to. So why is this important? The end user, I can tell you right now, doesn't care about your taxonomy. They don't. That's for the knowledge managers, so they can run their fancy reports. So they can say, oh, we've got views on this, or this category is working for them. Sure. Your user just wants to see results, and they don't care where it comes from. They want to see if it works for them. They want to see if it is relevant for their needs. So going back to the beginning of designing that process, right? That bigger picture scenario here, we always need to look at the various geographies, right? Are their needs the same? Are their needs similar? Are their needs correlated? If they are, can we converge them in some way, right? Can we make that simpler to understand? Can we build that in a more harmonious style? If we're introducing code, is it externalized, right? That widget, oh, does it show MSG? I don't know, might do, might not do. And whatever we're building, are we applying it to everything? And whatever we're building, can it scale? We don't want to have to rebuild from scratch just because one requirement came in and it doesn't scale, right? That's painful and that's not good for you guys as partners and that's not good for us, right? And it's certainly not good for the customer. If we've just had an implementation that's taken 2 years and then one minor requirement suddenly throws half of that into whack and you've got to rebuild a whole thing because it wasn't thought about that bigger picture, that's not good. So if one thing was changed, could it actually make it easier? Should that scalable question come into mind? So I'm just going to show you something very, very quickly. Hopefully my screen is going to do what I need it to do. So this is that same portal, right? Before we go into the next section, but this is that same portal. I'm just going to refresh it. And for those who've seen my previous webinars, this is the same instance that I've been managing since the London release. This has been upgraded every single time, right? This is not fresh. I don't do that. I try and make it as relevant to the real world as possible. So this is ESC Pro running on Washington. You can see various things, sure. And if I go to Japanese, this is how I took that screenshot. Just get rid of this and get rid of that. it's there, right? If I go all translated, some of this has been translated from the language pack. Some of this has been me adding translations. News content is translated. Topics are translated. Knowledge articles are translated. Catalog items are translated, but you'll see that I'm showing pounds because my country code for my user is UK. That's why. It's nothing to do with the language, if we remember. I've got some apps translated. We've got the widgets translated. If I go to VA, that will be translated because I literally translated these and ran the jobs over on the plane. So we're just got to wait for the chat to start. This is going to take a moment. Might need to give it a kick. There we go. So that's translated, right? If I type in, that's because I did that on purpose. Yeah, yeah, yeah. So the question from Valerie was the title's still in English. Yeah, I did that on purpose. And going to a question we had earlier about previous messages, right? This is in English because what's presented to the user goes into the syscx topic table, right? And those values are actually in string format and they're stored like that as a history, a contiguous history. So whatever it's generated will be whatever it is for that user, okay? So that's why you can see some English in my previous, because I've done multiple demos this past week. But you can see when I took that screenshot, what is spam, there's that message, right? So if I was to do it now, what is spam? It asked me that question. Okay, so you're seeing real. I'm not cheating here. This is not a video. This is for reals. This is the same demo that I gave Valerie a year ago on the same instance. I've just added more. I've just added more. Okay, sure. Mm-hmm. Yep. Yeah, yeah, yeah. Oh, that's a good question. So this is not out of the box. This goes into one of my best practices. If you tell a customer and an end user that it is now in that language, right? No other expectation has been set. So the end user will go, oh, I expect it's all in my language, but hold on a minute, I just found some issues. Look at what we were talking about earlier with Audit Workspace, right? And at least this way, this is like, I wouldn't call it a get out of jail free card, but it's setting an expectation to the end users to say, look, we're on a journey. There's going to be things that we haven't quite got to yet, right? There will be scenarios where the translations are not delivered at the same as the English is brought in, right? That concept is called N or N-1. A lot of companies will release their translations one release behind when they actually have the functionality out. That's called N-1. We release all our stuff at N, meaning whenever the release is out is when the translations come out. And we've always tried to do that, and the store apps are that as well. It's one of the reasons why store apps are now quarterly rather than monthly, because we didn't have enough time to do the translations. So what I propose is add a portal announcement, translate it, that's fine. And it's also, I'm highlighting for my demos that I'm emptying translations, which means the context or the translation quality may not be perfect, so that they can say, oh, you know, that's okay, we understand, right? Setting expectations. So then I have a button which goes to a catalog item. It took us about 10 minutes to make this, to raise an incident. Take a screenshot, it's fine. It's a very, very simple catalog item, and it's allowing the end user to tell me, if I was the platform owner, something's not right, right? You do the same thing in knowledge management, flag an article, do the same thing with translations, right? How many giggles have we already had today about some translated words? A few. So you can add as many types of bad translations you want, very simple. This is just an example, right? You want to create a feedback loop. And you'll find in some countries and some locales and some industries, this is really important because they might have reasons to choose a different word. Fair enough. So what language is it for? Well, that's a pretty easy reference to the language table. Can you attach a screenshot? Well, we've got attachments are mandatory and they can tell you this is not translated or this was an accidental concatenated string. They're not going to know that, but you'd be able to tell it because maybe the first word is English and the second word is translated, right? Very common. So this way they can be part of the conversation and be part of the solution and therefore actively engaged in trying to help make it better, right? Because what you'll find is if you say that your language is now available, If it's not good enough to them, remember, we're aiming for usable. And I said it numerous times, it's like the Borg, you're chasing perfection. If it's not perfect unless told otherwise, they're not going to adopt it. But if they're told otherwise, that this is a journey and there's stuff that, you know, you're working towards and you're trying to make it better, they will be part of the conversation. They will help you. Right? I've seen it so many times. It's not infallible, but you'll find more often than not, you'll get a flurry of very useful things. Oh, this isn't quite right, or could we change this, or whatever. Fair enough. You know, that there's no issue with that. So I said to you that you can add as many languages as you want, right? This instance has a lot of languages. So if I go to view all, I'll zoom up. We have a lot. Some of them are more translated than others, but every time you see self-lock, that's a language we don't have a pack for, just to prove to you, you can do it, right? I'm hopefully going to be doing Inuktitut on Thursday, but I'm well aware that Microsoft's MT engine is not great with Inuktitut, but it's just to prove to you that it can be done. That goes back to the process of having human reviewers look at those translations. We'll talk about that in a minute. That's the next section. But the idea here is, look, Mexican Spanish, we could do that. Klingon, anybody want to see Klingon? Sure. Yeah, yeah. I haven't translated all this because that's for another demo next week. But yeah, you can do it. Literally the other way. So let's see if I can do English. There we go. You can see loading is back on the other side. It's very...
Can you set the language back for English and so
You could, but you wouldn't want to do that. Yeah, yeah. Yeah, that would break a lot of things. That would break a lot of things. Okay, so now we need to think about how do we get there, right? What tools, what capabilities, what options do we have in the platform to do that? We've talked about the theory. We've talked about the fact that it can be done. And you've just seen that it can be done, right? I didn't cheat any of that. That was all done only using admin level permissions and only using capabilities in the platform. I didn't run something magic behind the scenes. I didn't use a tool that you wouldn't have access to, okay? I've done it. Yeah, yeah, I've done it. Yeah. Yeah, yeah, yeah. If we get time, we'll do that. We'll get time. Unfortunately, I can't render the Klingon font because it's licensable. So it's Klingon Latin. But we're going to try and see if we can change that one day. Because I think that'd be quite amusing. And then have like the theme change to be like a bird of prey come out and all that kind of stuff. But I'm getting away with myself now. Yeah. Yeah, focus on the French language. Yeah, yeah. Okay, so this is where it gets into the more process-orientated parts. Okay, so like I said, we've talked about the theory, we've talked about how things work in the platform, we've talked about the considerations. Now we need to think, what's the method of doing it, right? So back in the Quebec release, we introduced something called the localization framework. Hands up if you've seen this slide before. Valerie doesn't count, Jacques doesn't count before he said anything. Okay, that makes my life a lot easier. All right, does anybody know, without cheating on docs, what the localization framework is or does? Has anybody heard of it before? Sorry? You've heard of it? How did you hear about it? Okay, okay, this is good. Yes. Okay. Yeah, no, Céline Dion is improving the language pack. Yeah. So for those who didn't hear that, we have an internal project to improve the French-Canadian translations out the box. We called it Project Céline Dion. So, so we like to have a bit of a laugh. But we love Celine Dion. We wish her the very best with her health challenges. So the localization framework, I want you to think of it like this. It is an engine. And its sole purpose is to bring structure to chaos. I said to you before, we didn't want to touch spreadsheets as much as we physically can possibly get away with it, right? We want to make this a process. I have a thing I want to request translations of. That's the request translations on the left. Maybe I need to make that into a task. And that task can be assigned to a project manager. It could be assigned to a translator. It could be assigned to whomever. We're going to do a full end-to-end of this in a minute. And we can choose how we want that thing to be translated. Okay, it might be translated by a human, sure. And we have a UI to allow that to happen. It might be machine translated by being sent to one of those dynamic translation spokes, right? If the customer has that integration, can't guarantee the quality of it though, that's a different conversation. Or if we're working with an agency, we might have a TMS integration, stands for Translation Management System. That's very mature on the localization world of things, right? That's basically a TMS is a middleware between a privately trained MT engine, which honors your glossaries and style guides and improves what's called a translated memory. Okay, so remember I said earlier about the Polish word for case in HR, it might come back as suitcase. Well, let's say our glossary says, we want it to be ticket. So the TMS would leverage the trained memory to say, every time we see it, we want that word to be used and it honors that, okay? In terms of the cost to benefit difference, machine translation for a cloud MT provider is every time it's used and consumed, there's a charge. Nothing we can do about it. That's outside of our control, okay? Because it's consuming an API. With a TMS, it's expensive up front. As you train it, there's a concept called fuzzy matching. And fuzzy matching is where you're trying to get to 100% matching for that sentence. The closer it is, the cheaper it is to translate the difference because you're closer to 100%. If you reach 100%, you've translated it before, there's actually no cost, right? From the MT perspective, there's no cost. But this is for the really big customers, right? We're talking those 100+ languages, that's how they get economies of scale, okay? So they buy a TMS, they have an MT engine, and then they train it all the time. And for those who don't know, all an MT is a prediction algorithm, okay? The more you feed into it, the more accurate the predictions are. And what you're saying is, I've seen this preceding word and that appending word or that extra word next so many times, and then it's making a predictive score. And depending on how many times that specific nuance has been found will depend how accurate the translation is, and that's where the context problem is. The shorter the sentence, the least amount of context there is. The biggest challenge will be how one words get changed and translated. I had a customer last week say to me that they mistranslated in Dutch the word on the back button. What do you think it translated to? No. Back is in back of the body, because there's one word in Dutch for that. So they had the translation come back as the word on the back. Fair enough, that's a challenge. I had a customer the other week use dynamic translation for emails, and they were sending it to, they were sending it into Chinese. And the greeting in English was, "Hi, Jade." The translation came back as "high precious stone." So these are all true stories. Now, the MT side of things, like I said before, has very specific use cases. That's why we don't want it to be for the UI, because it's too risky. We could, of course we could. Technically speaking, it can be done, but it's not necessarily the right thing to do. No. So the question was, can we use Gen AI rather than Cloud MT? You wouldn't want to, because the cost to do that is really expensive, right? The thing about LLMs is that they are regenerating the text every single time, every single word preceding. I went to an industry event the other week, and there's a big debate about where LLMs can fit in the translation process, right? You'll find a lot in the TMS world that they're adding LLMs for review. It's called post-edit reviews. So after the translation has been done by the MT, maybe they use an LLM to correct a grammatical error or some syntax or maybe a miscapitalization, that kind of thing. Sure, yep, I can see that happening. We don't need to worry about that, but the idea there is to say that if you have a really good private MT engine that's perfect between English and French Canadian, the cost on average per word, and I have to say average because everybody charges differently, and I'm not going to give you any specific numbers for other reasons, but In their scenario, they were saying it could be as little as 0.005 cents a word. If you add an LLM to the mix, it could go up to 12 cents a word, or even 24 cents a word. That's a huge increase, right? And when you're dealing with, say, I don't know, 10,000 knowledge articles, we're talking millions of dollars, right? That's a lot. So I think there's a time that it might improve, but right now, all the models are being trained. There is a, in the localization world, there is a big like race right now. And then you see things like OpenAI's Chat 4.0, right? It's not strictly as accurate as they made it out to be, but that's different. And it all comes down to the prompt, and it all comes down to the kind of content that you want to translate. We've done tests internally, and we are doing stuff right now. I can't go too much into that because that's super beyond safe harbor, but there are things that we've committed to, which is fair. And I literally during lunch was having email updates of where the testing is getting to, and there are use cases. So right now you can turn on dynamic translation today for task summarization and AI search summarization, right? So if you have the summaries in English, you can use DT to translate that summary from the knowledge article search on the portal. You could do that. But whether it's good enough, I don't know. And that's another question. So the models behind the scenes, they are getting really big, very, very fast. And I think that's going to be a differentiator in the future for a lot of other things, because there are many use cases. Like you could have it rewrite an email for you potentially. You know, I used that in Outlook yesterday as an experiment. It was quite fascinating, and it came out quite nicely in English. I don't know how good that would be in other languages, but I can certainly see, say, a couple of years from now, when the tech gets more powerful, you might not even need to write email templates. You might just say it needs to cover this, this, and this in this manner. Go and generate. Right? And it has to include this particular content. Yeah, I could see that. I could even see a scenario in the future where maybe we don't have knowledge bases. Maybe the model is the knowledge base and you're just training it on the questions. A bit like how we used to train NLU with topics and utterances. That, in my mind, is where I see it. But that's just me personally. That's not where we're going as a company. That's just me personally. That's where it's changing so fast. That's where I can see things going. It starts really changing like perspectives and stuff. Like, are we going to be having conversations with ourselves, or are we going to be having conversations with Jensen's AI avatars that he showed at Knowledge? There was a funny meme going around the tech world last year where an intern used ChatGPT to pad out a paragraph to then send to his boss. And then his boss wrote a prompt to summarize it back down into one paragraph. So yeah, we'll see how that goes. But the idea here is to say we want to create structure from chaos, right? Those 5 tables can be chaos. So when we go to request, we want it to tell us what is the source text. We don't care what table it's for. We just want to say, I've got this catalog item. What's the name of it? Does it have a short description? Does it have a description? Does it have variables and questions and choices? That's what I care about, right? That's the outcome bit that I want. And then I choose how I want it translated and where I want it translated. So I said earlier, it does have a limitation. Today, there is not an API for field labels. I'm pushing and pushing really hard to get that to work. I've written a prototype artifact to identify all the fields on a form based on the table and even factor in all the inherited fields, but we just need the API built. So that's on us. Everything else you should be able to do. You can do choices from catalog items, but you can't yet do choices from fields, right? So that's another caveat, but everything else. So what is this slide telling us? So we've got the process, sure. Out of the box, on the right-hand side, we have these things that we call artifacts. Artifacts are the proverbial thing that you want to translate. So remember I showed you the comparison of an email notification. On the left, it said static, right? That's this email artifact here. Okay, so if I've configured it, I could go to the email notification record and I could go request translations, pick a language, boom. It goes and works out how that email notification is structured, and it will present everything that I need. Okay. VA topics and NLU models. If you're an NLU model designer, there is actually the localization framework is built into it. If you're in virtual agent catalog or whatever it is, you can do it in there too. Service catalogs, you can do it in there too. KBs. In the Madrid release, we had a functionality called translation management, which I'm sure some of you have probably used. That was basically a precursor to this because it created a task and you could machine translate the article. And it was the same functionality that somebody in a workspace would use to translate their articles. But back in the Tokyo release, we integrated it into the framework so that we have all the translation activities in one place. It makes it a lot simpler. Surveys you can translate here. The content library, so the news content, that new portal content feature that's come out recently, you can translate those here. HTML document templates, which is really useful for HR. To-do contents as well, which is really useful. And then you've got this pinky colored prototypes. So my team wanted to go further because we like to push the boundaries. We created one for indoor maps. So if you're working in WSD or if you're working with mapping, you can translate the maps using an artifact we made. Nice and easy. Both PA dashboards, performance analytics, and the new PAR dashboards, you can translate those. We've got artifacts for those too. Guided tours, got to think about that for our user journeys. They need to be translated. If somebody's going to say, oh, we've got this new experience, you're going to have a guided tour. That really should be translated, otherwise they're not going to know where they're going. Portal announcements, where you saw me have the Japanese one translated. Survey assessments, they're on the same table, but they actually have different requirements because they go off in 2 different ways. So we can do surveys out of the box. We also did assessments and quizzes because they're actually on the A17 metric table. Workspaces, yes, you can translate an entire workspace, minus the fields, through an artifact. So for giggles, we tested it on the CSM workspace, fully loaded with dispatcher and everything, and FSM, and it came back 12,000 strings. Okay, but it worked. Took a while, but it worked. And portals. So one of the big ones that I was asked for a long time was to simplify how to translate the portal UI. So that was the very first artifact we made, was being able to translate the entire UI of a portal. We've got all of them on blog post. I'll give you all the links to it later. Have at it. If you want to tweak them, if you want to modify them, I don't mind. I'm not going to take any offense to it. They're prototypes. They're there for all you guys to use to make your lives easier. One day I'd love it to be out of the box, but I think the reality is short term at best. We'll probably have them on the innovation section of the store because they can be quite easily managed there. But if you've got other areas that you want us to try and prototype, just let me know. I'm always happy to push that boundary. And then obviously this is separate to how dynamic translation works, right? We talked earlier about DT, email notifications. You saw that. That was the one on the right. Agent chat, well, you've seen that many times. And fields, you saw the animation of clicking on the short description field and seeing the translation underneath. But we can use the same spokes if we need to, okay? But it doesn't mean that the quality is going to be good. So let's go through the artifact side of things. They have a very specific purpose. And the point behind them is to be reusable. You build it once. If your query is good, then you can use it for another thing. Okay, so that portal artifact is not strictly just for the one portal. It can be used on any portal. The catalog item of record producer artifact can be used on any record producer, any catalog item, because of the query that runs behind the scenes. So let's say it is a query and it identifies source text. But we need to have a UI action that allows us to request it. Right? We need the user to say, I want this thing to be translated. And then the artifact itself, well, that has to connect to a query, right? So that's what we do. And then we have the query. It's just a script include. If any of you are codey enough to know how to write a script include or a glide record query, that's all it is. You map out the table relationships, you work out where your records are, and then you pass it into the LF API. That's it. That's all you need to do. It sounds really easy when I say that, but honestly, it's not that bad. Apart from that, you need to define a setting that allows LF to know what you want to do with that request. So the bit where in the previous slide we said human translation or machine translation or TMS, that's a setting. Now you could go the Lord of the Rings route and just have one setting to rule them all. Sure, you could do that. Or you could say, I want a per language, per artifact. Fair enough, some customers do want to go that way. There could be a very valid reason why you want to have an extra approval for French Canadian translations, and maybe you don't need to have an extra approval for German translations. You can do that. You can be as granular as you want. We've done pre-canned workflows where you can have an approval before or after. You can have it auto-translate to the MT and then have an approval after it, or you can really live dangerously and have auto-translate, auto-publish if you really want to. The objective of the artifact and that flow is to populate the translation tables, right? If you do it on a subprod instance, it will make an update set per task, per language. right? So then you can just migrate those translations. If you do it on prod, fine, you do it on prod. But the idea here is when you see it, it will make it a lot simpler. Sure.
Where we're going.
Yep.
You don't want to answer questions. Be deflect. But like, let's say when I was at Knowledge.
Let me bring the
looking
mic
at
over.
some Stuff that we're doing at Knowledge, I noticed that they were able to do, code to text or voice to text, and then workflow from photo. Is that considered to be a task? Like, is that an object that we would put in? Can we do that? Or is it completely different processes that we're talking about?
That's a very good question. So a task has to be generated to hold the payload of the source text and the translations. One day, could it be possible that we could say, hey, go and make me an artifact to translate X, Y, and Z? Maybe. I think the challenge here, though, and you'll see later, I'm going to have to give you a bit of a spoiler. The artifact for the portal one is over 700 lines of code, which I don't think could easily be done yet. Could it be done from the photo side of things? Maybe, and I'll show you why, because we did map out everything. When we did the workspace one, when you read the blog post about it, my team and I mapped out workspaces from UI Builder on a whiteboard, and you'll see the diagram. We actually posted the picture of the diagram. So it is possible. I don't see a reason why a couple of years from now we couldn't do that, but right now, no. Yeah, but it's a very interesting question. Okay, so let's say, how did we do guided tours, right? We need to think about, with such a nice segue, we need to think about how would we do something like that? Well, the first thing we need to look at is the tables, right? How do you make a guided tour? Well, we know that it has two tables, a primary table and a secondary table. Don't worry about the text being too small. But the idea is we know that a guided tour essentially has a definition table. What is the name of that guided tour? And then there's the steps underneath it. So we only really have to worry about two tables here, okay? So fair enough. And we need to know what the relationship is between those two tables. And more importantly, any of the fields that we care about, are they string or are they translated text? Well, we're very lucky in the sense that we know already in this example that they're translated text. So first table we cared about was the sys embedded tour guide table. That's where guided tours are defined. So when you go and create a new guided tour, that's what the record sits in there, okay? Then the child table, which is your guide steps, are actually sys embedded tour step tables. Step 1, step 2, step 3, step 4, step 5, etc. That's all defined in that table. And it works in a parent-child relationship. Already, as an architect, I'm beginning to think about the glide record query that I would run to identify these, right? I could just go and query this table where our parent essentially, or guide field, is that record. Pretty easy. So we know where the UI action would need to be defined. It needs to be defined on this table so we can pass that sys ID. So the tour guide table would need to be where the UI action is. I don't want to get too technical because I know a lot of you here are not that technical, but bear with me. So we need to build that UI action, fine, that's easy enough. Somebody needs to be able to request it. We know that we need to have an artifact record that maps the request to the script include, fair enough. And we know we need to have the processor script, fair enough. As long as we meet those, we can do it. So the first one, the UI action, we chose to define it on the tour guide table, like I said. Sure, give it a name, request translations. And we can fill in some information in the script area. And as long as we follow the API information from docs, that's easy, right? It's there, we just give it what it needs to do. No problem. We need to make sure that we keep a track of the internal name because we're going to need that later. And we need to pass it the sys ID of the current record that we're on. So in this case, we're saying gform get unique value. That's just saying, give me the sys ID of the record I'm looking at when I click that button. That's the parameter we're going to need for our glide record query. And we can go into the localization framework in the application navigator. We can go into artifact configurations, and then we can create a record in here to map us, right? So we know the table name. Remember that internal name I talked about? That's the second one down here. And we've got the processor script. The wizard will take you through all of this when you're creating a new one. It will force you in a particular way to create what you need, okay? So don't worry too much about that bit. So this is where that internal name is really important because the UI action has to call this. That's why you need it in the UI action. So then the script, don't worry about reading the script. I'll break it down very simply. We need to define what it is, that's name. So we've given it a name of LF Tour Guide. We need to define the query, what it's doing. So that's just the glide record query, basically saying, go to the extended table, find where the reference guide field, a bit like a parent field, is the current record we're calling from. It's a very simple glide record query in the grand scheme of things. And then we can just say all the fields we care about, we can call the LF API. So there is actually a method available. A method is just a function within an API. And it says, go through that record, tour check, and we're going to group it into certain groups. Why is that important? Well, for us, it's going to break up the source text that we're going to see in a comparison UI. So if somebody wanted to do the translations in the tool, they might need context of where it is. So depending on the type of strings that we want, so in this case, we're creating a group of the step types, we're giving it the name, and we're going to group it into the buttons as well. That's important because if I was to look at where to do the translations, this is what it gives me. So we can see we have some default messages. Every single tour has a button called Begin Tour, first click. That all came from the script. Cancel tour came from the script. Normal click, next, last click, complete. So on the left, what you're seeing is the English source that the script went and found. On the right, you're seeing translations that already existed, right? Because I did this twice. When it's grayed out, it means that the record in the target table exists, and you're seeing what that translation is. And that's why there's a padlock on the far right-hand side. If you wanted to change that translation, so going to questions we had earlier about a term or a phrase that you wanted to change, you can click that padlock and it becomes editable. It will prompt you and say, are you sure you want to unlock this? And you say yes. That gray box will then become a white box and editable. So you can tweak it and change it as much as you want. It will not go and update the record until you have clicked Publish Translations. And then it will go and update the record in the translation table. And you can just see at the bottom the content for the 0 marker, right? And you can see the translations for it there. That's identified all those TRFs and all those TRTs, so you don't have to. The API will do that for you. Every time get message is called, it will identify that. You don't have to. This makes things so much easier. So using this capability, sure, go for it. Yep. Yep. Yeah, it does that for you. Yeah. Yeah, it's a good question. It creates the update set for you. Yeah, yeah. Yes, yes, per task, per language. So if you translated a catalog item in 10 languages, there's 10 tasks. There'll also be 10 update sets. Yeah. Makes it a lot easier. It's a good question. So that demo instance, we translated it into 30 languages back in, I want to say Vancouver was when was it Vancouver when we did it, Valerie? Before, it could be, yeah, it could be. 2 years ago, okay. We did a demo for a customer and they couldn't believe that we did it, but we did, and we were in that call. So that portal, the reason why you saw all those languages was for a demo we did a few years ago. And how long do you think it took us using that functionality with the prototype artifacts to translate it into 30 languages? We did all the catalog items at that time, all the KB articles at that time, all the VA topics at that time into 30 languages. So some are in the language packs, some are not. Oh, Rodney. Rodney's vote is 72 hours. Any more for any more? Come on, chat. Be brave. 1 day was Valerie's vote. Come on, chat, be brave. You can DM me directly if you want. Anything's good. Now, I'm not saying that the quality was any good, right? That's a different discussion. I won't be held liable for the quality side of it. All right, it was 3 days. 3 days. And do you know what the limiting factor was? It was the concurrent number of flows running. If flow was quicker, because of the integrations, we could have done it quicker. So the point is, you've seen it's possible. That's my big thing for you, right? You've seen that it's possible. It's doable. You can do this. So sure, Japanese. I kind of gave a spoiler earlier when I did a demo. You've now seen Arabic, right? So now you know this screenshot is not fake because you saw it for real, right? I didn't translate the announcement at the top on purpose. I like to leave a couple of things when I do demos so I can show the implication of a mixed language experience, because then it's a good talking point to customers to say, look, you're aiming for Nirvana, right? You want to translate the UI, and if it's not translated, that's an experience problem, okay? That's why this is really important. This announcement is really important. Yeah, yeah. If I got, well, yeah, in Japanese it was translated. Yeah. Yeah. 100% yes, absolutely. For example, when COVID happened, we had to have announcements on Hi, and they needed to be translated to say that the support team were going to be offline for a few hours when the offices were being closed. And that was the exact same thing. So we had to translate, that's why that artifact exists, so that we could translate it in Japanese, German, Spanish, Italian, etc. So yes, you can absolutely translate them. So let's go crazy. Let's crank it to 11 and let's see how we did the portal artifact. Now, I'm going to put my hand up and say it's not perfect, but it's pretty good, right? You've got to think of it as the 80-20 rule. Can I do the majority of what I want to do in the easiest possible way? And then I'll catch the edge cases afterwards, right? 80-20 rule. So architect time. A portal at least is made up of these kind of concepts. I won't go through all of them, but for those who are techie, you know, home pages, menus, pages, sure, and other stuff. Remembering we've got to think of the user experiences, we've got to think about the interaction points, that big picture, right? If we're doing the ESC portal, there could be stuff from other BUs, there could be stuff from IT, there could be stuff from legal, there could be stuff from WSD, sure. Then we need to rationalize how all those features sit. Where are they from? They could be in all of these tables, they could be in more tables, right? This is a bit of a spaghetti. This is like, I don't know what the relationships are. I actually spoke to the portal team and they weren't too sure either, but hey, never mind. We could go down a debugger route, but like I said, it's not really enough, right? This is going to be impossible to find quick links. Where it's a message, which script gives me quick links? Well, actually, there's a widget that says quick links at least twice. So, okay. What about password reset? It's a TRT. Is that a catalog item or is that something else? I don't know. This, what you're about to see, we did in 2 days because we had a demo to do for one of my webinars way back. And I was asked on the Monday, can we translate that portal into Japanese for a demo on Wednesday? Okay, give me a good challenge. I love it when people say something's impossible because I can tell you nothing is impossible in this platform. So what does a portal look like? We have a portal record, okay, on its lonesome, fair enough, the SP portal table. Does it have AI search? It might do. So we need to factor that in. And if it has AI search, it might have some filters, it might have some sort records, it might have some reader groups, it might have some facets, it might have many of them. We need to factor that in. Is it using shopping cart V1 or V2? I don't know, but we need to factor that in. And it might have widgets. Does it have a taxonomy? I don't know, but it might do. So we need to factor that in. Might have taxonomies. Within that taxonomy, might have topics. We might have connected content we need to look at, and they might be pages. So we need to factor that in. These are glide record queries, people, that we need to be building out. The theme applied to the portal might have a header with widgets, might have a footer with widgets. If it's the ESC footer, it might have a menu with widget instances and rectangle menus. Okay, doesn't mean it will, but we can certainly factor that into account. We might have a menu on the portal, and that menu might have instance menus, and within there we call them rectangle menus, but okay, fair enough. And then we've got the page route map. Oh, the page route map. Is it going to or from? Let's just be safe. Let's get everything. You never know. And then we've got the specified pages. So that's the landing page, the 404 page, anything defined on the portal record in those specific fields, right? Let's just grab all of them. And for every single page, we need to check if there's a widget and a widget instance. And within all of those, we need to check all the code for any get message calls or dollar brace calls. That's externalized code, right? That's the stuff we were talking about earlier this morning. This could do that, right? Maybe. I don't know. So we need to factor in all the widgets. I have no idea how many widgets are on there. I didn't build the thing. I'm being devil's advocate. But I need to know that I can translate it. So let's assume coding standards are up to scratch. Let's assume it's been built as we talked about earlier this morning. And let's make sure we get everything that we need. Okay. So here it is. Lots of coffee later. This was an internal hackathon that we did for that workshop. It, at the time, was over 700 lines. I think it's a little bit more than that now. But this is true. Honestly, this is a true story. And this is the query. So if you want to have a go at it, have a go at it. If you want to, the code is out, by the way, it's on our blog post. You can take it, you can do whatever you want. And this is how it looks. So I've recorded it just to be safe in case we had some internet access issues today. And it's also for Thursday as well. But I'm going to the portal record, clicking request translations, selecting Japanese. The task is generated. There's the task, English to Japanese. It says it's partially translated. That's fine. You could have this assigned to somebody. It doesn't matter. In this example, it's not. There's a section for approvers at the bottom of the form. And then I can go to what we call the comparison UI, where we can see all the English on the left and we can see the translations on the right. And the difference here is actually 7,300 strings that need to be translated just for the UI of that portal. So I'm sending it to Microsoft under the hope, crossing all my fingers, that the quality is good enough. Gives me the missing translations that we did not have. So now we're at 7317 on both. So that's good. And now I can hit publish. So now it's put in the translations into the translation tables. We've got to wait for the flow to say close complete, which it now does. Now I can go back to the portal, change my language to Japanese. And when it refreshes, the translations are done. That, honest to God, is how quick it took me from a technical perspective. So the rest is process. Now, if it comes to a project, how would you structure that? We'll talk about the governance stuff in a bit, but in terms of using the framework, this is how you can do it. You have the setup if you're going to use the framework, right? Do you have the languages created in the language table? Sure. Do you need to have assignment groups? Do you need to have settings? Are you going to route it through an MT provider? Are you going to route it through an agency? Are you going to route it to internal teams? That's up to you guys to decide. You just have to know that you got it there. And as I say, we're going to go for the governance stuff in a minute. If you were going to translate the full experience of the portal, you'll have the slides, don't worry. You'd have to run a task for all of the catalog items, right, that are in that particular portal per language. And you can do it in bulk. You can do it per multiple language. It doesn't matter, but you can do it. Like I said, it took us 3 days. KB articles, every article that are relevant, we have an artifact for that out of the box, okay? Email notifications, if you know where your email notifications to fictitious Bob and fictitious Yuka are, sure enough, you can do the same thing. You can request those translations. The portal you just saw, we also have a portal page level artifact prototype as well. So if there's an edge case where you've got a href link in one of your widgets that the artifact can't resolve to, you could run a page level artifact on that edge case page, okay? And then there are others. So if you're using VA, you can translate all the VA topics, you can translate the NLU models, you can translate the various content types, you can translate the portal announcement, going to Valerie's question about the announcement a minute ago, you can translate guided tours, and you can translate any maps. If there are other scenarios, you can write your own artifact. That's why I said LF was an engine. Yeah. Currently, playbooks have to be per language, which is a pain point I want to cover. Yeah, that's a bit of a shame. Faux pas under their design, but that's a good one. But if there are other areas that you would need to have an artifact for, because maybe none of these cover your use case, you can write your own. Right? Like I showed you, we wrote the guided tours one. If you're brave enough and you know how it works and you want to write a script, sure, go ahead, write your own. And then you can use it. Like if you wanted to strip out the function in the portal artifact for the taxonomy, you could make one just for the taxonomy using the code that we did in our prototype, if that's what you wanted to do, as an example. And then you can work out how you're going to do those translations. Fair enough. Then you have to test it. We don't want to see suitcase on a portal for HR in Polish, do we? So test it. Get native speakers to test it. When all of that works and you're happy, then you can go live. And just to give you a bit of confidence, I can say this publicly because Siemens talked about it. They used this to translate their portal. They talked about it at Knowledge last year. They did 3 languages in 2 weeks. And they went live in 2 weeks. So if they can do it, you can do it, right? and they're a good friend of mine as well. So fair enough. And last year, the demo that Rodney was talking about was this one. So we needed to prove that we could do Inuktitut. Now, it's an amazing language. I think it's fascinating and beautiful to look at. But the point here is I can't read that. I can't tell you it's good quality. I can't tell you if it makes sense. And I'm very aware of how sensitive a language like that is, right? So process has to become important to these kind of situations, right? You have to have native speakers review it, whatever language it is, whether it's French Canadian, whether it's German, whether it's Japanese, whether it's Spanish, whether it's Inuktitut, it doesn't matter. The technology piece is one thing. The hard part is having the quality usable. And that's why I keep saying about the Borg, right? Is it usable? Because you're always going to be chasing perfection. You're never going to reach it. There's always a compromise. You might have to use a more generalistic term because of where that externalized piece of text has come from, right? It might be used in 10 places and 9 out of 10, it makes good enough sense. But that one, it might be better if it was something else, but it would impact the others, right? So you have to focus on, is it usable? If it's not usable, it's not good enough. That's it. It really is that simple. When I used to do the transformation projects back in the day, we used to have different speakers lined up. We'd have a stopwatch and we'd time them and it'd all represent a different language. So we'd say, okay, person A, B, C, D, this is your task. Go to the portal, log a case about X, go. They would go through it. We'd give them no other instruction. If they could do that activity in a similar or acceptable amount of time without any other instruction, it's good enough. Right? You don't want to have to give them a manual. They're not the people that need the manual. The SOP is for the fulfillers, right? And if that needs to be 1,000 pages long, shame on the process owner, but that's their process, right? For the end users, they just want to say, I need to do this, or I need to consume that, or I need to read this. And that's all you need to focus on. Time them, sure. If it's within a few seconds, it works. Is the verbiage consistent? It works. Does it make sense? It works. Is there anything quantifiably better than it works? Probably not. Could it be perfect? Well, look at the Borg. But does it work? If it works, I'll take that every day. So for that portal, you did not need to touch a spreadsheet. Not once. We did the whole portal without touching a single spreadsheet. No need. We did the framework for the whole thing. If you can use the framework, I highly recommend it. It's not perfect, I said that earlier, but it can do a lot with a little. If you want to push its boundaries, push its boundaries. Push it to its limits. Build out as many artifacts as you want. Sure, it can do so much, but it's not perfect. It's a stepping stone for us. I can't go too much into it, but we see so much more potential of where we can take it. Everything that we're talking about here, though, it is a muscle. Because like I said at the very beginning, you partners need to enable the customers to manage it after you've done your bit, right? Because you're not going to be with an SOW maintaining the next set of catalog items that they're building and therefore translating. So when you've done your implementation, your phase 0, your phase 1, your phase 2, whatever type of engagement it is that you've got, you need to make sure that they understand someone needs to own it on their side, right? Someone needs to manage it going forward, because otherwise they'll end up with an inconsistent experience. And then that's never happy for anybody, because they're going to be unhappy, we're going to be unhappy, you're going to be unhappy, and it's a vicious cycle, right? So you could build out your own capabilities with this. Sure, I'm all for that. We've got technology partners, we've got implementation partner specialists, we've got people who specialize in this field. Have at it. You know, the more options, the better, as far as I'm concerned. But the biggest thing for the end users is consistency. Right? They've got to be able to go to the ESE portal and say, right, IT is translated in my language, HR is translated into my language, WSD is translated into my language, etc. What is not good is seeing that HR does 12 languages and IT only do 1. And I see that way too much. If I'm being completely honest, I see that way too much. It's not good. Correct. Yeah, Valley was saying it goes back to the governance. Yes, it's exactly that. And it's nearly always because IT operate in English only. Well, that's not good for the end user. And this is why I was saying it might be fine for the process owners, right? But none of this is for the process owners. All of what the platform is supposed to be about is for the end users. It doesn't matter about anybody else. If it's not good for the end user, it's not good for the business. So otherwise, you know, there's no value otherwise. If the end users aren't using it, what's it for? So All right, I think we do a quick coffee break before we do another one. We're going to get into project planning. What does it take to do this from a project perspective? 10 minutes? Okay, cool. All right, I'll put ourselves on mute back at 2. But if anybody's got any questions, by all means, go for it. And if you're liking this, please put a thumbs up. If you're not, put a thumbs down. I won't be offended. It's all good. Okay. Is everybody feeling refreshed? Hopefully I haven't bored you guys too much.
So, let this room to 3:30 before we get picked up by the engineer.
Okay, so about an hour and a half. Okay. All right. Have I lost anybody so far? Are you guys following okay, or is anybody falling asleep? Zoomland, is there still any thumbs up over there? I'm going to ask a really tricky question as well. Are you guys enjoying this? And that's not for my ego. It's just to make sure you guys are getting the value that you wanted out of this. I see some nervous nods in the room, but yeah, I know you did. I know you did. Awesome. Rodney's saying it will help him with conversations with customers. Zoomland, how are you guys feeling? Is it a bit daunting? Is it a bit much at times? A little on the technical side. Fair enough. Fair enough. I can't argue with that. I appreciate that. That's fair. Cool. All right. So we need to think about how we can bring this together from a project perspective, right? So if you're an implementer, if you're a partner, how do we structure this? How do we plan the project? Do's and don'ts, right? We've already got a pretty good idea of some things that we should do. I've said a couple of times, whatever we're doing in an implementation, we need to be empowering the customer to manage it and maintain it themselves going forward. Number one objective is consistency, right? We don't want a year down the line, a customer saying, oh, well, we gave up on translating this, even though Bill 96 was important. You know, that is a situation that could be realistic, so we have to avoid it. And you've seen this, Nirvana, right? We know we can do it. So if we know that we can do it, what do we do about it? So our objective is to be able to run with localizable data, aka translations, as quickly as possible. Can we get to a stage of using it in another language ASAP, right? Or ASAP. There's a very famous guy from Alaska, if any of you watched that gold digging program, ASAFP. I'm not going to go too much in there, but if you've seen that program of digging for gold, whatever it's called, it was on Discovery, I think it was. He's a Viking. It's very funny. So coding standards do, right? Make sure that we don't want to rework anything. And we want to make sure that we are following all sorts of best practices, because if we do it correctly, it can scale. So this is the bit where the project piece comes into it. From the very beginning, we're going to break it down into some key steps. What is the language scope? This is really important, right? Is this one language today, 10 languages tomorrow? I don't know. That's for your project, that's for your scope of work, that's whatever. But the point is, whatever you're doing, your go live date could be implicated if that language scope changes, right? You cannot assume that it's going to be easy or quick just to add another language, because it's going to impact your testing. It's going to impact the ability to get stuff done on the same timeline. Please do not assume that just chucking more people at the problem is going to solve it. It will not. Okay. The second part, the UX scope. We talked about the user journeys. We talked about the personas. That's that bit, right? Within the scope of this particular piece of work, which persona, which user experience, which UI is within your scope. Could be one, could be all, doesn't matter. The point is, lock it down from the beginning. Because if they suddenly turn around and say, oh, that's great, we want the portal, 3 weeks later, we also need the back end. You've just blown your go live, And I'm sure none of you want to have a CR to your statement of work, right? Change requests are painful. So avoid it. If you need to do it as a phase 2, sure, that's a different discussion. But the point is, you want to try and get your scope as close to where you need it to be as early as possible, right? Because you'll see later on, it will massively impact what you can deliver in that given time frame, because there are implications of people and time and resources and costs, okay? What is the strategy of doing the translation? Are you going to use an MT? Are you going to use people in-house? Are you going to use an agency? Do they even know that they're going to be involved? Is there a cost to get the MT subscription? Who's going to pay for it? If you're doing one language today, what's the implication of adding 10 tomorrow, right? To give you an idea, most MT engines, whether it's a cloud one or not, they have a per language, per word rate. And if you're using a cloud MT provider, it's going to be all the way down to the per character rate. It can scale up in cost quite quickly, okay? So when you've made all those decisions, right, you then need to identify stuff. This is usually in the workshopping stage. Do you have all of the materials that should be translated? What does that mean? Real world example. I had a customer many years ago. They wanted to translate their KB. Fair enough. I haven't got a problem with that. They had 10,000 articles that needed to be in 20 languages. Very quickly needed to be in 50 languages. Fair enough. I was like, yeah, we could do that. Here's a question for you. And this separates an architect from a developer. When was the last time you audited those articles? When was the last time you checked whether they're still business relevant? When was the last time you checked that they still had the information you needed? And when was the last time you checked that they were even branded with the current branding style, if they were branded at all? Chances are nearly never. So when they did that audit, it took them 3 months, they went from 10,000 to 1,500, which then immediately cut the translation cost, because they found in that 1,500, they could merge some of them, great, or some of them never needed to be translated in the first place, because that's where they worked out. Some things only needed to be for certain regions, it's for their industry, or some needed to be for certain unions because of the agreements with works councils and things like that. Fair enough. So we actually didn't need to translate too much. But by the end of it, we ended up having over 100,000 translated articles. But that's a different discussion. The point is, you should always ask the customer, when did you last audit them? Because if they don't, they could be chucking good money away for no reason at all. There's no business benefit wasting time translating stuff that's never going to be consumed. Pointless. And if the article is a paragraph long, is there one that's nearly a duplicate somewhere else already? I don't know, but that comes up a lot, right? How many times have you seen duplicate articles because 2 different KM owners are doing the same thing? A lot. Check everything is there. The next thing, work out if you have all the people you need in the room. Do you have every single KM process owner? Do you have every single process owner who can make a decision? Have you done a stakeholder map? As partners, when you're doing workshops, you really should be doing stakeholder maps. Who is going to drive your RACI matrix when you need a requirement to be signed off? Have you been in a situation where you were waiting for someone to make a decision? If so, your stakeholder map is not up to date. That should be your first and foremost objective, because when it comes to the requirements in the workshops, have you got the right people giving you the right the right requirements? If you have global process owners or regional process owners, do you need to go above them? I don't know. That depends on the nature of the beast of that customer. But if you don't have the right decision makers, you're going to get the wrong requirements and you're just going to be chasing your tails around and around in circles, right? Make sure you identify who is allowed to say what and who is allowed to do what. And if those people need internal resources, get the agreements done. If you're going to use in-house people to do the translations, make sure all of that is agreed in the workshops. Have it in writing, put it in the requirements, right? Because that way you can plan out things. The project managers and the engagement managers can say, right, these are our dependencies. We can track how it's all going to work. Fair enough. So then you can then say, okay, whoever's going to act as the language lead, it's a language lead. We'll cover that in a minute, but think of them as the police of that language. So in Quebecois, it would be a native speaker. They define the glossaries, they define the style guides, they define how they want that translation to come across, right? We'll get into that in a lot more detail. But if you're going to use someone in-house for that, in the customer, then they know about it because they were part of the conversation in the first place, rather than saying, fictitious Jane, we're going to add a whole mountain of work on your job. On top of what you do today, we need you to do this. Well, she's not going to be very invested in that, right? But if she's part of the conversation in the workshop stage, she's going to be absolutely invested in it because she's going to care about the outcome because she was part of that first conversation. It's different scenarios for different projects. If you're going to use a third party, have they been engaged? If not, you can't just expect an SOP to go to a third party and say, hey, we need this to be done. That's not going to work, and that's going to cause you timeline problems. Are all the stakeholders in the project aligned to the project objective? You would be amazed how common it is for that not to happen. So if you're doing the ESC portal, as an example, does the IT stakeholder align and agree to the objective of the project like the HR person does, like the legal person does, like the WSD person does? I'm willing to bet more often than not, you'll find it doesn't. And that could be because they were never in the workshops. That could be because they're not part of the actual project as a whole, which then goes to the problem of why IT only operate in English and why HR operate in other languages. Please get them in the room. Please get them in the conversation and be part of the conversation. Okay? Per language test plan. If you're doing one language, that's easy. If you're doing 10, 50, or 100, you need from the workshops to have people thinking about how they're going to test the UI. So for example, if you had that Polish word for case, how are you going to catch that? Are you planning to do UAT in other languages, or are you going to assume that it's good enough just because the translations exist, right? You need to work out how much time you're going to plan out for that. And I'll show you how much time I would put in as a rough guideline. If you have any third parties involved, are they already told? Are the bills already prepared? Are their ROMs already engaged? Do they know when they need to be ready? Or is the assumption that we'll just go and deal with it? I don't know. But it's a really good conversation to have in the workshops because then you can mitigate a lot of problems later on. If there's any build happening from third parties or other teams, do they know about it? Do they have awareness of what they're dependent for or on, right? And if you've got any data imports, have you seen what the data looks like? Do you know the implications of what it means for your build, for whatever it is that you're doing? So for example, if you're doing a Workday import or if you're doing an SAP import for HR stuff, how is that going to change your data model and your schema? Is that a conversation that you need to have with the customer in the workshop to say, well, we've seen an example of data and we might need to have it tweaked here, or maybe it's going to cause a cascading effect for something else we're going to do. Translations is a very small part in that conversation, but it will have a knock-on effect. So for example, if you're going to build out some logic around the country to determine the language of that user, what if the data you are pulling in, best intentions might be there, but it's very inconsistent data? If you saw some of that ahead of time in the workshop, that's a conversation you can have and maybe get the admin of that other third-party tool to have a look at their data, and then you can meet your requirement. Path of least resistance. Have the best conversations up front. When you're doing your testing, it's built in English, sure. Functionally test it in English, sure. Test it in another language as well. You don't need to do functional testing. You just need to say, can I navigate around? Does it show? Does it do what I need it to do? Right? You don't need to regression test everything per language. That's a bit overkill. But the idea here is to say, fictitious Bob, fictitious Jane, fictitious whoever, can you do these activities? Does it do what you need it to do? And is it easy to understand? Right? We don't want to give them a manual that's 500 pages long. All of this is stuff you should be having as conversations in the workshops, right? The different stages of the workshops. And then obviously you've got your testing. I would say with one language, it's a bit different, but if you're going above 10, you want to allow about 20% of what time you did for build as per language UX testing. And I'd always classify it as UX testing. It gives you enough time to identify any issues, right? And if the customer says, oh, we're finding loads of defects in the UAT cycles, I'd rather that than go live, simply put. I had maybe 300 or 400 defects in first UAT, 200 or 300 defects in second UAT, and 2 defects on go live day. I would pick that every time. You want the defects to be found before you go live, because then it's usable. And it means that's less issues when you go live and the business is actually using the platform. It could be a mistranslation defect, it could be something else. Keep instance, how do I? Yeah, that's fair. That's a fair question. So There's a question in the chat which you guys can't see. It says, it might be nice to point out that customers often refute editing tables to translate as they are under strict instruction to keep instances out of the box, while this should be considered config and not dev as no code is involved. Absolutely. So if they do need to change an out-of-the-box translation, that's config, right? That's not a development thing. So customizations typically are when you touch something that ServiceNow has provided and you've edited its behavior, right? Translations, even the ones we provide, are different. Even if you change an out-of-the-box translation, it's not classified as that type of customization, right? It's a very different thing. So that's a good point. But here, remember that big picture I talked about earlier? When you're doing these kinds of workshops, when multiple languages are involved, you need to really step back and think, are we going to test everything, right? If I'm doing virtual agent in 5 languages, if I ask it this question, does it do what I need it to do? Is it going to find me the search result that I want? I'm a massive fan of doing positive testing as well as negative testing. I like to test it to break it, right? So whenever the process owner says, write me a test script, that's just their perspective of what they want the process to be. I would break it. I would tell it to go and do things that it was never intended to do. I'd put letters instead of numbers on an integer field and see what happens. I would try and put too big a payload in the flow to see if it breaks the flow. I would put in other languages in places it shouldn't be in, because that's how you really test something. Okay. Now, I'm not telling you to suck eggs or anything. The idea is when it comes to other language stuff, you need to not miss the opportunity to test it, because you want to have the first experience as clean as it can be, because that first experience is what they're going to remember. And if you want good user adoption, you have to make it as near perfect as you can, with exceptions and caveats, of course. But it has to be a good user experience on day one. Otherwise, they're just not going to want to use it. And in HR, that is a really big thing. So when you have all that kind of information, you should be able to make some sort of project plan, a little bit like this. This is just a concept. Don't take it as gospel. But the idea here is you have your scoping discussions down there. Sure. You've identified all the pre-write requirements that you might need. Sure. Then you can do your reviews. Sure. You might do that with the stakeholders or process owners or content owners or whomever, and they might go, these are the requirements that we have. Sure, it might be your Scrum stories. And then you might make some tweaks to the design. If you're doing really big projects, you might have to do what's called an SDD, which is a solution design document. They can get really big. Depends on the type of project you're doing. And then when you have all of that amalgamated, you can say, Mr. and Mrs. Customer, we need you to sign off on the requirements. Sure. They could be thousands or not, doesn't matter. When that's approved, you can start doing your build. Right? If you notice, it's actually quite late in that conversation that we're doing the build, right? You can have as many sprint teams as you need. That doesn't really matter. That's down to you guys. And this section could be much, much bigger. That's, again, entirely up to you. Your circumstances are different every time, so that's okay. But the point here is you can have cascading activities, right? So there's nothing stopping solution content being collected while certain build activities are happening. Right? You can have parallel activities and cascading activities. That's down to the project managers and EMs to work out what's best for their needs. And you can be testing in English, and then you could be testing in another language, right? I would not go live in those languages until everything that I would like to be tested has been tested, right? First impressions count. So the testing, we need to ensure that each in-scope language meets the same level of experience. If it is a behavior in English, I would expect it a behavior in the other language. And I would never budge on that, because what's the point? If we're saying it needs to be in Quebecois, then that needs to behave exactly the same in Quebecois as it does in English. As far as I'm concerned, that would be end of discussion. The team would need to do whatever it takes to make that work. And that comes down to the design, that comes down to all of the prep, that comes down to all of the testing and all of the other stuff we talked about earlier. If they're not testing enough, they need to test more. So now we're going to get into the reasons why you test. Different languages have different word lengths. Korean, as an example, it's approximately between half and an eighth of the length of English, right? Italian and German can be 3 times as long as English. Now, just imagine what that means on a UI action, the button at the top of a form. One word could take up 1/3 of the size of that form. Well, hold on a minute. If we've got 3 or 4 UI actions, that's broken things. We need to look at that. Or the taxonomy, right? The taxonomy on the ESC portal. you know what the behavior is? If you have text that's too big, it shoves it into a hamburger menu on the side. I'll show you. It's actually one of the accessibility things, but it does that by design. So we've had issues where cases have been logged by customers and said, our taxonomy has disappeared. It hasn't disappeared at all. It's just been minimized. And there'll be a hamburger symbol like you do when you browse on the mobile app and you click on it, it's on the side because of that reason, right? But people don't know that. That's why you guys need to say to them, this is the expectation. So do you want to simplify the word, maybe lose some context, maybe lose some meaning to make it more usable? Or do you need to change where you've positioned it? That's up to you. So let's say we have some interesting issues here. This is a real defect that was captured by a customer. This is in Hebrew. And what's happened is the text has gone behind the canvas of the application navigator. So instead of rendering this hover over on the left of the text box, it's rendered it on the right. That is unusable. This is just one example. Or we can have a menu on the portal where the text is not aligned correctly. It doesn't matter that it's not in Arabic. It matters about the size of that menu because that hover over menu is aligned to the left, which is wrong. These are all custom, by the way. Or we have the idea of truncation where text is hidden behind and it's not actually showing in full. So here the date format is hidden behind this object. This is in Chinese. And then we have an example in Dutch, an example in German. So you can see that the text is hiding behind the bottom of this menu. These are the kinds of issues you would find in UX testing for languages. And then this is the one that we looked at earlier about one of the workspaces. So here we had a scenario where the customer was saying, we've translated it. We can see that it's externalized, but for some reason, this user is not seeing the text translated. You think, well, what could that be? It turned out it was the cache, the browser cache. The browser was trying to be clever, and because the person, unbeknownst to them, had gone to this workspace before the translations existed in that language, the browser had tried to be clever and cached what it saw, and it wasn't calling the instance to say, give me the text back. So the solution here was a cache.do, and it works. Simple as that. And there's been a lot of those situations here in Canada. And again, that's not belittling anybody. I want to be super clear about that. It's just to say that if you don't know, you don't know. Hence why I'm telling you this. So there are different ways that you can test things, but these are all the kinds of things that you need to test in UX testing. It can get very granular very quickly. Simple cache.do solved it. So we had the issue with audit workspace, didn't we, earlier? And you did a cache and it solved some of those issues, right? Yeah. So you've seen that firsthand. So that's good. That's good. So I talked about governance. My nirvana, and this is just me personally, take it with a grain of salt. I don't mind. There's no offense taken. My nirvana is that the different BUs do not have different dev teams. And this is talking from experience. And as ServiceNow, we do push for the idea of a center of excellence and innovation, which is a global platform team. Why? The platform ownership, steercos in another terminology, they're your BU owners. The ITSM BU sit there, the HR BU sit there, any other department in the company sit there, and they have to collectively make decisions. Nirvana would be that they share the pool of their financial resources, but we all know in reality that's a very difficult thing to organize. But Nirvana is a lovely thing. So let's imagine Nirvana is true. The idea then is you have a singular dev team. Wow, that's scary. ITSM, they like to own the keys to the kingdom. We're HR and they won't let us touch it. Well, collective good and all that. If you've got a single dev team, they know how to build things in the same way. So you're going to aim for the development consistency approach, right? Those hard-coded strings we talked about, those get display values in if statements and things like that. Well, if they've learned that lesson once, they shouldn't have to learn it again. That's the objective behind it, right? The language leads, we talked about this before. The idea here is to say that these people, they're not the translators. They are the police of their respective languages. So you'd have one language lead per language. So in my examples, I'd have a Quebecois language lead and I'd have a Japanese language lead. They will define the style guide. What's a style guide? A style guide is how you want that language to come across. Do you want it to be pushy, pushy, or softly, softly, depending on the context? Do you want it to use masculine ending words or feminine ending words, depending on the context? Do you want to have, in a certain scenario, how that language portrays itself? Right? And then they'll define a glossary of what word do we use to represent this thing. So the Polish word for case, we'd actually want it to be ticket. That would be a glossary. Going up the levels of maturity for localization, if they did have a TMS, if it was one of those kind of customers, they could put that into the TMS over time. And then your trained memory for your MT language pair would be leveraging that over time. Now that's quite a big concept. I don't want to go too much into that right now. But the point is, their objective is to aim for that language consistency in terms of translations, okay? They would make sure that the UX testing has been done. They would look out for or plan how to test certain areas of the UI for looking for certain things. And they realistically should be in the workshops from the beginning. So they can plan what kind of words they want to use for the given requirements that are going to come in, right? It gives them an idea of context. This is what you're aiming for from a dev cycle. Now, this is just high level, but it's just a concept. Requirements are coming in from various parts of the business, fine. They can be prioritized, fine. You already know what you need, you already know how you're going to do it, you know how you're going to localize it, you know how you're going to test it, right? That gives you development consistency. Why should IT do things differently to IT? I don't know. So why should HR do things differently from IT? I don't know. But that's where the benefit of having a COEI is. So let's play out a scenario. IT live in their bubble. HR live in their bubble. We have a global dev team. I don't mean global as in the world. I mean global as in the platform. They both have requirements. They need catalogs, they need VA, they need NLUs, they need forms, they need workspaces, they need integrations. Well, the building blocks are still the same building blocks, they're just different use cases. If we have our particular process, we know how we're going to tackle it. And we know that we can do that. And realistically, if I'm being completely honest, it's actually cheaper for them to manage the instance in that one dev team. There's less training required and there's more efficiencies gained. It doesn't matter how big the team is. It could be 5 people, it could be 20 people. It depends on the size of the business. But if you have a templated approach to how you do things, you're going to get much more benefit from that. Sure, sure, go for it.
Sometimes when we're talking to our customers, some of our selling conversations or points are that, hey, you know, you're HR, you're in your own scope. You don't have to worry about what IT is doing.
Yeah.
But in these cases, that's actually going to be a negative hit potentially,
Correct.
Unless they're blended in a governance conversation.
Correct.
Right. Okay.
Yeah, exactly that.
As long as we
Yeah.
point them in that direction.
Yeah, that's exactly right. It's all. This is purely about the governance perspective. This has nothing to do with what they're actually doing. This is just the development side of the house. So yeah, that's a fair point. And the reason why is, let's say you've got update sets. Let's say you've got things that you're releasing. I'm sure some of you out there in project world have seen things like this before, right? These could be release, right? Fair enough. We've got different types of activities that we need to do here, right? We've got the platform activities and we've got some translator or translation activities. We've got some build, right? Maybe stuff has been done. Fantastic. And we need to translate some stuff. So we go and get it translated. This doesn't matter the who, that's irrelevant at this point. It's just a block of time that something needs to be translated, okay? Realistically, you want it to look a bit like this. Assume that the first translations are not perfect, right? Assume it. Happy days if it's okay. You might import it by whatever means, fair enough. And then you'd have your testing cycle. And then if you need to make any remediations, that's fair enough. And then you might go into your second batch because of the next release, and then so on and so forth. It repeats and repeats, right? The point here is, just because you finish building something, it does not mean you should be going live straight away with that something. That's why we have multiple instances in the stack. That's the whole point of it, right? So you have a dev for the build work, then you have a test for testing it before it goes live. And then when you're happy, the test can then go to production, right? The customer will always say, oh, but we need this catalog item tomorrow. Sure, but what's the implication? Do you really need it tomorrow? Does it need to be translated? If it does, can you have it translated within enough time? Well, I showed you, you can use the framework. Pros and cons though, you have to weigh everything up. So if we're saying we've just built a custom app and it needs to be in 3 or 4 different languages, do we go live the next week? I don't know, that's up to you. Can you get it translated and tested in enough time? And this is why I was saying to the partners, imagine this is after you've left. Imagine this is a year later and they're doing it themselves and they don't know what they're doing. It won't get done. And that's a challenge, right? It doesn't have to be exactly like I'm showing on this slide. The point here is, are they getting the translations done? Are they doing some testing, and is someone owning this as a process? The flexibility of this slide is completely up to you. Fit it to whatever the needs you want, right? But the point is, it's just an example. So like I said, we've got the framework that gets you there to a fair bit of what you need to do. You can do stuff, sure. You can translate the catalog, you can translate email notifications. You saw the portal, I'll show you a demo of the portal in a minute. But they and you need to find a process that works, right? If they turn around and say, oh, we went in Quebecois this year, we're gonna add Spanish because we want to go into South America next year, where do they begin? Right? Is there someone who manages that from a global instance perspective? I don't know. So the point I'm trying to make here is when it comes to adding languages, including Quebecois, it's never one and done. Never. There is always a new catalog item or a change to a catalog item or a new knowledge article or a tweak to an email notification. There's always more, which is why someone needs to own it. It needs to be maintained for as long as they require it, right? Someone has to have it. So maybe one of your outcomes with the customer is fictitious Bob or fictitious Jane as the steerco, you need to own this, right? It is a muscle that needs to be built because they might need to do more in the future. And if they know how to do it from a high level perspective, it's just a case of scaling it. When they've cracked one language, they can add more. It's rinse and repeat with more, right? The process is the process. But like I keep saying, consistency is key, right? If they don't aim for the UI consistency, they're not going to reach what they're trying to do. And then you get the Bill 96 questions. So push for consistency. So before we go into the next section, I'm going to show you, hopefully this is going to work. I'm going to try and translate the portal. Let me just log in real quick. Okay, let me just close this. Right, so we're going to do it into French Canadian. So this is the portal table. This is where that portal record exists. And I want to translate that employee center. Now, I'm not going to translate some of the content on the portal, the catalog items. We've got artifacts for that. I showed you that earlier. We've got knowledge articles. So I'm pretty sure I've done those already. But let's translate the UI into French Canadian just to show you. You saw the video clip of me doing it into Japanese, but let's do French Canada. It's running the query. We're just going to wait for it to do its thing. Now, that video clip that I did before was run on, I'm pretty sure it was Vancouver. So how many strings, a string is a sentence to be translated, how many strings do we think there are in the Washington, DC version? So that's this one. So how much? 1,000. Okay, can I hear any more for 1,000? It's going to turn into a bidding war. Strings. And that's not including VA, that's not including the catalog, that's not including knowledge articles. Just this, yeah. Okay, let's have a look. Fix them a bit 1,000. Imagine how many spreadsheets you can avoid. So let's see what's missing. Not yet. Not yet. So this is the translations that exist already. So it's telling me that there's stuff in the taxonomy I've not translated. Okay, that's fine. It's telling me there's more. So obviously I've installed another app since I did that. There's all these entries that are not translated. Fair enough. And you can see the blank ones are the ones that are not translated. So that's quite cool. That's quite helpful. So let's send it to Microsoft. Now I'm using dynamic translation. Yes, yes. And it's only going to send what's missing. It's not going to send what's already done. There's no point. That would be inefficient. If there are any bad translations, not my fault. Don't crucify the messenger. I'm just the messenger. But you can see here, it was successfully translated using Microsoft and all strings have been translated. There could be scenarios where you don't see all after this. It could be that the source text value was blank. So don't panic if you see that. It could just be that a space has been externalized and it's unnecessary, that kind of thing. So right now, nothing has been saved. It's all contained in this task. So now I'm going to hit publish. It's going to put the translations into the necessary tables. And then we're going to wait for the state to go to close complete. And then we're going to go back to the portal and go to French Canadian and see what's been translated. Fingers crossed, it's done it well. Yep. Yep. That is a good question. There's nothing stopping you from adding. So the question was around if you want to roll back. There's nothing stopping you from generating another task and then potentially deleting a translation in the comparison UI and then republishing that. That's probably the easiest way to do it. Yeah. Yeah, no, that's a good one. Like there could be a scenario where you think, actually, I want a different word here, generate a new task. Much, much easier. Like the point here is the path of least resistance. If you're brave enough and you know exactly where the translation has come from, edit the record in an update set, by all means. But again, that's if you're feeling very brave and you know exactly where it is in the 5 tables. So there we go. Translations are done. Let's get rid of this task. And if I go back to here, fingers and toes cross people. Oh, what's happened to our taxonomy? What happened? Where'd it go? Do you know why it did that? Yeah. Gestion des actifs d'entreprise is too big. So this is intended behavior. It's because of my page zoom level. Another reason to test the UX. Does the user know that that's going to happen? I don't know. Worth checking. So this is translated. This is translated. Good, good, good. This is translated. Good, good. This is translated. This is good. The UI translations for the portal aren't these because these are news content. So we'd have to run the news content artifact. Fair enough. And that would cover that widget as well. That's fair enough. We'll go through here. That's translated. We have a translated article. Yes, it is what is spam. But the point is, this widget recommended for you will serve the end user articles in their language. I don't have very many French Canadian articles on this instance, but the one that I do have, because it has a view count, is obviously served number 1. So if I had all of them translated into Quebecois, then it would serve me just Quebecois articles. So I'm trying to show you that perspective here. And then you can see all of that is translated. So you've seen this portal on this instance in English, Japanese, Arabic, and now Quebecois. All of them were translated in the same time frame that you saw, okay? I did the Arabic one last week in a hotel when I was in Dublin, so it's doable. Now, if I go to a catalog item, this is just an example one just to show you because they're always built the same, right? And you can still see that my currency is pounds because on my user record on this instance, the country code is still the UK. Now, I could write a business rule that says if my preferred language changes, reset the country code. Sure, you could do that, right? That's not difficult. You'd have to run that on the user table. But in this case, I haven't to show you the implications of what that means, okay? And you can see that it's all translated. Now, typically, you'll find that product names and brand names are not translated. That's very common, that's very standard, and that could be because either branding guidelines or that could be for other reasons, right? That's outside of our control. That's the localization process, that's down to the mechanism that you translate, and that is up to the language leads, right? It's very common, and that's one of the reasons why some of our product names and feature names were not previously translated, because we were mandated to not translate them. But as I said, that's changing, and that's what Celine Dion is all about. So that's what we're trying to change. But you can see here that everything else is translated. I can't comment on the quality because that's not what I'm in charge of in terms of the MT, but you can see that it is there. I obviously haven't translated this portal announcement, but you saw it's doable because you saw it in Japanese earlier. So I can run an artifact on the announcement table, and that can be in whatever language I want it to be in, okay? So if we go back to here, you can see the languages. It's the same one, right? And that is technically translatable, so that's fine. The display language of the languages that you see are from that display label field on the language table. We typically would have it in its language so that the native speaker can recognize their language. We have had asks from various customers to say we want it in our language, right? So if I was in Quebecois, I'd want all of them to be written in Quebecois. That's one of those gray areas from a legal perspective, because there's an argument to say yes, and there's a UX argument to say no, because it could contradict other laws in other territories. So I can't really comment too much on that one, but I can say if you need to, you can. It is a translatable field. You might have to change the field type, but the point here is be very careful, because it's realistically for a UX perspective. So if I'm a Japanese speaker and I'm not an English speaker or French speaker, I know I can read this that says Japanese. Simple as that. So it becomes very complicated very quickly from a governance perspective in that sense. If you have a situation where the user says, hey, this isn't working, I can't see my taxonomy, well, now you know it's here. It's the hamburger. Whenever you see 3 lines in the text space, that means it's a hamburger, okay? You'll see it on forms, you'll see it in the back end and all those kinds of things. The taxonomy is completely there. It's all there. So if I was to zoom out, when there's enough space, then it will show it, okay? So I've got IT, and that's all there. Wait for it to load, and you can see. So wherever I've got things translated, they will show. So all my filters are translated, it's all there, okay? Is that making sense? Has anyone seen this kind of functionality before? Wow, I'm amazed. This has been out for a few years. Well, that's fair enough. What about in Zoomland? Have any of you guys seen this kind of functionality before? I'll take silence as golden. All right, so let's go back to English. We've got a few more things to do, and then we can start going through some other stuff as well.
One customer asked us one time when he did a language selection, because the address, let's say in Canada,
You have addresses that are in Canada Post in like English and in French, and the name of the street is completely different.
Yeah.
Can you have a double language on the same?
Oh, that's a very good question. Double language values. So we get that asked a lot in Canada because of Bill 96. We get it asked a lot in Japan. So I don't know if you know this, but in Japan, it's not first name, last name, it's last name, first name. And from a user perspective, it's common parlance and common practice to have both names, right? So to your point, for that Japanese bank that I had to do ITSM 4 years ago, not 4 years ago, years ago, we needed to show the Japanese name first, pipe, and then the English name. So there's 2 ways you could do it. It's not out of the box. It is something we're very acutely aware of because there are many use cases for it. Right now, you could manually populate it, but then that means you can't first name search in other languages. You'd have to do it in their language. You'd have to do a contained search, which is not efficient. Or you could change the name field to be a translated text field, and it's one or the other. I have seen some pretty clever ways of having a calculated field where you have the English name field and the non-English name field, which you can apply to locations as well on the CMN location table. and then you have a calculated field that combines them. That's another way of doing it. There are pros and cons, there are trade-offs, but to be honest, that's a question for the architect of that project to work out what's the best option available to them. But like I said, it is something we're acutely aware of. We want to fix it for people's names first and foremost. The next one I'm thinking of is job titles, because you see that a lot, especially with Asian languages. So it's now with Bill 96, it's exactly the same in Canada. It's the same problem. And we see it in Europe all the time as well. So it makes sense to have something. There are many different architectural considerations you could do. One of the ones I've done in the past was had a related list associated to every attribute. So if we took a job title, you might say, here's the French job title, here's the English job title, et cetera, and then it shows based on certain conditions. But again, it means someone from the governance side of things needs to own the process to make sure it's managed, to make sure it's maintained and kept up to date. So the other challenge with it as well, because I was speaking to a Canadian customer about this very topic last week, we're meeting them on Thursday, somebody needs to manage where that data comes from. If they turn it on and have a design, that's great. What about a year from now? Or if you're only getting the data in one language, how are you going to translate it, right? There are APIs for different tools, so street names, fair enough. I'm sure there must be a solution somewhere that gives you an API that you can consume and says, this street name is in English and this street name is written in French. Yeah, I must be. I'd be amazed if there isn't. But I wouldn't assume that you can just empty it, because it could go very badly wrong very quickly, or it might give you something that it's not actually accurate, if that makes sense. But it's a good question. Yeah. Yeah, it's an interesting challenge. Okay, so let's minimize this. All right. Okay, so we're nearly getting there. Not much to go now. Are people beginning to zone out yet? I warned you it was going to get techie and deep technical stuff, but are we good? All right. Do we need a break? Do we need more caffeine? Okay. This section's quite short. All right. The age-old debate. Do you go big bang or do you go staggered? Or is there another option? I don't know. Let's play it out. A staggered go live. Do you do different regions first? I don't know. Doesn't really matter too much in Canada. But if you had a situation of multiple languages covering multiple countries, let's say you've got a customer who's not a government agency and they operated in Canada, they operated maybe in South America, and they operated maybe in Europe or Asia, that's a situation you would need to think about. And you definitely have companies here in Canada who operate like that. So staggered is the idea of saying a territory first, territory second, a territory third. Think of it like that. There are different ways you can classify it, but in this argument, think of it like that. Phased is more around features, right? So do we bring these set of features first, and then maybe a month later we bring these other set of features second, and then maybe we bring another set of features third. And then big bang is, well, that's brave. Should we just go everything all at once? Great film, by the way, but you know, it's a thing. The answer is it depends. And it depends on how risk averse you are, or how risk averse the customer is, or how ready you are. So my team, my personal team, sit here. Okay, we have members in Tokyo. I have my team in Tokyo. We have people in Singapore. I myself are in London. I have people in Dublin, and we have people in San Francisco and Santa Clara. So I manage our team's instance. Okay, so I need to think about time zones. In America, here's some example time zones. Okay. In Europe, I need to think about these time zones. Okay. In APJ, I need to think about these time zones, right? What does that actually mean for what I'm talking about? Well, that means every time I go live with any new feature, I need to think about how we support it from a time zone perspective. So let's take a scenario where you've got a Canadian customer who operates somewhere in Europe, somewhere in APJ, as well as Canada. I'm not going to mention any names, but there are some out there. That means if I was to go live on a particular day, it's going to be nighttime for a subset of that user base. Which means if we're going to go big bang, how are we going to do early live support for that go live? because someone's going to be asleep when a whole subset of that user base is online. And it's the most important subset because they're not English. So if functionality is broken because your AT or UX testing wasn't good enough, or if there's a mistranslation that maybe was offensive, that's a whole world of pain that we could avoid. So the implication here is we can do it, but there are trade-offs. If we do staggered and phased, there's an argument to say it's both cheaper and or more expensive on two scenarios. If we were to say a region goes live on the first week, and then the next week another region goes live, and then the next week another region goes live, there could be an argument in the partner space, and I was a partner once, to say that it's cheaper from a headcount perspective because of hours worked, sure, but it's stretched over a longer period of time. And then you might also suffer the hours worked challenge from a legal perspective, because you should only really do 8 hours at a time, right? So you don't want people to do 8 hours for 5 days or 6 days a week. That's going to burn them out pretty quickly. So you might have to have 2 sets of teams, minimum, over a fairly long period of time. And as I said, there are pros and cons. Or if you go down the big bang route, you could use 2 sets of teams over a rolling 8-hour period, or 3 sets of teams over a rolling 8-hour period over a full week. There are pros and cons, right? No right way, no wrong way, but you have to weigh it up. So when I did my last project, we went live in the UK, we went live in Costa Rica, we went live in the Philippines with 1,000 business processes in 13 UI languages and 52 for the knowledge base in one day. That was the project that had the 700 total defects over the 2 UAT periods. On go live day, we had 2 minor issues. I had 15 people on go live day in 3 sets of teams working 8-hour shifts. I had 2 people at each location on the go live day so that they could go around with their laptop, helping, guiding, making sure that there was no blockers, right? And then I had an offline team that was working for anything else that needed to be triaged. There's no right way or wrong way. You have to listen to what the customer requires and what the complexity and the nature of the beast is, right? The point here is to weigh up the pros and the cons to fit what your requirements are. If it's just Canada and there's no one else, pick your poison, it's okay. As soon as another country comes into it, depending on the time zones, putting languages aside for a second, even if it was English speaker or French speaker, it doesn't matter. Think of the time zones. When that user base is online, do you have support in that first go live? That is so important. You don't want them to be logging a ticket saying something is really badly wrong. I cannot work, and there's no one there to support them, right? So this will go into your statement of work. This will go into your RFP. This will go into all sorts of things. Okay, I've been there. I've suffered the pain. You don't need to do it, all right? The other thing as well is to say that after that go live testing or that go live that's taken place, depending on the nature of the beast, you could do a soft go live. Because if they're coming from another tool, is there a degree of swivel chair that you need to factor in, right? For those who don't know, swivel chair is working in the same time in the old tool, and then everything net new goes into the new tool while the old tool burns down its old tasks and activities. So then the question becomes, the customer will probably push, can we just lift and shift? No, I really would not recommend that, because if you're doing a lift and shift of everything that worked in the old tool, you're basically rebuilding the old tool in the new tool, right? And you're wasting valuable dev time because that's going to have to be tested just as much as the new solution is going to have to be tested. It's a complete wasted effort. Your best bet is after the last task is finished, take an archive in some capacity and dump it in an archive table on the new instance so that they can at least reference it in the same place with no business logic behind it, just a lookup, right? That's why we have archive tables, okay? Because that way the customer can still find what they need to find if and when they need to, but you don't literally have to rebuild the functionality of the old tool just to be able to do it. It will hurt you much more if you're lifting and shifting the old way of doing things and building the new one. You're basically doing 2 projects. Not cool. But then they'll say, oh, but we're going to waste so much time swivel chairing. Yeah, short-term pain. And that's really something that we need to tell the customer. The better benefit for you as a customer is to do it this particular way. And we've learned from the years past, this is the experience, this is the better way, right? And there are plenty of resources out there to help them with that. Go on the Customer Success Center, go on the Partner Success Center. There's tons of materials on there if you need it, okay? So like I said, I'm not going to tell you which one is right or wrong. It depends on many different factors, but the best way to work out what's right for you is make a list of pros and cons and put them in the buckets. Whichever one has the most pros for your particular scenario is clearly the winner. Okay. Don't sugarcoat it. Don't try and hide behind it. You have to really quantify it. All right. We're on to the last section. Oh my God, we nearly made it. Yeah. Do we want to break or do you want to carry on or? Okay. So these are my top tips and lessons learned. Define your in-scope languages earlier. I intimated this earlier, right? Why? If you're in a situation where customer says we want 13 languages today, and then at the end of the workshops, they'll say, oh, we actually want 26. What's the budget implication to that? How many people do I need? Do I need more testers, right? What's that going to do to the go live? Are they even languages that are in the language pack offering? I don't know. So many what if questions, right? I don't mean Disney's Marvel what if, I mean, we've got a problem what if. So realistically, it would impact this area of your project plan. It could change so many things. Are there different integrations we need to think about? Do the processes need to be different in those regions, right? Do we need to change how we've tried to design certain things? It starts opening up a big can of worms. It could even change your go live strategy from being one way to another way. You might be forced into a big bang when you've been planning to do a staggered or vice versa. It can be very, very painful. Another tip, before I think it was Vancouver or Tokyo, I can't remember off the top of my head, a language pack used to take about 3 hours to install, right? Because it is so big. It's nearly 1 million records, right? Going into those tables. Now it's down to about 20 minutes on a prod instance. The tip I would say is install it ASAP. If you know that you're going to have 2, 3, 5, 10 of our languages, just install them as soon as you can. Get that bit done, right? And then install the apps that you want. We were talking earlier about the audit workspace in GRC, and some translations appeared to be missing. And that's because the GRC was installed before the language pack. So like I was saying earlier, since the COVID apps that came out, before then, all the translations were in the language pack, right? But now they're not. So the core platform and all the plugins are in the language pack, but the store apps, their translations are in the store apps. But in order to know to unpack those translations, the language pack has to be turned on in the first place. Otherwise it doesn't know. And there's also another reason we do that is because we can make it more efficient. Because if there is a translated term that is inherited from the platform level, there's no need to re-add it to the store app. So it makes it much more efficient to deliver. That's one of the reasons we can do 20 to 30 minutes now. And it's not because there's less, there's actually more, believe it or not, but we can break it out into much more manageable chunks. So over time, we're going to do it per scope. So we're about, I think about 700 apps now that have their translations containerized in all 24 languages. So it's an ongoing effort, but it's really good. But the point here is if you don't have them installed, it might actually affect how you can do build, because you might have dependencies on things. So you might be looking for something that doesn't yet exist, and you don't want the dev's time being literally wasted whilst you're waiting for the installs to happen. So worst case scenario, 20 to 30 minutes, which you can only do one at a time, do 10 languages, that's half a day. That's a lot in terms of PS resourcing. So during the workshops, if you know 10 languages need to be turned on, just get them done during the workshops. Fine. It's not going to break anything. If it turns out you don't need those languages, just mark those language records as active false. Okay. Fair enough. Keep it simple. This one is a challenge, but it aligns with exactly what I was saying earlier. Those stakeholders in the workshops, they need to be aligned to your common goal. Everybody wants to bring their important requirements to the table. Fair enough. You know, no issue there. But they need to be aligned to the objective. And the whole point of a stakeholder is to represent their people. Think of it like that, right? They're there to try and represent their business requirement and their business need. But I've seen it so many times where regional heads versus global heads have contradictory requirements, or different BUs have contradictory requirements, right? And that's turning into a bit of an infighting and the politics involved in the customer. That needs to be parked. And that's very hard and very challenging, but that is what guides us for a workshop. We're there to help guide that conversation. We're there to say, right, your objective is this portal, as an example, whatever scenario you can think of. We need to work out what we need from you, what we need from you, and what we need from you to make this nirvana. And are you part of this conversation? Because we need you to make some decisions, right? That is on us to make sure that happens. If you can get that done, you will have to accept compromises. Someone somewhere will have to accept a compromise. That's the nature of negotiation, right? And it could be phase 1, phase 2, phase 3. I don't know. Depends on the situation. It could be that something has to be helped out in a different area. I don't know. But if you don't do it, it will almost certainly lead to scope creep, because then there'll be someone comes in later and go, oh, but what about this? And then it has to be done, right? I've seen it too many times. Go for it. Valerie's got something. I'm just going to bring the mic.
One of my customer, they decided to go out of the box, and to avoid having all this discussion, they decided to opt for one sentence: "We are not special." And everyone is wearing this T-shirt written on it, "We are not special," because very often what happens when you are in a workshop, you will say, oh, in my team, you're very special. We have this process and this particularity and this exception, and this is why we cannot go out of the box and we need to customize it. So the sponsor said, we will go out of the box, no discussion. Everyone is wearing this T-shirt, and this is how but they're doing the implementation in less than a year. So because all the decisions are out of the box and there's no negotiation on, yeah. So share it with your other customer, because I have another customer, it's the other extreme. So
I love it. That is really cool. I might get a T-shirt. We are not special. I love it. Okay, so if you don't do it, chances are this is where it's going to affect. And the point I'm trying to make here is the earlier in the project plan that it's going to affect, the knock-on is further this way, right? It's either going to be a padding of more people in the middle to hit that go live date, or it's going to push the go live date, neither of which are fun, because both leads to more cost and more money, right? And then the customer's going to be like, well, it went over budget. If I was a budget holder, I wouldn't be very happy. So I said earlier about that process with fictitious Bob and fictitious Yucca, right? Real world scenario. I had a process for a customer many years ago called team changes. The original scope was 14 processes. When we did 6 months worth of workshops to map out those processes, it turned out it was about 1,000 permutations across those 50 countries. Team changes in HR, for those who don't know, is the idea of lateral moves, somebody moving from one team to another, or a new hire, or somebody moving in a promotional move, right? There's different aspects to it. But the point was, different countries, different unions, different territories had versions of that process, whether it's through legal means or regulatory means or agreements with unions, it doesn't matter, but there were about 1,000 permutations. There is no way I was going to build 1,000 processes. So the simple way to do it was we got all of the process owners in the room, and we put a column on a whiteboard representing every country, and we got post-it notes that broke out all the common tasks within that given process. And we got them to put them into their order: 1, 2, 5, 7, 2, 6, 3, 9, etc. Right? And we made basically a table. We used that as a governing principle. We made one workflow, and it was completely data-driven. We built it in a week. So then what happened was, over the course of 6 months, they realized that there wasn't actually much need to do every single location differently. The only legal bits were actually to do with background checks. So we managed to simplify it even further and say, in these territories or this union requirement or whatever, do this extra check here or do this extra check there, which then got really simple. And they still use that today. That was 8 years ago. Now, it's not to blow a trumpet. The point I'm trying to say here is, don't let the requirements become unnecessarily complicated for the sake of being complicated. If you can visualize what they're asking for, chances are when they see what they're asking for, they might realize there is a simpler way. So one of the best tactics I found in workshops was I used to have a OneNote open and share it on a big screen every time I did workshops. And every time they were talking about a stage in the process, I'd draw a box and then I'd connect it. And then they would go into it and go, oh, we don't need that. Perfect, that's what I want to hear. So every time it was going to be something in the platform, I would draw a shape, click here, or I need a task here. Okay, there's another box. That would help me work out the requirements, right? But when they saw their process, they didn't realize until afterwards that what we're actually making is a swim lane diagram. It was a layer 2 swim lane diagram. But when they actually saw it, they realized we can make it so much simpler, right? All I'm trying to say here is try and visualize and try and say, if I've got country A, country B, country C as an example, how different are those processes? Can they be actually more closely aligned? Because if that flow, workflow, or set of business rules is really similar, there's no need to duplicate it unnecessarily, right? Which means it's less time to build, which means it's easier to manage and maintain. So where you can, look at catalog items, right? Maybe this group of people need questions 1, 2, and 3. Another group of people need 1, 2, and 4, or 1, 2, 3, 4, right? Very, very common requirement. There are different ways you could do that. Do you create one variable set for the first user base and a different variable set for a different user base? Or do you create 2 variable sets and say 1, 2, and 3 is one variable set that's always applied for everybody, and question 4 is a different variable set applied to only a subset of users? The process is exactly the same. So without getting too much down the architecture route, there are ways that you can optimize how you build things and keep it a lot simpler than it needs to be. I see it very, very often where catalog items and record producers just have fresh variables every single time. They don't need to be, because that means that's more work to translate, that's more work to manage, that's more work to maintain, right? How many times, let's think about this, how many times have you seen on a catalog item or a record producer, who is this for? I see it all the time. First question, who is this for? And the only options, realistically, the process owner is asking for you. So I challenge, why do I need to ask this question? If I know the person who's fulfilling it or filling out who this is for is always me, I don't need to ask them. Then why do I need a question that says, what department am I in? Why do I need a question that says, how many things do I want if you've already got the order amount on the side? And that could be a side effect of the tool that they had before. So depending on the process owner and where they are in the business, HR tools are notoriously horrible. They may not know what the platform can do. So what might be worth doing sometimes, and you'll have to do a feeler for your customers to find this out, is maybe showing them a demo of what good could look like for them before you do the workshops. You don't want to be teaching people what the platform can do in the workshops because it wastes so much time. So I really like doing a prep day before workshops so they can see a very simple catalog item or a very simple workflow or a very simple approval and explain what that means in their world, because then it streamlines a lot of stuff, which means less stuff you guys need to build, less stuff that needs to be managed, less stuff that needs to be maintained. Just an idea. And if you can do that, then you're not going to be affecting that build time, which means less testing, which means less translating, which means go live is easier. Do you need 1,000 catalog items? Maybe. Do you want 10 catalog items with 50 questions per catalog item? In that case, I pick the 1,000 every time, but that's different. We've talked about this many times today. Have a native speaker review the translations, right? If I'm assuming that we're going to just MT everything, dynamic translation can do everything, right? No. And if we think it's going to work in the way that we want it to work, let's hope. But if we see that Microsoft has given us Suitcase, that's a problem. That's going to really set a bad expectation on day one. Not cool. The other reason is if you can get a native speaker who's part of the project involved at the workshop stage, they can be thinking of the context of what needs to be translated. So in their mind, they can already be planning out a glossary or the beginnings of a glossary. And then when they're doing the UX testing, they can say, well, actually, we think this is going to be a problem. So let's really test that area first, right? That's what you're looking for. I would always recommend when you're dealing with more than one extra language. So if you're just doing Quebecois, it doesn't really matter. But if you're doing 2, 3, 5, 10, 15, 20, 50, 100, use a pilot group. Do a soft go live internally first, especially if it's the portal. They can give you really, really meaningful feedback before the main user group use it. When you're dealing with a global project, what you'll want to aim for, your best ally, is the customers championing what you're doing. If they start spreading the word of saying, this is going to be amazing, this is going to change how we do things, it's lovely, it's awesome, it's simple, I like it, it looks great, half of your challenges with go live will be gone because they're actually spreading the positive word, right? The hardest ones are when they don't do that because people haven't been involved from the beginning. If your user base like specially selected people, the fictitious personas we were talking about before, right? If they're part of this conversation, they're going to spread nothing but good news, because whatever feedback they're giving you, you can choose with them or not, whether you take that on board. They might say, hey, do you know what? This field on this part of the form would be better if it's there. It makes more sense to me. They're the ones using it, fair enough. Or if we change this variable on this catalog item of record producer to be in a slightly different way, fair enough, right? There's so many different things that they can give you. And that could be good feedback, that could be constructive feedback, or negative feedback, doesn't matter, but it's stuff that can potentially help you before go live, which is much more beneficial so that the painfulness doesn't happen on go live. That is your objective. You want a good, clean go live, get people involved. And that's the soft go live part. So what we used to do was have about 30 to 40 people start playing around with the sub-production instance in the UAT phases, and literally told them, break it, do stuff. I don't care, do stuff. We're going to clone over it next week anyway. If you come across anything that we're not aware of, tell us, log a defect, give us a screenshot. And do you know what we found? One of them we found, and this wasn't, Vietnamese was not in scope for this language, for this project. They were telling us that they were seeing Vietnamese in a certain area. And they gave us a screenshot. And I'm like, that makes no sense, because we're not doing any Vietnamese. We have not got it in scope. I checked all the translation tables, couldn't find it. But sure enough, in the screenshot, it turned out there was 2 strings of Vietnamese, and we couldn't figure it out. It took us like a good few days. And then it dawned on us. This user was using Chrome with their default language set to Vietnamese, and they were navigating to the instance in Thai and saying, yes, translate back to Vietnamese when there isn't a translation. You know the pop-up you get with Google Chrome? And they said allow. So basically it was English being auto-translated into Vietnamese. So we had to write a guidance to say, don't do that. Fair enough. But you can imagine if we hadn't done that for Go Live, that would be a problem. But we did find some two missing strings that hadn't been translated. So that was really cool. And they were hard-coded. So that's why the scan tool was invented. So consider, at the very least, a phased go live to do specifically with features. If you are not confident with bringing all the features online, look at your pros and cons, work out, is it better to get 80% of the way there and then potentially bring that last 20% a few weeks later if you need it, right? Is it better for the customer to have the majority of what they need and break it up, or do you really need to wait for everything? Well, that depends on many factors and many scenarios, right? But we're not talking small projects here. The types of projects I used to do would have maybe 5,000 or 6,000 stories. To give you an idea of scale, they're huge. So it's not to say yours aren't, I'm not saying that, but what I am saying is when you're dealing with the really big programs that could be multiple years worth of projects, you need to think about, is it better to get them going as quickly as possible? And you could argue that for any project, but that comes down to what they're prepared to accept, right? So that I like the idea of prototype and iterate. Get them going as quickly as possible with an MVP and then iterate constantly on top of that. But I know you guys, because I used to be a partner myself, like to say, this is our scope, this is what we want to go live with, and then we'll figure out what happens next, right? Fair enough. But depending on how big the project is, depending on how big the user base is, if it's many thousands of people, can you get an MVP live as quickly as possible? Technically, that would be a phase go live, because the MVP is phase 1, and then everything else could be a secondary or third phase, right? It depends on your scenario, but don't rule it out. You might find you could get a lot of valuable feedback and information that could impact how well you do later on. So big bang versus not big bang. Almost there. Who's going to manage things after go live, right? We've talked about ELS. We've talked about the whole concept of post go live. Is that a service you're prepared to offer to the customer? You built it, you designed it, you know it. Are they mature enough to manage it? I don't know. That's up to you. I know what I would do, but I'm not going to warp any sensibilities on that one. That's up to you. We talked about language UX testing. I showed you some of the good and the bad. If you don't do it, if there is something bad, what if it's an offensive term? They're never going to want to touch it again because they won't trust it. If the UI is broken and they can't read the text, it is going to directly hurt the adoption. That's true for any piece of software. Let's look at the human AI pin right? I don't know if any of you heard about that. The badge that you could wear that you could talk to, and it was as good as a phone, and it had a $700 contract. Its user experience was awful, right? You talk to it, it could do stuff. They're now trying to desperately sell the company because Marcus Brownlee completely destroyed the product. Interesting, but it's the same concept, the bad user experience. He would talk to it and it would take 30 seconds to give it an answer. Not good. Or the battery used to get so hot, it would literally turn off after 20 minutes and it wouldn't last more than a few hours. That's a pretty poor user experience. So multilingual UI is the same thing. If it's not usable, remember I said your Nirvana is aiming for usability, right? If it's not usable, chances are they're not going to want to use it because they won't trust it. And if you don't do it, well, not cool. We should be done within 10 minutes. Sorry, Zoom is telling us on the screen we've got 10 minutes. Now, top tip, we talked about this earlier. I kind of gave it away earlier, but it doesn't matter. I really do recommend having this announcement on the top because you're setting an expectation, especially for that first go live, right? This is a journey. It is a muscle that you and the customer are building, right? It sets the expectation that things won't be perfect from day one. That's okay. That's not a problem. And then that way, if there are areas that haven't been translated, they can be part of the solution. They can say, hey, do you know what? Let's request a translation bug or whatever you want to call it. It doesn't matter, right? Log a translation issue. It doesn't matter. The point is, we can take lessons learned from knowledge management. Flag a knowledge article is exactly the same thing. Translation should be no different. And this is even more true in Quebec. Mm-hmm. Yep. Valerie's talking about the quality of French. Yeah.
But I really recommend everyone to share it because it's really important.
Yep. This is so easy to implement. Like you can build this in 5 minutes. Catalog item designer, 3 or 4 variables, add a portal announcement and a link to the catalog item, done.
Especially that can have a very bad impact on ServiceNow.
Yes. Yes.
Quality of the product or solution and the translation. So it's a good.
Yeah. Yeah, I agree. And those multilingual projects as well. Oh, it saved a lot of hassle, a lot of times. Because if you're doing a language that's not out of the box, right, that's a lot of work to get that up to the same standard. Yes, you can use the artifact in the framework, sure, but there are a lot of things that you might not have covered. Fair enough. And to do the testing for that as well is going to take time. So if you needed an MVP in, say, Filipino, putting a portal announcement along the top saying we are going to be launching Filipino, so you can try testing it out for us now. Great. It's just an example, by the way, but sure, you can do that. So nearly there. We've got two slides left. Plan and prepare as much as you can. If you notice today, 90% of what I've talked about is planning, right? Knowing what you want to do, knowing how it works, knowing what features there, what problems do they solve, how do you cover certain issues. Get the go live talked about from the very beginning. Propose to the customer all 3 options. Would you prefer Big Bang? Would you prefer planned, phased? Would you prefer staggered, right? The reason for that is it means you can get your people lined up early. So if somebody's going to get the short straw for doing a night shift, they're going to know about it, right? What you don't want is the week before saying, sorry, Bob, you're going to have to do the late one this week. And he's got only 1 day's notice. That wouldn't be very good for the project because that's going to cause you other problems. If you can get this bit sorted early, then that's going to help you because everybody's going to have that common aligned goal, all right? Who's going to be doing what with the translations? I don't know if you're using an MT, I don't know if you're using an agency. If you need to have relationships built with various translation agencies, I own the relationships with those in our ecosystem. We have 3 LSPs, they're called language service providers in our services program. So if you need any help with that, let me know and I can introduce you to them. That's fine. They can do any language and we have integrations with them as well. But like I said from the very beginning, the very first thing, and I'm going to end it with the same thing. Who is this for? Right? It's overlooked all the time. It's not for the process owner. It's not really for the business. It's for the end user. And by extension, it's for the business. But the end user first, always. Every time. Take an app on your phone. Who uses that app? You do, right? Play a game on your PlayStation. Who plays it? You do. Go to a website. Doesn't matter whose it is. Who's doing that? You are. You're the user in that scenario, right? This is no different. And it's very easy for a process owner to go, I need it to do this. Sure, but what benefit does that bring to the end user? If they can't navigate it, if they can't use it, if it's not giving them any benefit, they're not going to use it. I try and see things as simple as they can be. I might be a bit warped in that idea, but it does help. So last slide before I've overwhelmed you all. We have tons of content. If you go to our .com website, go to the product page, we now have our own globalization page. If you need to give material to the customer, we have it. It's taken me 4 years, but we actually have it. We're on the main website. There is a workbook on there to help customers understand how to prepare and how to plan all of this. What does it take to have localization in the mindset? What kind of people, what kind of processes, all that kind of stuff. Highly recommend you give it a read. It's worth it. We have our own dedicated forum on community. Look us up. You can do it on discussions platform, and then it'll be internationalization, localization. Ask questions in there. That's absolutely fine. We've got a thriving little community in there. If you have challenges, it goes directly to my team. No issues at all. All of the artifacts that we've prototyped are all in there as well. We've got them grouped up if you need them. If you need them in an update set, let me know. I can bundle them and give them to you. That's also fine. If you want to learn more on this topic, believe it or not, there is actually a lot more. We have a training course on Now Learning called the Localization Expert Series. It gets into some very technical stuff. A lot of what we've covered is just glossing over some of it. I didn't have enough time, believe it or not. I could be here for a week, but this is just the important stuff for now, okay? And if you get into a real pickle, you can email my team directly. That's fine, that will go literally to our inbox, and we can help out with any issues that you have. So if you find, you'll get these slides in PDF, don't worry. If you find that you have an issue with a customer or an implementation issue or a design issue, my team is here. We will help you, okay? Cool. So with that, thank you. I appreciate you taking the time to listen. I had some good questions. But yeah, does anybody have any other questions?
I think the only one way, first of all, thank you.
You're welcome.
Appreciate you taking time. And then secondly, if anybody's on the line and for the recordings that we'll send out, those courses, if anybody was unable to attend this, or there were people that are maybe the more implementation side of it, look at that course so they can get up to speed on it. But if there's any general questions, we can loop back through what you've offered here. So
Yep.
That's fantastic.
No worries.
Thank you.
Yep. Oh, let me get the mic to Valerie.
Training. Is there any training on Now Learning that maybe we can put in appendix for tomorrow?
Yeah, it's on the slide.
Oh, okay. Oh, okay. I'm sorry. I missed
That's
it.
right. You'll get very bored of my voice on that one.
Perfect. Any questions online before we close the line up?